Imagine being dropped into a web novel as the villain who's destined to get destroyed. Our protagonist just woke up at a birthday party and he's already panicking, because just a few days ago this guy was an ordinary web novel fan. Then he received a villain system that forces him into novels as the bad guy who gets wrecked by the protagonist. And every single time he gets absolutely destroyed by some overpowered Dragon King protagonist. So when he wakes up this time, the first thing he does is ask which novel he's trapped in now. And the system tells him it's War God Dragon King's Urban Adventures, Chapter 57. The protagonist Ye Chen is basically every urban fantasy power fantasy combined into one ridiculous character. And Tang Yu, he's the rich young master who foolishly chased the woman that Ye Chen wants for 3 whole years. The family elders just arranged a marriage between Tang Yu and the Su family to settle things. And when Dragon King Ye Chen finds out, he's gonna crash this party and kick Tang Yu into a vegetative state. Our boy is not happy about this setup, and honestly neither would anyone with basic survival instincts. He's desperately trying to think of a way out when someone calls his name. And then she walks in, and suddenly this manhwa has my full attention because Su Muye is absolutely stunning. She tells him to stop pestering her and that the engagement is off, and our boy is thrilled. She's absolutely shocked because he actually agrees with her for once. He's internally celebrating and telling her to hurry up and elope with Ye Chen because he wants to live. But here's where it gets interesting, because Mu Yoi suddenly hears a voice that sounds exactly like Tang Yu's. She's confused because his mouth never moved, and yet she clearly heard him say all of that. He suggests they go tell the elders together that they want to cancel the engagement, and she cautiously agrees. She says okay, still trying to process what she just heard. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is internally monologuing about how she's destined for the Dragon King's harem anyway. And she hears every word, realizing that the voice is definitely coming from Tang Yu's thoughts. She's trying to figure out why he keeps mentioning Ye Chen, the bodyguard she just hired recently. And she's thinking there's no way she'd become a harem girl for a mere bodyguard. What a joke. They arrive to meet the family elders, who are clearly up to something. The Tang family elder says they've decided that Tang Yu and Mu Yue are a perfect match and plan to finalize the marriage. They ask what the couple thinks, and Tang Yu sees his chance to escape this death flag. He says he doesn't think it's suitable, and you can practically see the relief on his face. But the elder isn't buying it because literally everyone knows he pursued her for 3 whole years. Tang Yu explains that he's been reflecting lately and that forced relationships just don't work. He very politely tells the elders to let them make their own choice. And honestly, the man is cooking right now. But Uncle Su assumes Mu Ye must be pressuring Tang Yu to say this and promises to handle it. Tang Yu is internally screaming because this man is literally trying to get him killed. He tries to explain that he really doesn't want this engagement, but Uncle Su cuts him off. Uncle says no need to explain because he totally understands, except he clearly does not understand. He turns to Mu Yue and demands she explain how well Tang Yu has treated her all these years. The original Tang Yu apparently stayed by her hospital bed when she was sick, so the bar was low but he cleared it. Tang Yu is internally begging her to argue back so they can call off this death sentence of an engagement, but Mu Yue is getting increasingly annoyed at his constant thoughts about her and this Ye Chen guy. She snaps at him mentally, saying he chased her for 3 years and now wants to change his mind. And then she does the absolute worst thing possible. She tells her dad she supports the engagement. Tang Yu is having a complete mental breakdown because she just signed both their death warrants. Meanwhile, she's thinking he's way more interesting now that he's not just being a bootlicker. The elders are thrilled and decide to go announce the engagement to everyone at the party. Tang Yu knows Ye Chen is definitely gonna make a scene, and being a rich, handsome antagonist is about to get him killed. Mu Yue is starting to wonder if everything really will happen exactly like Tang Yu's thoughts predicted. The announcement goes out that the Tang and Su families are forming an alliance through marriage. And from across the room, a certain silver-haired Dragon King hears this news and is absolutely livid. Tang Yu spots him coming and internally screams because this guy looks ready to commit murder. The 2 men come face to face and the tension is absolutely suffocating. Mu Ye realizes that Ye Chen actually showed up exactly when and how Tang Yu's thoughts predicted. Uncle Su demands to know who this bodyguard thinks he is and orders someone to throw him out. But Ye Chen proudly declares he's the Dragon King and even European royalty wouldn't dare disrespect him. Tang Yu quickly steps in to defuse the situation because he does not want to be collateral damage. He tries to calm everyone down by reminding them it's his grandfather's birthday celebration. The crowd is gossiping about how young Master Tang is so civilized while that bodyguard looks shabby. Tang Yu is internally dying because everyone's cursing out Ye Chen, but he's the one who'll end up in the crematorium. Both men are glaring at each other while thinking the other is the source of all their problems. Tang Yu is internally begging Ye Chen to just take Mu Ye and leave him alone. Mu Yue can barely contain her amusement at this whole ridiculous situation. But Ye Chen interprets her laugh as gratitude for him standing up for her, and his ego inflates even more. He dramatically declares that no one can sacrifice her freedom, and anyone who tries will die. Tang Yu is internally cheering for them to just hold hands and leave together already. Ye Chen reaches out his hand and tells Mu Yue to come with him. But instead of taking his hand, she looks at him like he's completely lost his mind. And for the first time tonight, Ye Chen looks genuinely shocked because this is not how the script goes. Mo Yui has pieced together that she's in some kind of novel world from listening to Tang Yu's thoughts, and she's decided that there's absolutely no way she's becoming part of anyone's harem. Ye Chen tries to reassure her that she doesn't need to be afraid of the Tang family. He assumes Tang Yu must be threatening her and dismisses him as nothing important. Tang Yu is internally offering 1,000,000 yuan for Ye Chen to just take her and leave him in peace. But Mo Ye fires Ye Chen on the spot and tells him to leave immediately. Ye Chen somehow convinces himself that she's just pretending to be cruel to protect him. He refuses to leave and insists the Tang family means nothing to him. Uncle Su finally loses it and physically throws this so-called Dragon King aside. He declares that Tang Yu is his only son-in-law and the Su family won't spare anyone who disagrees. Ye Chen is absolutely seething with rage at being humiliated like this. But he reminds himself that as the Dragon King, the most important skill is knowing when to endure. He announces that if he's not welcome, he'll leave, which is honestly a relief for everyone. But as he walks away, he glares at Tang Yu, thinking this kid is clever for using the Su family as a shield. Tang Yu is internally screaming that none of this has anything to do with him and begging them to just leave together. But Mu Yai calls him out for constantly mumbling about her being Ye Chen's when she's supposed to be his fiancé. She decides that if he doesn't want her close, she's gonna do the exact opposite. And before Tang Yu can react, she leans in with very clear intentions. She plants a kiss right on his cheek while the whole party watches. Tang Yu is absolutely stunned while the older guests think the young couple is just adorable. But Ye Chen sees his woman kissing another man and the rage in his eyes is terrifying. He convinces himself that Mu Yue is just enduring this humiliation to protect him from the Tang family. And with murder in his eyes, he decides the Tang family no longer needs to exist. After that absolute chaos at the banquet, we cut to the Tang family house later that night. And Tang Yu is already interrogating his system, demanding to know why the plot went completely off script today. Because according to the original storyline, Sumu Yue should have been all over Ye Chen without any resistance. The system basically tells him this is all his fault for changing the plot and causing a butterfly effect. Our boy gives up trying to understand and just demands his reward for surviving the first part of the plot. And he gets a Lamborghini Veneno, which sounds amazing until you remember his house is already overflowing with money. That's when the head of his bodyguard team shows up with a gift from his mother for visiting Old Master Wang. Tang Yu accepts the gift and thanks the bodyguard for his work, acting like a proper young master for once. Here's some context. The Wang family and Tang family are old friends, but Old Master Wang recently had a stroke. And this is Wang Yishui, Old Master Wang's granddaughter and Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend, who rushed back after hearing the news. Tang Yu realizes that according to the plot, Ye Chen is supposed to cure Old Master Wang and win over the Wang family. His bodyguard notices something's off and asks if the young master is feeling okay. Tang Yu waves it off and says he's fine, trying to keep his cool. But then Jin drops a bomb. He's already sent men to beat up Ye Chen for what happened at the party. And Tang Yu's brain just completely short-circuits at this information. Jin proudly announces he called over 30 men and that Ye Chen will definitely pay the price. Tang Yu is internally screaming because this man is literally trying to get him killed before the novel ends. Jin has no idea what's wrong and just asks if the young master is feeling unwell. And our protagonist pulls the biggest boss move ever by offering to promote Jin to manage a mining company in South Africa. Jin is stunned, pointing at himself like he can't believe what he's hearing. Tang Yu sweetens the deal by tripling his salary and bonuses, telling him to leave tomorrow. Jin is so touched he's practically sparkling, promising to work hard for the young master's trust. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is thinking this is the perfect way to ship this troublemaker to Africa before he causes more problems. With that crisis averted, our boy can finally relax and follow the plot in peace. 1 hour later, we arrive at the Wang family residence for what should be a simple visit. Tang Yu strolls through the traditional estate, gift in hand, just trying to get through this storyline event. And that's when he collides directly into someone he was not prepared to see. The collision gives us a very generous close-up of Wang Yishu, and the artist knew exactly what they were doing here. Tang Yu snaps at her to watch where she's walking, clearly flustered by the whole situation. And here she is in full view, Wang Yishu, looking absolutely devastating because of course the ex-girlfriend is stunning. Tang Yu internally notes that her clothes are high-quality silk, because apparently that's where his mind goes first. Wang Yishu looks confused and asks what he's talking about, clearly catching his stray thought. Tang Yu is confused because he definitely didn't say anything out loud, and asks if she's feeling okay. She plays it off and explains she's here to visit Old Master Wang. While Tang Yu says the same, she invites him to sit and have some tea while her grandfather rests, being surprisingly hospitable. Here's the backstory. These two broke up years ago after Tang Yu was exposed for cheating, and they lost all contact. But at a recent class reunion, Wang Yishui learned that the cheating scandal was actually a setup, and she deeply regrets believing it. Seeing Tang Yu today, she realizes she never truly let him go all these years. But she knows it's too late since the Tang and Su families just announced their engagement last night. Meanwhile, Tang Yu has no complicated thoughts whatsoever and is just watching her make tea. His internal monologue is praising her tea-making skills and saying she's the real beauty of Suhong, not Sumuye. And that's when Wang Yishu's expression suddenly changes, like she just realized something huge. She can unmistakably hear Tang Yu's voice in her head even though his mouth isn't moving. Tang Yu notices her freeze up and asks if she's alright, completely unaware of what just happened. She quickly recovers and says she's fine, trying to process this new ability. Wang Yishui is now realizing she can hear this guy's thoughts, and apparently he thinks she's the real #1 beauty. She smiles smugly, thinking this man clearly hasn't forgotten her all these years, despite pretending otherwise. She decides to test him by congratulating him on his engagement to Sumuye with the most fake sincerity possible. Tang Yu internally rants that the engagement is all Sumuye's fault and she's just using him as a shield for someone else. Wang Yishu presses further, asking what's really going on between the two of them. She leans in close as he insists there's no relationship, just friends, and asks why she's so curious. Tang Yu's brain is short-circuiting because she's suddenly so close and smells really nice and her clothes look good. Wang Yishu hears all of that and thinks fondly that he was always like this, even when they were dating. She asks why he's being so harsh when she's his first love and just wants to be close to him. Tang Yu tells her to keep her distance because they broke up years ago and he's not interested in getting back together. But internally he's panicking about her holding his hand while also thinking his hand is pretty lucky right now. Wang Yishui can't help but laugh at the contrast between his cold words and his very honest thoughts. Tang Yu is completely baffled by her sudden laughter with no idea what's so funny. He thinks she's definitely beautiful, but there's something seriously off about her behavior today. Our protagonist is getting genuinely concerned because she's not reacting normally to him giving her the cold shoulder. Tang Yu is internally freaking out because first Su Muyo was acting weird, and now Wang Yishui too. He decides he needs a tactical retreat and announces he's going to the restroom. He's planning to hide in there for a bit, but Wang Yishui calls out for him to wait, and she pulls the classic move of tripping on absolutely nothing, which Tang Yu recognizes as peak heroine behavior. She looks up at him and asks if he's really just gonna leave her there without helping her up. Tang Yu reluctantly thinks he can't just ignore her, but he's definitely escaping right after helping. But now they're sitting on the couch and she's claiming she twisted her ankle and wants him to massage it. Tang Yu flatly refuses, saying he doesn't know how to give massages. He's internally panicking, because getting close to the second female lead is basically asking to get killed by the protagonist. Wang Yishui calls him out on his lie, reminding him he massaged her ankle in college when she hurt it playing tennis. Tang Yu desperately offers to call her family doctor instead, trying to find any way out of this situation. His internal monologue is screaming that she's part of Ye Chen's harem, and he's the villain destined to be cannon fodder. Wang Yishu doesn't understand the villain talk, but she's definitely not gonna just stay away because he told her to. She pulls out the ultimate card: if he won't massage her ankle, she'll tell everyone he took advantage of her. Tang Yu is absolutely horrified because if that rumor spreads, Ye Chen will definitely come to murder him. Our protagonist finally caves and agrees to massage her ankle, but makes her promise not to tell anyone. And so Tang Yu reluctantly begins massaging her leg, wondering how his peaceful visit went so wrong. Wang Yishu starts making sounds that are way too enthusiastic, and Tang Yu is very confused about why a leg massage warrants that reaction. And the sounds coming from this room are definitely raising some questions. Tang Yu finally puts his foot down and declares the massage session is officially over, but Wang Yishui is absolutely not letting him off that easy, claiming it still hurts a little. Our protagonist is not buying it for a second and flatly denies her claim. She smiles and says she'll just come to him next time she gets hurt, which sounds dangerously like a threat. Tang Yu is immediately alarmed because what does she mean by next time? She confirms it with a knowing smile, internally thinking she can hear his thoughts and won't let him escape easily. Tang Yu is mentally screaming at the system, asking why Wang Yishu's character also went off script. And the system, as always, is absolutely useless in providing any helpful response. But before things can get any more awkward, a phone call saves our protagonist. Wang Yishu answers and instructs them to delay the new energy meeting by half an hour. Tang Yu's brain immediately goes into overdrive because he remembers this is the trap set by Wang Rulong and Ye Chen. Wang Yishu is now very confused because how does Tang Yu know about this top-secret investment? She realizes her cousin Wang Rulong is pushing this project and wonders if Tang Yu is secretly looking out for her. She announces she has an urgent meeting and will come back later, while Tang Yu happily tells her to handle her business. Wang Yishui is internally vowing that if Wang Rulong and Ye Chen are scheming, neither of them will escape her wrath. Tang Yu reassures himself that even if she's acting weird, Ye Chen will still show up and win her over with protagonist energy. He's actually feeling optimistic, thinking maybe this time he'll survive to see the end of the story. But his moment of peace is interrupted when someone calls out for brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu turns around confused, not recognizing the voice at first. And standing in the doorway is an absolutely adorable girl with silver twin tails and a gothic Lolita dress. She cheerfully greets him as brother Tang Yu, looking absolutely precious. Tang Yu finally recognizes her and greets her back, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. This is Zhang Xiaoye, the most famous young doctor in Suhang at just 20 years old, ranked in the top 10 in all of China. She sweetly asks about old Master Tang's health and whether he's been taking her prescribed medicine on time. Tang Yu thanks her warmly, saying his grandfather has been doing much better since taking her medicine. Xiao Yue looks confused and asks why he's being so polite with her of all people. Tang Yu invites her in, and we learn the Jiang family has practiced medicine for generations with close ties to the Tang family. With Tang family protection, no one dares trouble the Jiang family, and Tang Yu and Xiao Yu have known each other since childhood. Tang Yu is internally raging about how someone as cute as Xiao Ye is destined to be in Ye Chen's harem. Xiao Ye suddenly stops and asks who Ye Chen is because apparently she's also hearing his thoughts now. She directly asks Tang Yu what he's talking about with this whole harem business. Tang Yu denies saying anything while internally panicking about why all these women are acting so strange today. Xiao Yu is certain that was clearly Tang Yu's voice, even if his lips weren't moving. A maid interrupts to announce that old Master Wang has woken up and asks if Dr. Jiang can treat him now. Xiao Ye agrees and they head off, with Tang Yu deciding to tag along. They arrive at old Master Wang's room, where the elderly man greets Tang Yu warmly. Tang Yu cheerfully tells Grandpa Wang to rest well and promises to play chess with him once Xiao Yue cures him. But standing in the corner with a menacing aura is none other than the story's protagonist himself, Ye Chen. Wang Rulong, the scheming cousin, asks Ye Chen if he's confident about curing her grandfather. She's not thrilled about his 50% success rate, and here's the tea. She's working with Ye Chen to seize power from Wang Yi's show. Ye Chen smoothly reassures her that everything is under control, which is classic overconfident protagonist behavior. This guy is internally monologuing about how rich playboys are stepping stones and Zhang Xiaoyu will eventually be his woman. He's also very interested in the Jiang family's extensive network of connections because of course he is. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyue begins examining old Master Wang, while Ye Chen calculates how to steal her away. Wang Rulong asks Dr. Jiang about her grandfather's condition with fake concern. Xiao Yue explains he has a stroke causing meridian blockage and partial paralysis, but she'll use the 13 ghost needles technique. She turns to Tang Yu with a sweet smile and asks him to help sterilize the silver needles for her. Tang Yu nervously admits he's not very good at this kind of medical stuff. But Xiao Ye isn't taking no for an answer and encourages him with a reassuring wave. Ye Chen is absolutely fuming, internally accusing Tang of always going after the women he wants. Tang Yu mentally fires back, telling him to shut up because how is any of this his fault? Xiao Yue instructs everyone to close the doors and windows and step back to give her space. Ye Chen steps forward, asking if she's really planning to use the 13 ghost needles on the Tianzhu acupoint. Xiao Yu confirms with a simple yes and asks why he's questioning her treatment plan. Ye Chen smugly suggests she might not have realized the real problem and could actually harm the patient. He offers to handle the treatment himself if she's not confident, with the most punchable smile imaginable. The Wang family elders are immediately outraged, demanding to know who this arrogant stranger thinks he is. Tang Yu recognizes this classic trope. Ye Chen draws hatred, waits for Xiao Yue to fail, then swoops in to save the day. Xiao Yu overhears Tang Yu's thoughts about the 6 small flaws in her treatment and looks genuinely shocked. Wang Rulong jumps in to defend Ye Chen, saying she invited him and he's also skilled in medicine. An elder angrily asks if she thinks her grandfather's health is a joke, letting some random kid try to treat him. Ye Chen smirks and points out that Dr. Jiang is actually younger than him, so how do they know she's better? He proposes they settle this with a bet, and someone in the crowd asks what kind of bet he has in mind. Ye Chen confidently declares that if Dr. Jiang can't treat him, he'll save the old man in exchange for an apology. Someone asks the obvious follow-up question, and if Dr. Jiang successfully cures him, Ye Chen dramatically points and swears that if she succeeds, he will crawl out of the Wang family house. He repeats it with absolute confidence because in his mind, there's no way he can lose this bet. The elder accepts the deal, probably already looking forward to watching this cocky kid crawl. Ye Chen tries to rope Xiao Ye into the bet too, but she coldly tells him she doesn't bet and to stay quiet during her treatment. Internally, she's disgusted, thinking how could anyone treat the sacred practice of medicine as a gambling chip. Ye Chen is unfazed, thinking women are naturally drawn to strong men, so this will still work out for him. Wang Rulong is starting to doubt her ally, but his confident smile keeps her believing everything is under control. Tang Yu is mentally noting that Xiao Yu's treatment has 6 small flaws that will leave blood clots behind. He figures in a few minutes, Ye Chen will swoop in and Xiao Yue will fall for him, joining his ever-growing harem. But then Xiao Yue finishes the initial treatment and old Master Wang says he feels much better and can even speak now. The crowd erupts in praise for Dr. Jiang while throwing shade at a certain someone who is just boasting. Ye Chen's hands clench behind his back as he tries to maintain composure. But then Xiao Yue does something unexpected, pressing on the patient's wrist exactly as Tang Yu's thoughts suggested. She explains she originally planned a gentle approach but now realizes she needs to switch to a more aggressive treatment plan. Xiao Yue cheerfully asks Tang Yu to sterilize another silver needle for her. Tang Yu is now extremely confused because why does she need another needle? Did she already discover the problem? She thanks him warmly, saying if it weren't for him she wouldn't have known about the remaining issue. Xiao Yue looks absolutely radiant as she prepares to finish the complete treatment, and with precise needlework she successfully expels the hidden blood clots from the old man's body. Ye Chen is absolutely losing his mind because there's no way she should have discovered that hidden issue. He's standing there in shock as someone reminds him that the bet is over and it's time to fulfill his promise. And our protagonist's smug plan to let Ye Chen win backfired spectacularly. But honestly, this outcome is even better. Ye Chen is standing there mentally calculating exactly how badly his master plan just failed. But here's the thing about our Dragon King. His ego has a backup plan for everything. He immediately starts praising Zhao Yue's needle technique, comparing it to his own divine methods. And just to flex, he casually levitates one of his own needles with spiritual energy. Tang Yu immediately recognizes this move from the playbook. He's trying to impress Zhao Yu with his skills. But Zhao Ye is hearing Tang Yu's thoughts and she's absolutely disgusted by Ye Chen's intentions. She tilts her head innocently and asks if he's going to keep his word about the crawling bet. Tang Yu is absolutely floored because this is not how the script is supposed to go. He's internally screaming because shouldn't she be fawning over his divine needles right now? Ye Chen is internally raging because how dare a woman humiliate the Dragon King like this? Wang Rulong jumps in nervously trying to defuse the situation with a fake laugh. Ye Chen smoothly pivots to offering Zhao Yue dinner to make up for his earlier rudeness. Tang Yu is watching this like a nature documentary, noting every tactic in Ye Chen's seduction handbook. Zhao Ye doesn't even turn around, just coldly says she does mind his dinner invitation. She turns with an anger mark on her forehead, saying she knows exactly what kind of person he is. Ye Chen's composure finally cracks as he demands to know what she just said. And that's when Wang Yishui makes her entrance, and suddenly this manhwa has everyone's full attention. The author really said, let me give the viewers exactly what they came here for. Ye Chen's brain immediately shifts targets because she's the woman he's decided to conquer. But Wang Yishu completely ignores him to discuss the new energy project being a trap set by her cousin. She's already 3 steps ahead, planning her investigation while everyone else plays catch-up. She warmly thanks Dr. Jiang for saving her grandfather, and you can see Zhao Yue is genuinely touched. Zhao Yue humbly says they should both be thankful, looking genuinely sweet for once. She suddenly realizes it's already 3 o'clock and she needs to get back to her clinic. She says her goodbyes to Dr. Jiang and invites Wang Yishui to visit sometime. But then she turns to Tang Yu and asks why he didn't say goodbye to her personally. Tang Yu gives the most awkward wave and goodbye in the history of farewells. Internally, he's thinking that getting close to her means Ye Chen will come after him. Zhao Yue hears his thoughts and is immediately grossed out that Ye Chen considers her his woman. Meanwhile, Ye Chen is seething because Tang Yu just called himself brother to his future woman. He smoothly intercepts to offer visiting the Jiang mansion to learn from her grandfather. Zhao Ye looks completely unimpressed while Ye Chen is having his first ever failed pickup attempt. But he can't lose his temper now because his other target Wang Yishu is still right there. He grabs Wang Rulong's hand for an assist, and she's confused but plays along. Wang Rulong introduces him as a young talent to her sister, trying to be helpful. Ye Chen turns on the full sparkle mode, looking like he stepped out of a shoujo manga. Wang Yishu stands there looking absolutely devastating while completely unimpressed by his act. Wang Rulong formally introduces Dr. Ye, and he greets her with his most charming hello. Wang Yishu leans in slightly and asks if anyone has ever told him something important. Ye Chen looks expectant, probably thinking she's about to compliment his handsome face. She tells him his smile is really disgusting, and honestly that's the most satisfying moment so far. He's internally screaming because that smile is supposedly his best weapon for picking up women. He quickly tries to recover, suggesting they clear up this misunderstanding next time they meet. Wang Rulong offers to see him out, and they walk toward the exit together. Night falls over the Wang family residence. But the drama is far from over. Wang Rulong walks with Ye Chen, both of them processing the day's failures. Ye Chen can't help but ask if his smile is really that disgusting, clearly still wounded. Wang Rulong gives the most diplomatic answer possible, calling it unique. Ye Chen asks about Tang Yu's relationship with the Wang family and learns he used to date Yishu's sister. His eyes narrow dangerously as he realizes Tang Yu is the ex-boyfriend of his target. The Dragon King is now convinced Tang Yu is intentionally opposing him at every turn. He stands alone in the courtyard, his villain aura at maximum intensity. One of his subordinates appears and asks for his orders, because of course he has minions. He makes a phone call asking about the infiltration progress into the Tang group. He gives his orders coldly, saying he wants the Tang family out of Susho within a month. Meanwhile, Tang Yu suddenly feels a chill and wonders who's cursing him this time. He checks his system rewards and scores Flash Step plus immunity to all poisons. He's thrilled because poison immunity is perfect for countering Ye Chen's arsenal. But then Wang Yishu appears and tells him to hold it right there. Tang Yu turns around casually and asks what's up, trying to play it cool. He's internally thinking she must have a crush on him, but he's a man she can never have. Wang Yishu smirks and says she's absolutely determined to get him no matter what. She asks innocently if she can't even chat with him, covering her mouth coyly. Tang Yu crosses his arms and asks why she's asking questions she already knows the answer to. He bluntly tells her they're not meant to be together and she had no chance then or now. Wang Yishu seems to accept this, saying she won't force him anymore. Then she suddenly points behind him yelling that Ye Chen just snuck in. Tang Yu whips around in panic because Ye Chen being here is very bad news. He barely starts to ask if anyone is there when Wang Yishui blurs past him. And before he can react, she plants a kiss on his cheek while taking a selfie. She looks at the photo and asks why he's making such a weird face in it. She happily announces she saved it, looking way too pleased with herself. Tang Yu finally realizes he just got completely set up by the female lead. He's mentally spiraling, because if Yi Chen sees that video, he's absolutely dead. Wang Yishu plays innocent, asking if a girl like her would actively let him take advantage. Tang Yu immediately goes into negotiation mode, telling her to delete the video and name her price. He's thinking thank goodness he's a rich villain now, he can just throw money at this problem. But Wang Yishu says she has plenty of money at home and doesn't need his. Turns out she figured out everything from his thoughts and now knows about the novel world. Tang Yu threatens to turn hostile if she doesn't delete the video right now. He's desperately asking what she could possibly want from him besides money or his body. She calmly threatens to post the video on social media if he turns hostile. Tang Yu raises his fist and threatens that if he punches someone as cute as her, she'll cry. He insists she delete it because this isn't what the female lead is supposed to be doing. She just smiles and dares him to hit her, asking where exactly he would punch. Tang Yu finally gives up and just asks her what she actually wants from him. Tang Yu finally demands a straight answer from her because he's tired of playing games. And then Wang Yishui, looking absolutely devastating might I add, tells him to come into her room with her. Our boy immediately shuts that down because there's no way he's walking into that trap. But she's not taking no for an answer and insists he stop resisting and just follow her inside. Tang Yu just stands there in silence, mentally weighing his very limited options right now. He finally caves, thinking entering the room is better than having that video posted everywhere, and he'll defend his purity to the death if necessary. So they go inside and her bedroom is exactly what you'd expect from a rich girl who doesn't clean. Tang Yu immediately notices the mess and his first thought is that this woman's room has stuff thrown everywhere. And then he spots her stockings and suddenly has very strong opinions about black versus fishnet versus white. He can't help himself and asks why her room is such a disaster zone when she can afford to hire people. Meanwhile, he's internally frustrated because even the dogs at home avoid him. So why can't this proud beauty hate him too? Wang Yishu just smiles innocently and asks if she wasn't literally about to get someone to clean it. Tang Yu's face drops because he suddenly realizes exactly who that someone is supposed to be. She cheerfully reminds him that others would love this privilege, and besides, he cleaned for her plenty of times in college. Our protagonist just sighs and reluctantly agrees because what choice does he have at this point? He figures cleaning is better than the alternative, but then starts worrying about catching athlete's foot from her stockings. Wang Yishui immediately gets offended and yells that she absolutely does not have athlete's foot. Then she casually asks if he dated any other girls after they broke up, besides simping for Su Moyu of course. Tang Yu lies through his teeth, saying he was never a simp and actually has 4 girlfriends now. But internally he's laughing at himself because he's been so busy simping he hasn't even held a girl's hand. Wang Yishu can read his thoughts though, and she's just thinking, you two-faced liar. She just calls him a scumbag out loud, looking way too pleased with herself for catching him. But Tang Yu takes this as progress, thinking she's finally getting fed up with him and he just needs to push harder. So he decides to act like a complete pervert because there's no way she won't be disgusted by that. He picks up her bra and criticizes her taste in underwear, offering to pick better ones for her. And Wang Yishu immediately snaps a photo of him holding it with the most satisfied smirk. Tang Yu freezes because he did not see that coming at all. She plays completely innocent, saying oops, she accidentally captured a crime record, and how can a poor girl like her handle this? Tang Yu is now panicking because she's not following the script where she calls him a pervert and kicks him out. He realizes this is definitely not something the original Wang Yishu from the novel would do. Our boy quickly drops the evidence and backtracks, claiming he was just kidding the whole time. But she's already won and she knows it. Thinking he'll have to listen to her forever now with this leverage, Tang Yu tries to regain some control and suggests they talk about actual business instead. Wang Yishu finally shifts gears and asks what he thinks about her investing in new energy, and Tang Yu is mentally celebrating because finally they're getting back on track with the plot. He thinks even though Yi Chen is a fool, it doesn't hurt to play matchmaker since he's the first villain to repay evil with good. So he enthusiastically endorses the investment, giving it a full thumbs up like a commercial. What he's really thinking is that the Fails company is a total scam, and when it fails, Ye Chen will swoop in to comfort her. Wang Yishui says she'll invest, but mentions the French Fails company feels unreliable to her. Tang Yu reassures her that he's dealt with them before and their new energy research is top-notch. But internally, he knows the company's fraud and tax evasion will be exposed soon because they're definitely a scam. Meanwhile, Wang Yishu is laughing internally because she's figured out exactly how to control Tang Yu like a remote. She then asks if he thinks Wang Rolan is capable enough to handle the project. Tang Yu immediately praises Rulan as the smartest person in Susho who can definitely handle it. He's thinking this is perfect because letting Wang Rulan take the fall for the mess solves everything. Wang Yishu remembers Vice President Li has been pushing this project for a while, claiming it'll support the family for 20 years. Tang Yu finally finishes cleaning and asks if he can finally leave this situation. Wang Yishu hesitates for a moment, like she's actually considering keeping him longer, but she finally tells him not bad, he can go now, while checking her phone. Tang Yu immediately wonders if she actually deleted those incriminating videos and photos. Wang Yishu gets defensive and says they're already deleted. He can check himself if he doesn't trust her. Tang Yu says good, because he absolutely won't let a scumbag like himself ruin her reputation. And with that, our protagonist finally makes his escape, mentally celebrating his freedom from her clutches. Meanwhile, across town at Donghai Group, we meet Sumo Yue looking absolutely stunning in her office. She notices it's already 6 o'clock and wonders why she hasn't left work yet. Her assistant mentions she didn't hear a knock, so she thought it was still early. See, for 3 whole years, Tang Yu would come knock at 6 to pick up Sumo Yue for dinner without fail. Sumo Yue realizes that annoying man should have shown up by now, and without him pestering her, something feels missing. Her assistant bids her farewell and says she's heading out for the day. Sumo Yue just gives a quiet acknowledgement, clearly distracted by her own thoughts. She's wondering how someone who liked her for 3 years can just suddenly say he doesn't anymore. She catches herself and wonders what's wrong with her, deciding she should just go home already. The scene shifts to the Donghai Group parking lot where expensive cars line the underground garage. Sumo Yue sits in her car and types out a message asking Tang Yu if he's free tonight because she wants to talk. Tang Yu receives the message and is immediately confused about why Sumo Yue would be looking for him. He texts back asking if she wants to talk about breaking off the engagement, because if so, let's tell their parents right now. Sumo Yue just stares at her phone in complete silence, not expecting that response at all. She immediately fires back asking who said anything about breaking off the engagement. She admits to herself that she doesn't even know what she wants to talk about. Maybe she just wanted to see him. Tang Yu coldly tells her to just say whatever she needs to say directly instead of wasting time. Sumo Yue asks him if he really hates her that much, and her voice actually sounds hurt. Tang Yu dismisses her, saying he has to go drink with some girls, and if she wants to end the engagement, just say so or use a message in a bottle. He's thinking his attitude couldn't be clearer, so why won't she just obediently go be the female lead with Ye Chen? Sumo Yue absolutely loses it and yells that she's not breaking off anything and will marry into the Tang family. Just watch her. Tang Yu's face goes completely blank as he wonders if this woman has lost her entire mind. He's just sitting there holding his phone, completely stunned by what he just heard. He starts driving while internally screaming about whether this woman is actually going insane. Then he gets a text from his brother asking what he's been up to lately. Tang Yu realizes he has outside help as a villain and needs to use his villain advantages to solve this problem. He pulls up to a fancy club and bystanders are losing their minds over his rare sports car that only has 2 in the country. People are wishing they could reincarnate into a rich family like whoever owns that ride. Tang Yu gets right to business and asks his friend to help him figure out how to make this woman give up on him. His green-haired friend young Master Qin asks which woman he's talking about this time. Tang Yu answers simply, Sumo Yue, the woman who won't leave him alone. His friend gets way too excited hearing that Tang Yu is finally done being a simp and should just be a scumbag like him. Tang Yu agrees, saying if he becomes a complete piece of garbage, women will naturally stay away from him. Young Master Qin offers to introduce him to a top-tier girl on the same level as Sumo Yue. Tang Yu is intrigued and asks if she's really that impressive. Someone comparable to Sumo Yue herself. His friend smirks and tells him to just imagine hugging her to piss off Sumo Yue completely. And then she walks in looking absolutely devastating, greeting young Master Qin, and suddenly this episode got a whole lot more interesting. Young Master Qin wastes no time introducing the new arrival to Tang Yu as his good brother. And this is Ling Han, absolutely stunning with that ponytail, immediately complimenting how handsome Tang Yu is. Tang Yu smoothly returns the compliment, saying he's even happier to meet such a beautiful lady. But internally he's freaking out because he recognizes this woman as the jade-faced fox and her target should be Qin Ming, not him. Here's the thing though, Ling Han is secretly a top elite assassin from the Dragon Soul organization, and she's confused because she's somehow hearing this guy's inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Ming is just sitting there thinking his big brother is so handsome that women can't resist him at all. Qin Ming proudly asks Tang Yu if he's being loyal by bringing this beauty over. And Tang Yu is mentally screaming loyal my ass. This is a literal killer that Qin Ming just pushed onto him, treating him like a brother and betraying him like this. Ling Han realizes this definitely isn't ventriloquism. She's actually hearing this guy's inner thoughts clear as day. She tells herself to calm down and not act rashly. This is too valuable an opportunity. Tang Yu also calms himself down, deciding he'll just use his old trick to disgust her so she leaves on her own. So he puts on his most suspicious smile and asks Miss Ling if she has a boyfriend. But she leans in close and flirtatiously asks if Tang Xiao is going to introduce one to her. She's thinking no way she's leaving. She wants to see exactly how much this guy knows about the organization. Tang Yu realizes this isn't going as planned, but figures he can use her to deal with Sumo Yue later since life is all about acting anyway. He casually asks about her hobbies while holding his champagne, trying to play matchmaker. Ling Han says she likes dancing and music, then smoothly turns it back to him. Our boy says they're quite similar since he likes music and watching restricted movies, which is his attempt at being repulsive. But Ling Han just giggles and calls him naughty while getting even closer to him. Tang Yu's internally annoyed, thinking women only affect his enjoyment of life, especially Ya Chen's women. And Ling Han is shocked because he even knows about her 2 failed missions and being saved by the Dragon King both times. Kyun Ming nearly chokes on his drink watching this whole exchange unfold. Tang Yu turns around confused, asking what's going on now. And then Sumuyu walks in looking absolutely devastating in that blue dress, and suddenly this room just got a lot more complicated. She spots Tang Yu immediately and calls out his name with visible frustration. Tang Yu just casually asks if she's here to talk about breaking off the engagement while sitting right next to Ling Han. He's internally begging her to get mad, throw a drink in his face, show some dignity as the female lead, but Sumuyu sees right through it, realizing he came here specifically to provoke her into calling off the engagement, and she refuses to give him what he wants. So instead, she calmly sits down and says she saw him drinking alone and wanted to join, and the Gooners are definitely appreciating this camera angle. Tang Yu is not amused by this unexpected development. Kyun Ming can't believe what he's seeing. The high and mighty Sumuyu is actually tolerating her fiancé holding another woman. Tang Yu's frustrated because she's not playing by the rules, and without a proper breakup, how will Ling Han report their innocence to the Dragon King? He dismissively tells her to go drink somewhere else since she's disturbing him and Miss Ling. Internally, he's thinking what a shameless beast. If she can't stand it, just leave, because his moral bottom line is very flexible. Ling Han realizes what a cunning plan this is, taking advantage of her and using her as a tool. But Sumuyu just smiles and calls out his lousy acting, knowing exactly what he's trying to do. She cheerfully says they can drink all they want, she won't bother them, and when they're done they'll go home together. Tang Yu is absolutely losing it internally. You can practically see the lightning effects around him from the stress. He's screaming in his head that those supportive girlfriend lines are for simps like him. She's mixing up their roles. Sumuyu sweetly says she's thought it through and admits she's made him suffer too much in the past 3 years testing him. And the artist is clearly blessing us with this absolutely stacked view of Sumuyu because they know exactly what they're doing. Tang Yu stares at her with genuine concern about where this is going. He suddenly announces he and Miss Ling are going to the restroom and tells everyone not to disturb them. And he actually drags Ling Han along with him, leaving the others stunned. Kyun Ming is left wondering why everyone is being so wild today. Sumuyu sits alone with her wine, wondering if even though she knows he's acting, could the past 3 years of affection actually have been fake. At the club restroom, Ling Han asks why Tang Xiao brought her here of all places. Tang Yu pulls out a gift box, saying he likes sensible girls who don't ask for money all the time. He continues trash-talking Sumuyu, saying girls who are only after his money make him sick. Then he waves goodbye, saying he'll go talk to Sumuyu about breaking off the engagement and they should drink together next time. Ling Han thinks something feels off about all this, but decides she should report to the Dragon King first. The scene shifts to the club's underground parking lot. Ling Han sits in her car and calls the Dragon King to report in. And this is our first look at Ye Chen, the actual protagonist with silver hair and red eyes, casually asking if the mission is going well. Normally Ling Han would be happy when Ye Chen calls her his pet name, but after Tang Yu exposed his hypocrisy, she now finds it repulsive. She reports that she got close to the target but ran into Tang Yu and Sumuyu while doing so. She explains simply that they're drinking at a bar together. Ye Chen immediately gets suspicious, asking if Tang Yu is trying to get Sumuyu drunk to take advantage of her. Ling Han awkwardly clarifies that they haven't drunk much, but they are hugging and holding each other, with Sumuyu being very forward. Ye Chen refuses to believe it, insisting Sumuyu only has feelings for him and ordering Ling Han to keep an eye on her. Ling Han suggests changing the plan to infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu and better protect Sumuyu. But really she just wants to get closer to Tang Yu, because he knows secrets about the Dragon Soul organization that she's been investigating. Ye Chen agrees to change the plan. The Qin family can wait, just make sure Tang Yu doesn't touch his woman. But then some random security manager starts yelling at Ye Chen for making loud phone calls during work hours. Ye Chen's internally seething, thinking how dare a mere security manager touch him, the mighty Dragon King. If this weren't domestic soil, this guy would already be a corpse. The manager angrily tells him if he doesn't want to work, then get lost. Ye Chen vows internally that once he finishes his plan to woo the girls and take down Su Hong, he'll crush them all. Back at the club, Sumuyu has completely passed out on the couch. Kyun Ming can't help but ask if big brother Tang Yu finished in just 3 minutes. Tang Yu clarifies he sent the assassin away and warns Qin Ming that woman is very dangerous, never get involved with her again. Kyun Ming cheerfully agrees, because even after transmigrating, Tang Yu still inherited strong feelings for his brother from the original body's memories. Kyun Ming then asks what they're going to do about the passed-out Ice Queen over there. Tang Yu sighs and reluctantly says he'll take her back himself. The city skyline glitters at night as Tang Yu thinks at least he doesn't have to drive drunk. In the car with a sleeping Sumuyu, Tang Yu reminds himself he needs to maintain safety awareness to survive against the protagonist. He smiles, thinking being rich is so damn satisfying. If only this world didn't have Ye Chen, it would be perfect. But then Sumuyu starts giggling in her sleep and leaning toward him, which immediately puts him on edge. He literally tells her to get lost while pushing her away. The driver is absolutely shocked, wondering if this is still the usual simp young master he knows. Sumoyu sleepily murmurs she just wants to stay close to him, and Tang Yu remembers her tragic backstory about losing her mother to cancer when young. Her father Su Chongshan was extremely strict with her, and under all that loneliness and pressure she developed a stubborn, competitive personality. But when she's drunk, she completely sheds that cold facade, becoming weak and clingy like a puppy that unconditionally trusts others. Tang Yu suddenly asks why she's getting so handsy with him, and she's now fully climbing onto him in the back of the car. The Gooners are eating extremely well right now with this particular camera angle. Sumoyu smiles and asks him to give her a kiss, looking absolutely devastating. And she's moving in closer while Tang Yu's brain is clearly short-circuiting. Tang Yu panics and screams for Lao Wang to pull her off him. The driver looks extremely uncomfortable about being asked to intervene in this situation, but it's too late because Sumoyu has already fallen forward onto his lap, and now she's fully on top of him in a very compromising position. And that's how the female lead finally gets her kiss from the villain who's been trying so hard to avoid her. Sumoyu is now fully conscious and absolutely going for it, asking why he hasn't been kissing her back. Tang Yu is barely holding it together as he asks if she's always this wild when she drinks. And internally he's screaming because this isn't Sumoyu anymore, this is a thirsty succubus. She accuses him of breaking his promise because he stopped fawning over her after saying he'd do it forever. Tang Yu fires back that he fawned over her for 3 whole years, and still got absolutely nowhere. And she just hits him with the suggestion of trying for another 3 years like that's a reasonable request. Our boy actually considers it for a second and asks what if he did try again. Drunk Sumoyu giggles and tells him he'll turn into a big fawning dog, and the artist is feeding us well right now. Tang Yu just goes completely silent because what do you even say to that? But then she suddenly apologizes and offers to fawn over him instead, clinging onto him desperately. Tang Yu starts yelling at her to stop, but it's clear his resolve is crumbling fast. And then suddenly she just goes quiet and stops moving, leaving Tang Yu extremely confused. He breathes a sigh of relief because she finally calmed down before things got too dangerous. The scene shifts to the Tang family home, a gorgeous mansion glowing warmly against the night sky. Tang Yu decided not to send her home because explaining a wasted Sumoyu to her family would be a nightmare. But his dad is already waiting inside, accusing him of showing his true colors and bringing women home right after getting engaged. And this man pulls out a belt declaring that this father will absolutely not let this slide. Tang Yu frantically explains that this isn't just anyone, this is Sumoyu, his actual fiancée. His dad immediately shifts gears and demands to know how much Tang Yu made her drink to get her this wasted. Dad lectures him about not rushing things even if he's liked her for years, while Tang Yu insists he's not interested in her at all. His dad immediately starts listing other wealthy family daughters, asking if he's interested in the Wang girl or the Qin family's Qixin instead. Tang Yu just waves him off saying he's not interested in anyone. Can dad please stop with the wild guesses? He yawns and announces he's heading to bed for a good sleep, completely done with this conversation. And he's thinking to himself that the life of a wealthy person is just so simple, unpretentious, and dull. The next morning arrives with sunlight streaming into one of the mansion's pristine guest bedrooms. Sumoyu wakes up looking absolutely stunning, even with messy hair, because of course she does. She's mortified because she only wanted to talk to him. How did it end up with her kissing him multiple times? The thing is, she was still somewhat rational when drunk, but she just didn't want to be rational anymore. She buries herself under the covers because the embarrassment is absolutely killing her right now. Tang Yu's mom calls from outside the door letting her know it's time for breakfast. Sumoyu responds politely to his auntie, pulling herself together despite the internal screaming. She steps out looking put together and says good morning, the artist blessing us with this angle. And then Tang Yu appears looking effortlessly good with just a casual morning greeting. Sumoyu immediately starts blushing because the memories of last night are hitting her all at once. But Tang Yu is internally celebrating because yes, this is how she should react to him. Cold and distant like a proper female lead. They head to the dining room, which is absolutely gorgeous because rich people breakfast hits different. Dad immediately scolds Tang Yu for just eating by himself without serving Muyu any food. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's mom is just sitting there looking elegant as she watches the chaos unfold. Tang Yu refuses internally, thinking there's absolutely no way he's serving the protagonist his future harem member. He's thinking women only distract him from surviving, while Sumoyu just smiles and calls him a jerk. Sumoyu politely tells his parents she can serve herself and apologizes for the trouble from drinking too much. Tang Yu is immediately suspicious because damn, is she putting on an act right now? He defends himself saying it really wasn't him who got her to drink. They can ask Qin Ming. But Sumoyu backs him up saying it was her fault for insisting on drinking with him. Tang Yu sees his opening and suggests to his parents that maybe they should reconsider the engagement since they don't get along. His dad's face goes absolutely dark as he asks what Tang Yu just said to him. Sumoyu immediately jumps in asking his dad not to hit him, saying maybe she did something wrong and she'll change. His dad's expression completely flips as he praises how understanding Muyu is, unlike their bratty son. Tang Yu just sits there in complete silence because what can he even do at this point? His mom sweetly tells Muyu to eat more, completely siding with the future daughter-in-law. The meal ended pleasantly for everyone except Tang Yu, who felt like an outsider under the constant threat of his father's belt. Meanwhile, at Tengwang Group, a massive corporate building that screams money and power, Wang Yishu has been investigating since she overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, and she's confirmed that Far's company has major issues. But she's actually more interested in Ye Chen, whose identity is completely shrouded in mystery. She found a company that invested heavily in Far's, becoming its largest shareholder, but it's not under Ye Chen's name directly. So she decides to make a move and reaches for the phone to set her plan in motion. She tells her assistant Anna to find Wang Rulong and let him know she's agreed to the cooperation with funds transferring within 24 hours. She also wants Far's company contacted immediately to move the project forward as fast as possible. The scene shifts to Wang Rulong's office, where his secretary Anna receives the call. Anna, who has pink hair and glasses, smirks as she reports that Wang Yishu finally agreed to the deal. And here's the twist. Anna is plotting to take the general manager position for herself and marry off her cousin. She immediately moves to notify Brother Ye about the development because of course there's a bigger conspiracy here. Elsewhere in the city, our old friend the Dragon King's operation continues to move in the shadows. A silver-haired guy with red eyes answers the call, saying he understands and to just wait to take over Tengwang Group. He hangs up with a smirk, declaring the Wang family's billions will soon be his. The absolute audacity. He poses confidently on the street like some kind of anime protagonist having his villain moment, but then his captain shows up furious, asking if this newbie is out of his mind, showing off every single day. The captain gives him a final warning that if he catches him boasting again, there will be consequences. The silver-haired guy just agrees half-heartedly because he knows his plans are bigger than this job. Half an hour later, the city skyline gleams as the corporate machinations continue to unfold. Wang Yishu receives a call confirming that Far's company just received a 3 billion deposit. She smiles triumphantly because her prey has finally taken the bait. Once that money hits Far's company, it'll be nearly impossible for them to get it back. And the Gooners are eating well right now because she's looking absolutely devastating while scheming. She texts Tang Yu asking to meet for a business meal. He says no time, so she threatens him with those photos. Tang Yu sees the photo and panics because anyone who sees this would think he's some pervert stealing underwear in her room. He's sweating bullets, wondering if he deleted this, what happened to basic trust between people. Wang Yishu just smugly asks if he wants to rephrase his answer about not having time. He immediately caves and asks where to meet. She says, that evening at the deep-sea restaurant. Wang Yishu waves him over, looking stunning in front of the aquarium walls. Tang Yu reluctantly sits down, asking if they really need to discuss business in a place like this. She responds with hearts floating around her, saying yes because it's so romantic here. Tang Yu's thinking that it's certainly romantic. People come here for private dining and sometimes start other activities before the meal even begins. He declares that even in a private room he won't give in, because a sparrow can't match a true dragon, though she's definitely not exactly a sparrow. Wang Yishu gets visibly angry, saying she'll show him just how worthy she actually is. She sweetly calls him honey and asks what he'd like to eat while holding the menu. Tang Yu says he doesn't have much appetite dining with her and tells her to stop calling him honey. He's internally screaming that this was supposed to be a business meeting, while she just orders a couple set meal anyway. And then her foot starts making its way toward his leg under the table in a very suggestive shot. Tang Yu flinches back, asking what she thinks she's doing right now. She just smiles innocently and asks if he's tired, suggesting he could massage her legs. Tang Yu is mortified, thinking this isn't dining anymore. Someone could see them and it would be social suicide. He nervously offers to call a waiter to help her massage instead, while his hands are somehow already on her legs. And she hits him with the classic reversal, asking why he's touching her feet and calling him a pervert. Tang Yu's having a revelation, realizing he's been too passive this whole time, and that's exactly why she keeps teasing him. So our boy decides to flip the script and confidently asks if she really wants that leg massage. And Wang Yishu, looking absolutely stunning as always, just smiles and tells him to go ahead. His hands actually make contact with her leg, and the Gooners are definitely eating well right now. And would you look at that, suddenly she's the one looking all flustered and embarrassed. Tang Yu's thinking, I knew it. This woman is all talk, but in practice she's no match for me. He doubles down, asking if she's feeling shy now and telling her she started this so she can finish it. Wang Yishu is looking genuinely flustered with hearts floating around her, and it's honestly pretty adorable. 10 minutes later and she's frustrated that he's still showing no reaction, saying he could start a fire rubbing sticks by now. And then she reveals her true colors, laughing that the shy looks were all an act and she just got a free massage out of him. Tang Yu just leans back exhausted, declaring he's done massaging because he's tired now. But she's just looking at him, thinking how cute little Tang Yu is, completely unbothered. He notices her staring and asks why she's looking at him like that. She just teases him, asking if he's blushing and wanting to take a closer look. Tang Yu puts his hand up to stop her, telling her to just eat the meal properly since they're supposed to be discussing business. Wang Yishu puts on her business face, and honestly she's still looking devastating even in serious mode. Tang Yu asks what kind of project requires 30 billion, because that's definitely not a small amount. She explains it's for new energy, reminding him that he thought it was a good idea last time they discussed it. Tang Yu agrees to invest but holds up 2 fingers, saying there are 2 conditions she needs to accept first. Wang Yishu raises an eyebrow and asks what conditions he's talking about. First, don't bother him unless necessary because men and women shouldn't be too familiar. And second, give him her phone to delete those photos and videos. She reluctantly hands over the phone, telling him to delete them, but he better keep his word about the investment. Tang Yu takes the phone with a smile, saying of course he'll keep his word. But then he opens the gallery and finds a bunny girl photo of Wang Yishu that has him absolutely shook. He's internally freaking out about how bold she is in private, and gets weirdly jealous, wondering who took these photos. She laughs and tells him they're selfies with no photographer involved, but it's cute that he knows how to get jealous. She asks if he deleted everything with that knowing smile of hers. He confirms it's all done and tells her not to do such boring things anymore while still looking at the phone. Wang Yishu tells him to transfer the money quickly and she'll let him know when the project succeeds. But here's the thing, she's secretly planning to make a big move to bleed Yi Chen dry and play him to death. Meanwhile, the Dragon King himself is getting terrible news that Far's company got hit with massive tax evasion fines. He's absolutely furious because the collapse of Far's company just ruined his entire plan to win over Wang Yishu. And the Manhwa really goes there with a toilet metaphor for how much money got flushed down the drain. Huajin investment under his organization lost nearly 1,000 billion from this market crash, which is an absolutely insane amount of money. And then he gets intel that someone short-sold them, with 80 billion invested by both the Tengwang Group and the Tang Group. He's completely bewildered, wondering how those 2 families could have done this when his plan was supposed to be flawless. He's trying to figure it out, thinking Wang Rolong wouldn't dare betray him and Wang Yishu should still be in the dark. Then it hits him, could that useless brat Tang Yu have somehow found out something? But he reassures himself that his Dragon King identity is absolutely confidential. There's no way Tang Yu knows. He brushes it off, saying losing 1,000 billion is nothing because once he takes over the 4 major families, that money comes back 100-fold. As long as his identity stays hidden, he'll find another way to win Wang Yishu because there are 10,000 ways to conquer a woman. And then with lightning flashing behind him, he declares that Tang Yu will repay this money with his life, and the Tang family will perish. Meanwhile, at the Tang family mansion, things are about to get very interesting. Tang Yu receives a system notification saying he survived the plot, and as a reward, the Land of Bright Moon Hotel has been transferred to his name. The system explains that in Chapter 88, the Dragon King's scheme was supposed to succeed, but Tang Yu changed that fate. Tang Yu smirks, satisfied that after all his hard work acting and laying low, he finally got the reward he deserves. But he's kind of unimpressed, saying the Bright Moon Hotel sounds ordinary even if it's a 7-star hotel since his family already has money. He wonders why the system didn't give him a life-saving skill instead. Unless there's something mysterious about this hotel. Now let's talk about the Su family, who was once as glorious as the Tang family but has declined severely in recent years. And this is Su Muye, the one keeping them from completely falling out of the 4 great families, looking absolutely gorgeous as always. But guess who shows up at her house? It's the Dragon King himself. Greeting her like they're old friends, Su Muye crosses her arms and coldly asks what he's doing here. And this guy actually thinks her cold attitude is just her trying to protect him by making him stay away, calling her a silly girl. He just walks closer and says he missed her so he came to see her, completely missing all the obvious signals. Then he starts boasting about being more capable than she thinks and that soon everyone will know who calls the shots in Su Shou. Sumoyue is visibly getting angry because this guy just doesn't take a hint. And then her father storms out, furious that this guy embarrassed their family last time and dares to show his face again. But the Dragon King just says he originally wanted to keep a low profile, but today he'll show them that even the Tang family is just an ant to him. He announces that Su Mayue's birthday is in 3 days, and he's gonna host the party for her. Su's father scoffs, saying he's never seen anyone brag this much, and asks if he thinks he can book the top floor of Bright Moon Hotel. He crosses his arms and says even his family and the Tang family couldn't manage it, and if this guy can pull it off, he'll lick his shoes. Here's some context. 2 years ago, Tang Yu personally offered 300 million to book that top floor for Su Moyu's birthday, but Bright Moon Hotel refused, saying the rules couldn't be broken unless the Tang family bought the entire hotel outright. The Dragon King smirks and says it seems like he needs to give them a demonstration of his true strength. He calls out for Longya and his voice echoes with absolute confidence. And this absolute unit of a man appears, asking for the Dragon King's orders. This is Longya, one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, deeply trusted by Ye Chen for his loyalty and business skills. And apparently Ye Chen keeps him around not just for convenience, but to use his less attractive appearance to make himself look more handsome by comparison. Longya stands ready with a briefcase, looking like he's about to handle some serious business. The Dragon King orders him to show them the documents and open their eyes to his power. Longya opens the briefcase and pulls out the official papers right on command. The Dragon King holds up the document triumphantly, ready to prove everyone wrong. Su's father is actually impressed, thinking this guy must have connections everywhere and wondering if marrying into the Tang family would even compare. But Su Muye stays firm, reminding him that if this doesn't work out, he's not allowed to bother her ever again. She's thinking it's absolutely impossible to book that top floor anyway, and even if he somehow does, she'll still reject him. The Dragon King just grins and says it's a deal, completely confident in his victory. He takes his leave looking smug, promising that with him as their son-in-law, the Su family will become the second most powerful in Susho. As he walks away, the Su family mansion stands silent while he boasts about their future glory. Su's father is actually considering this a good opportunity to test this man's real capabilities. He's thinking if this guy really can pull it off, maybe choosing a better son-in-law than Tang Yu wouldn't be such a bad idea. Meanwhile, our boy Tang Yu is checking out his latest system reward, the entire Bright Moon Hotel. And of course, the hotel manager is already there to greet him like royalty. Tang Yu waves him off, telling him there's no need to be so formal about it. The manager offers to give him the grand tour, and Tang Yu agrees to check out his new property. And the moment he steps inside, our boy is absolutely blown away by how luxurious this place is. The outdoor pool area, the gardens, this hotel has everything, and Tang Yu is living his best life. They eventually make their way to the general manager's office to discuss business. And that's when the manager drops some interesting news. The head of Longchen Group wants to book the top floor for a birthday party. Tang Yu's brain immediately short-circuits because he recognizes this plot from chapter 95 of the original story. In the original, Ye Chen books this hotel to throw a massive birthday party for Su Moyue and completely wins over her family. And Su Moyue, looking absolutely devastating by the way, ends up completely falling for him after this romantic gesture. After that, Ye Chen's influence explodes and he starts working on completely devouring the Tang family. Tang Yu's internally screaming at the system because he knew something was fishy when it suddenly got so generous. He's thinking the hotel is a hot potato now. If he rents it out, Ye Chen wins Su Moyue and the Su family becomes his power base. But if he refuses, Longye's mad dog temperament means he'll stop at nothing, potentially endangering lives, so either way it's a dead end. But then Tang Yu remembers that in the original story this manager has exceptional talent for being a double agent and causing trouble. The manager notices Tang Yu spacing out and asks if something's wrong. Tang Yu puts on a scheming smile and says they can agree to rent the top floor, but they absolutely cannot let the birthday party actually happen. The manager is completely confused, asking why they wouldn't just refuse directly if they don't want it to happen. Tang Yu just brushes it off and suggests they go meet the guest who wants to book the top floor first. They make their way through the elegant hallways of the hotel to meet their mysterious client. Manager Wang introduces himself professionally, asking how he should address the guest, and who's waiting for them but Longye himself, demanding to know how much it costs to book the entire top floor for Miss Su Muyue's birthday. The manager immediately realizes this is competition with young Master Tang over a woman, and this is his chance to prove his loyalty. He's thinking this is the perfect opportunity to stand out and earn Tang Yu's favor. So he puts on his biggest smile and eagerly agrees to open the top floor for free as an exception to build good relations with Longchen Group. Longye looks a bit suspicious because that was way too easy, but he's not about to complain. They exchange the banquet plan documents with the manager pretending to go along with everything. The manager reads through the romantic party plan and internally mocks how sweet and elaborate it all is. He's already vowing to himself that if he doesn't completely humiliate them at this birthday party, he'll change his entire surname. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's system pings him congratulating him on being really good at laying low. Special reward triggered for being shameless. An ancient martial arts skill called the Immovable Wisdom King technique, but it can only be used once. Tang Yu's eyes go wide because in urban fantasy novels, ancient martial arts are basically the most powerful thing that exists. According to the system, when mastered, this technique makes your body as hard as an immovable Wisdom King, basically invincible defense. Our boy is absolutely hyped because in other words, nobody can break through his defense now. But then the disappointment hits when he realizes it can only be used once, which feels like a total ripoff. Tang Yu gets an idea and decides to try negotiating with the system. He asks the system if they could maybe remove that whole can only be used once part of the deal. The system just laughs and says no, because of course it wouldn't be that easy. Tang Yu sighs and figures having it once is better than nothing. At least now experts can't kill him with just one punch, it'll take at least two. He starts getting excited, wondering what kind of reward he'll get after the birthday party since this is a major plot point. Soon the news spreads throughout Susho that the legendary top floor of Bright Moon Hotel has finally been booked by the Longchen Group. The entire upper-class society is buzzing with curiosity about who this mysterious owner is and which woman is important enough for such treatment. Longye shows up at the Su mansion to personally escort Su Moyue to her birthday party at Bright Moon Hotel. Su Moyue can't believe he actually pulled it off, but agrees to go because she needs to make things absolutely clear with him today. She tells Longye they can leave now, her expression cold but determined. Su's father tries to stop her, pointing out that this doesn't seem appropriate since she and Tang Yu are already together. Longye scoffs, saying who cares about Tang Yu when young Master Yi could destroy him with just a flick of his finger. Su Muya reassures her father that it's fine and she'll handle any problems that come up herself. And with that, she walks away, leaving her father watching with concern. At the hotel, Yi Chen has already changed into a high-end suit and is sipping wine by the window, ready to prove he's the true dragon's son-in-law. He hears Su Muyue call his name and turns around with anticipation. Ye Chen greets her with open arms, saying she finally came and asking if he kept his word. And Sumuya is standing there looking absolutely stunning in that dress, telling him she needs to make something clear. But before she can finish, Ye Chen shushes her and says he has a very special gift to give her. And right on cue, fireworks start exploding across the entire city skyline. The fireworks spell out "Happy Birthday Sumuyu" in massive glowing letters across the night sky. Both of them watch as the spectacular display lights up the entire city just for her birthday. Down below, crowds are gathering to watch, everyone wondering if this is really for the Su family's eldest daughter and how much it must have cost. People are amazed the fireworks have been going on for 10 minutes straight, and there's somehow still more coming. Ye Chen smirks proudly, thinking Longya certainly didn't disappoint with this impressive display. Sumuya actually looks touched by the gesture, which is exactly what Ye Chen was hoping for. But then Ye Chen's expression suddenly shifts as he notices something wrong with the fireworks. Because the finale message reads "Love you, you," and that is definitely not what he ordered. Ye Chen is absolutely furious, demanding to know why that bastard's name is appearing at the end of his fireworks display. The crowd immediately recognizes Yu as the eldest son of the Tang family, and everyone starts praising how romantic young Master Tang is. Back at the hotel, Manager Wang is looking extremely pleased with himself, thinking Tang Yu should be very satisfied with his work. Meanwhile, Tang Yu himself is rushing to the hotel in a white suit, having heard that the party went off successfully. He's internally panicking because he told the manager to sabotage this party, not make it go perfectly well. The moment he walks in, the entire crowd turns and calls out his name. Tang Yu is completely confused, wondering why everyone is staring at him like that. Is his handsomeness really that impossible to ignore? Sumuyo is absolutely glowing, saying she never expected the one who carefully prepared this birthday party for her would be him. Tang Yu is standing there with question marks floating around his head, genuinely having no idea what she's talking about. And Sumuya is looking absolutely devastating right now, clearly moved by what she thinks is his grand romantic gesture. Tang Yu's still completely lost, wondering what exactly the manager did to make everyone this happy. And that's when he finally looks up and sees the fireworks message that says "Love you, you" lighting up the entire sky. And right on cue, Ye Chen storms up to our boy Tang Yu with that classic villain energy, demanding to know if he's responsible for all of this. Tang Yu's face says it all. He's genuinely confused because he has absolutely no idea what's happening right now. But before he can even process anything, Manager Wang steps up with a squad of bodyguards, proudly declaring this is all young Master Tang's grand gift. And this man has the audacity to ask Tang Yu if he's satisfied with the birthday party he allegedly organized. Tang Yu just stares at him, internally screaming because he specifically told this guy to sabotage the event, not throw a 5-star celebration. Manager Wang is absolutely radiating pride right now, completely convinced he's done an amazing job for his boss. And then this man really turns to Ye Chen and asks who he thinks he is to compete with young Master Tang for a woman. Absolutely ruthless. Tang Yu is having a full mental breakdown because he only asked the manager to cause small problems, not drop a nuclear bomb on his relationship with the Dragon King. Ye Chen completely loses it, threatening to end this man's entire existence right here and now. But then Sumuyo steps in, looking absolutely stunning by the way, and shuts down Ye Chen, asking if intimidation is all he's capable of. And Ye Chen is absolutely seething inside, thinking how dare his woman protect another man in front of him. But then his brain does some impressive mental gymnastics, convincing himself that she's actually protecting him from making a mistake. Meanwhile, Longya tries to calm down his Dragon King before things get out of hand at this very public event. But Manager Wang is on a roll, getting right in Longya's face, asking how dare they claim to host this party when his boss owns the whole hotel. He points out with maximum smugness that young Master Tang was the one who actually organized everything for Miss Su today. And the cherry on top, he didn't even charge them a single penny, making Ye Chen's entire fireworks display look like a cheap gesture. Longya's face goes through several stages of rage as he finally realizes why this hotel manager refused his money in the first place. Manager Wang goes for the killing blow, publicly calling out Ye Chen as shameless for chasing an engaged woman and having zero self-awareness. Tang Yu is internally begging this man to please stop talking because every word is digging his grave deeper with the actual Dragon King. But Manager Wang thinks his boss is just being humble, and as a loyal subordinate, it's his duty to stand up and defend young Master Tang's honor. Ye Chen is having a full existential crisis because when has the Dragon King ever been publicly humiliated like this by a hotel manager of all people? But then he catches himself, reminding himself that small impatience ruins big plans, and he absolutely cannot reveal his true identity here. So he puts on a confident smirk and tells Maya she'll soon realize who the right choice for her really is. Classic villain exit line. And with that, Ye Chen and Longya make their strategic retreat through the hotel lobby, saving face for now. Manager Wang is absolutely basking in his victory, boasting that he alone could take on all of them because nobody messes with young Master Tang. He claps his hands and announces that the unpleasant guests have left, so everyone can continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday properly. And there she is, Sumuyo making a birthday wish over her absolutely gorgeous 3-tier cake, looking like an absolute vision. And the party continues with plenty of beautiful guests enjoying the celebration. This manhwa really knows its demographic. Tang Yu is just standing there accepting his fate at this point, completely resigned to the chaos his manager has created. Sungwoo Yue tells him this is the happiest birthday she's ever had and she'll remember this day for the rest of her life, and she is glowing right now. Our boy plays along like a champ, saying it's nothing as long as she's happy, fully committing to this accidental romantic hero role. And then she asks if he wants to know what she wished for, looking absolutely devastating in that dress, by the way. Tang Yu's confusion is almost visible as question marks practically float around his head, trying to figure out where this is going. She leans in and whispers for him to come closer. She'll tell him quietly so no one else can hear, and this man has no idea what's coming. And she plants a kiss right on his cheek, and the entire room loses their minds because our boy just got ambushed by affection. Tang Yu is completely shell-shocked, internally screaming that he let his guard down, and this is the opposite of laying low. Manager Wang is absolutely losing it in the background, cheering like his favorite sports team just scored the winning goal. He's celebrating internally that his mission to help young Master Tang get the girl was a complete success. Absolutely nailed it. He sidles up to Tang Yu, asking if he's satisfied with today's events, and our protagonist can only muster a defeated yes. But then Tang Yu pulls him aside, saying he has something important to tell him, and you can already sense the revenge brewing. He tells Manager Wang that with his exceptional talent, working at this hotel is really wasting his abilities. And this sounds like a compliment, but wait for it. Tang Yu offers him a promotion to regional manager of their new Siberia branch with triple the salary, and this is the most passive-aggressive exile ever. Manager Wang is touched, humbly saying he only did a small insignificant job, completely missing the fact that he's being shipped to Siberia. The man is literally crying tears of joy, thinking young Master Tang is such a good person, easy to get along with, completely oblivious. Tang Yu pats his shoulder and tells him to finish his handover tomorrow and prepare to leave immediately. The Tang family rewards merit, after all. Our boy waves goodbye with a smile, leaving the manager to his frozen wasteland promotion. And the moment he's out of sight, Tang Yu mutters that next time there's a traitor like this, he's sending them directly to Syria instead. Meanwhile, Manager Wang is texting his group chat, telling all his colleagues that helping young Master Tang get the girl equals instant promotions. The group chat explodes with enthusiasm, everyone agreeing to crush anyone who dares compete with Tang Yu, especially that idiot Ya Chen. Manager Wang is so pleased with himself, thinking this is all he can do to help his young master, completely unaware of his Siberian future. Meanwhile, at the hotel entrance, guests are still buzzing about the evening's events. Everyone's talking about how romantic young Master Tang is, that fireworks display was absolutely legendary, and his reputation just skyrocketed. But Yu Chen is standing there absolutely seething, thinking about how this Tang Yu has dared to humiliate the Dragon King himself. Longya is having a full meltdown because he messed up the Dragon King's very first task, and when the Dragon King is angry, blood will flow like a river. Longya drops to his knees apologizing, saying it was all his fault for not handling the situation properly today. And this man is about to literally harm himself as penance, dramatically grabbing his chest like he's ready to break his own tendons. Ye Chen quickly stops him, saying there's no need for that, they're brothers, and this is just a small matter in the grand scheme of things. Longya is moved to tears, pledging his undying loyalty to serve the Dragon King with everything he has for the rest of his life. But Ye Chen makes it clear that today's humiliation absolutely cannot be settled so easily. Someone has to pay. They relocate to a nearby restaurant to plan their revenge in a more private setting. Ye Chen orders immediate retaliation. Within 1 week, he wants that hotel unable to operate, and that Manager Wang needs to die for his insolence. Longya nods and asks about Tang Yu himself, clearly eager to take care of that problem too. Ye Chen smirks and says he's already sent Ling Xin and Qi Yin to approach Tang Yu, so that problem will take care of itself soon enough. Longya's eyes widen because those two are the third and fourth of the 8 great warriors in their organization. Tang Yu is definitely dead. The scene shifts to nightfall, where a beautiful mansion sits under the starry sky. Inside, our boy Tang Yu is sprawled out on his bed, lamenting that once again he failed spectacularly at laying low today. He thinks about the look on Ye Chen's face and realizes staying under the radar is going to be even harder from now on. But then his system pings him with a reward notification for surviving the plot event, and this time it's the King Nung Heavenly Scripture. Tang Yu sits up in complete shock because wait, did the system just give him something actually useful for once? He's genuinely excited because this reward apparently maxed out his medical skills instantly, no training required, just pure knowledge downloaded. Our boy goes full chibi mode, celebrating that he's now the most skilled practitioner of Chinese medicine in existence, absolutely broken. But then his trust issues kick in and he asks the system if this scripture is actually reliable or another trap waiting to happen. The system gets offended, asking if he really thinks it would sell him a defective product. The audacity of this host. Tang Yu fires back that the system literally gave him a hotel that turned into a trap, so yeah, his suspicion is completely justified. The system goes silent, and Tang Yu decides he probably shouldn't use these medical skills unless absolutely necessary to stay low-key. But before he can relax, his phone starts ringing with an incoming call, and he's informed that starting tomorrow, a new secretary will be managing his schedule, and Tang Yu has absolutely no idea what he's in for. The next morning arrives at Tang Corporation headquarters, where our boy is about to meet the new secretary Ye Chen sent to spy on him, and she is absolutely stunning, introducing herself as Qi Yin, one of the 8 great warriors sent to infiltrate Tang Yu's life. Tang Yu takes one look at her and thinks she's beautiful with a delicate charm, but her humble background might make corporate life difficult. And Qi Yin freezes because wait, did she just hear that thought directly in her head? Tang Yu puts a friendly hand on her shoulder, telling her not to be nervous and that she can ask him anything since he's super approachable. Meanwhile, Ling Xin asks if Tang Yu wants to have dinner at her place tonight, maybe share some red wine together, and the energy here is getting very flirty. But our boy smoothly declines, saying he has plans and needs to assign work to Qi Yin first, completely dodging that invitation. And internally, he's thinking that men really need to protect themselves these days because who knows if that wine would be drugged. Qi Yin's eyes widen because she definitely heard that thought too, and she's starting to realize she might have accidentally awakened some kind of mind-reading ability. She's internally celebrating because the Dragon King sent her to infiltrate Tang Group and steal their secrets, and hearing thoughts makes this mission way too easy. But then Tang Yu's next thought hits her like a truck, because he's thinking, wait, Qi Yin? That name sounds really familiar, and our boy connects the dots instantly, remembering she's the spy sent by that idiot, Ye Chen, and her humble background totally confirms it. Qi Yin is absolutely fuming internally because he keeps mentioning her background and she's thinking have some respect already, and then panic sets in because if he knows who she is, then her cover is blown and her entire infiltration plan just failed on day 1. But Tang Yu just casually calls out to her to make some tea first, completely acting like nothing happened. Meanwhile, he's thinking about how in the original plot, Qi Yin was instrumental in destroying Tang Corporation with her combat skills and top-tier hacking abilities. So his brilliant plan is simple. If she wants confidential data so badly, he'll just make her a fake one to take back to Ye Chen. Qi Yin hears this thought and she's absolutely offended, thinking does he really believe she's too stupid to tell the difference between real and fake? Tang Yu cheerfully hands her a document to deliver to the business department, acting perfectly innocent with little flowers blooming around him. Qi Yin brings him tea while secretly plotting how to outsmart this guy who clearly knows way more than he should. Tang Yu gets to work looking all serious and professional, which would be intimidating if Qi Yin didn't know what was actually going through his head. She scoffs internally, thinking this is obviously a baited hook and only a complete fool would actually fall for something so transparent. But then she picks up the document and hears his next thought about how Ye Chen is actually her true enemy, and the Tang family owes her father a debt of gratitude. Qi Yin's world completely shatters because what does he mean Dragon King is her enemy, and what does the Tang family have to do with her father? She walks down the hallway in a daze because she grew up in Dragon Soul organization, trained by Ye Chen's master, and as an orphan she always wanted to know her real family. She'd been secretly investigating for years but could never find any information about her parents, like they simply didn't exist in this world. After so many years she'd almost given up hope entirely, but then Tang Yu casually drops this bombshell like it's nothing. How much more does this guy know? Why would the Dragon King be her enemy? And what exactly does this have to do with the Tang family? She makes up her mind right then she needs to investigate the Tang family first since they apparently owe her father something important. And of course that's when her phone rings with an incoming call from the Dragon King himself. Talk about timing. Ye Chen wants to know how the investigation is going, and Qi Yin has to play it cool while her entire worldview just got demolished. She texts back that she's obtained the first set of data and will send it tonight, keeping up appearances perfectly. Ye Chen praises her work and dangles the reward of becoming his woman if she completes the mission before Ling Han, because of course that's the motivation he thinks will work. But Qi Yin suddenly doesn't feel like eating anymore, wondering if Tang Yu's thoughts about Dragon King being her real enemy have completely messed with her head. She tells him she needs to deliver the document first and cuts the conversation short, which is completely out of character for her. Ye Chen is left absolutely baffled because Qi Yin has never ended their conversations early before, and now he's wondering what went wrong. 15 minutes later back at the office, Qi Yin is about to discover just how ridiculous her new work assignment is going to be. She reports back that she delivered the document and asks if there's anything else he needs, trying to act like a normal secretary. Tang Yu stretches lazily at his desk, clearly not taking any of this corporate stuff seriously. He casually mentions the company is planning to enter the gaming business and needs her to do some market research for him. The office has a nice cozy setup for what's about to become the most absurd work assignment in corporate history. Qi Yin asks how exactly she should conduct this research, genuinely curious about her new responsibilities. Tang Yu points to a massive TV screen showing 25 best-selling games and tells her to complete all of them with daily progress reports. He sweetens the deal with free snacks, bubble tea, reimbursed takeout, and a rest area next door if she gets tired of playing. He tells her to start playing immediately and not slack off since the office has cameras and he'll be watching her progress. And and internally he's thinking this keeps her from causing trouble anywhere else, so he'll just make her play games all day like the genius he is. Chi-in sits down on the couch with a smirk, thinking does he really believe she'd fall for such an obvious trap so easily. Fast forward a few hours and she's completely hooked on the games, having fallen for the trap exactly as predicted. July 13th, work report, played games. That's it, that's the entire summary of her day. July 14th, work report, played games and maybe fell asleep a few times. Our elite spy is living her best life. July 16th hits and she's having an existential crisis, with someone asking if she even finished the investigation yet. July 17th, work report, played more games, investigation forgotten, brain chemistry successfully rewired by gaming addiction. Tang Yu passed 5 peaceful days like this, but on the 6th day his Mingyu hotel suddenly runs into some serious trouble. A hotel maid knocks on a room door explaining that checkout was 2 hours ago, asking if anyone is still inside. When she gets no response, she starts wondering if maybe nobody is there anymore. She pulls out her keycard, deciding to check the room since the guest is clearly late on checkout. Stepping inside, she immediately notices the room is freezing cold, which is definitely not normal. And then she sees what's in the bathroom and screams in absolute horror. A woman's body lies in the bathtub surrounded by blood, and this situation just went from zero to nightmare instantly. News of someone committing suicide at Mingyu Hotel spreads through the city like wildfire. Guests start checking out in droves because nobody wants to stay at a hotel where someone just died. Tang Yu rushes over immediately and the new general manager Zhao Li is already waiting to deliver the bad news. Zhao Li is absolutely devastated, apologizing that he just took over the hotel and this disaster happened on his watch. Tang Yu calms him down saying it's not his fault and asks for a full situation report on what the police have found. He's thinking that people who can afford this hotel are all wealthy individuals living good lives, so why would any of them actually want to die? Zhao Li reveals that police found the victim's hair was missing and she might have been violated, but there's no evidence. Tang Yu immediately asks about surveillance footage. Tang Yu's mind races because this method of killing and leaving no evidence, could this be Dragon Tooth Ye Chen's bodyguard? He understands Ye Chen wanting revenge after being humiliated, but using an innocent woman's life to frame him is crossing a line that demands payback. But then something catches his attention across the room. 2 suspicious middle-aged men are walking by casually smoking and chatting, one missing an ear and the other blind in one eye, looking way too relaxed for this situation. Zhao Li leans in and asks if Tang Yu suspects those 2 shady-looking characters might be the culprits. Tang Yu tells him it's not them, he already knows who did it. Manager just needs to comfort the victim's family while he handles the real culprit. 2 days later, the hotel sits nearly empty and a certain someone shows up to twist the knife even further. A massive bearded man walks in radiating pure villain energy, mockingly asking if this is young Master Tang and why his hotel business is doing so poorly. Our boy fires back sarcastically, thanking Mr. Long for sending people to cause trouble at his hotel every single day. Mr. Long claims he can't help it since the deceased was a senior executive at his Long Chen group, so he has to fight for her rights. And then he drops the ultimatum: either shut down the hotel or sell it to him, because this man clearly came here to make our boy's life miserable. So Dragon Tooth's real plan becomes clear, and it's not just about ruining the hotel's business, it's about humiliating the Tang family and bleeding them dry. He throws down the ultimatum like a true villain: 50 billion, either sell the hotel or watch it go bankrupt, and this man looks way too proud of himself. Tang Yu's immediately thinking, 50 billion? That's straight up robbery, because even quadrupling that price wouldn't cover the hotel's actual value. But our boy just smirks and tells Dragon Tooth to kick rocks, saying even a year of sabotage won't make him sell. And honestly, the audacity is refreshing. And Dragon Tooth does not take rejection well because this man literally kicks the entire table across the room like a child throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, manager Zhao is watching this display of raw violence and genuinely wondering if he's dealing with some kind of monster right now. But Tang Yu recognizes exactly what's happening here. This is Dragon Tooth's signature negotiation tactic: intimidate people until their psychological defenses crumble. So Tang Yu decides to give the people what they want and starts pretending to be scared while calling for bodyguards like his life depends on it. Dragon Tooth just laughs at him, claiming even 20 bodyguards won't help, and threatens to kill Tang Yu and flee China if necessary. But internally, Tang Yu is completely unbothered, thinking this whole intimidation routine is genuinely the most boring thing he's experienced all week. So he puts on his best terrified face and stammers out that fine, he'll sell, while mentally preparing the biggest trap of Dragon Tooth's career. Dragon Tooth is practically glowing with victory, demanding Tang Yu sign and stamp immediately while gloating about how nothing stands against the Dragon Soul organization. Tang Yu casually asks manager Zhao to bring over the company seal, and Zhao reluctantly agrees while probably dying inside watching this unfold. With the document stamped, Dragontooth dismisses them as useless fools, saying this is just the interest payment for offending young Master Yi. And just like that, Dragontooth struts out with his stolen hotel, leaving Tang Yu and Zhao standing in what used to be their property. Zhao Li is losing his mind, asking why the leader of the four great families just lets some upstart walk all over them without fighting back. Tang Yu just smiles mysteriously and tells him to wait a couple days because the real show is only just beginning, and I love when our boy gets cryptic. On their way out, Tang Yu asks about Mr. Wang Defa's family, wanting to know if they've successfully relocated yet. Zhao Li confirms they took a train to Siberia 2 nights ago, and as instructed, they fabricated travel records showing he went to Africa instead. Tang Yu nods approvingly as he slides into his car, satisfied that at least one piece of his plan is firmly in place. See, Tang Yu knew Yi Chen's group was petty enough to go after Wang Defa for publicly insulting them, so he protected his people first before handing over the hotel. And now that the innocent bystanders are safe, it's time for Phase 2, teaching Dragoontooth a lesson he won't soon forget. His fingers fly across the laptop keyboard as the trap he's been preparing this whole time finally springs into motion. Meanwhile, Dragoontooth is calling Yi Chen to report his victory, bragging about how he forced that Tang brat to sell for only 5 billion. Yi Chen is absolutely delighted, because that hotel was where he got humiliated, and now he just made over 10 billion on the deal, while Dragoontooth did all the dirty work. But then Yi Chen asks about that Wang guy, because apparently a lowly subordinate of the Tang family daring to publicly scold him is a death sentence. Dragoontooth reports that Wang took a flight to Africa a few days ago, and Yi Chen immediately orders an assassination because this man holds grudges like a professional. Yi Chen is feeling himself right now, declaring that this is just the beginning while Qi Yin feeds him intel, calling all of Susho his personal chessboard. But while these villains are patting themselves on the back, the police station is about to throw a wrench in all their plans. Inside, a certain Captain Bai Wenyi is still investigating the Moonlight Hotel case, and she's absolutely convinced this was a murder, not a suicide. She's frustrated because how is it possible that a crime this obvious left absolutely zero evidence behind unless someone very professional did this? Her colleague walks in thinking she works too hard and should relax by going on a date with him, and buddy, she is way out of your league. But then something catches Bai Wenyi's attention and she perks up immediately, her detective instincts firing on all cylinders. A new email notification just popped up on her screen, and something tells me this is about to change everything. Bai Wenyi's eyes go wide as she processes whatever she's reading, and she immediately jumps into action mode. She's calling out urgently for Zhao Zhang because whatever just landed in her inbox is apparently time-sensitive. She orders him to get Chief Wang immediately, and the poor guy goes from flirting to panicking in about half a second. When Chief Wang arrives, Bai Wenyi announces they finally have a lead in the Moonlight Hotel murder case, and things are about to get very interesting. Chief Wang's expression shifts to deadly serious as he processes this information, because a break in this case means someone powerful is going down. He immediately calls for a meeting to form a special task force, announcing he'll personally lead the investigation because this case just became priority 1. And just like that, the entire West City Police Branch mobilizes, with officers streaming out to begin their inquiry after a 2-hour strategy meeting. Meanwhile, Bai Wenyi, feeling a bit overwhelmed by everything, heads to a food stall across from the station to decompress. And that's when someone calls out her name, because apparently she can't even get a meal without running into people. She turns around and recognizes the face immediately, asking if this is Ye Chen, the guy she met a while back. See, Bai Wenyi actually met Ye Chen before when he heroically stopped a pickpocket on a bus, which is a hilariously different side than we usually see from him. And when the pickpocket came back with friends for revenge, Ye Chen casually demolished all of them, which definitely left an impression on our officer. But the thing that stuck with her most was his smile. Something about it always felt just a little bit off, like there was something hiding beneath the surface. Ye Chen seems pleasantly surprised that Officer Bai actually remembers his name, turning on the charm as they stand together at the market. Bai Wenyi notices he's carrying a bag full of plastic bottles and asks if he's working some kind of side job now. And this is where Ye Chen's manipulation really shines, because he explains he was just helping an elderly grandmother who was struggling to collect bottles. Bai Wenyi is genuinely touched by this, thinking that maybe this guy is actually a kind person underneath it all. Ye Chen smoothly invites her to eat together, saying he'll join her right after he delivers these bottles, and she doesn't seem opposed to the idea. But internally, this man is running pure calculations, thinking the more beautiful the woman, the slower you need to play it to make her completely devoted to your harem. And those heartwarming bottles he supposedly bought from an old lady, he casually tosses them in the trash because they weren't even worth the 10 yuan he spent on them. His real goal is Bai Wenyi herself, because her family controls half the political connections in Susho, and to rule this city he needs the Bai family power. Meanwhile, at the newly acquired Moonlight Hotel, Dragoontooth is in his office enjoying some quality time with his attractive secretary, and then the door explodes open as police officers come bursting through like this is a raid, because spoiler alert, it absolutely is. The secretary screams in shock as her romantic afternoon gets violently interrupted by about 6 armed officers. Dragoontooth is absolutely furious, demanding to know what they're doing, and if they've never heard of knocking before. Bai Wenyi flashes her badge and asks if he's the person in charge of this hotel, looking absolutely stunning while doing her job. Dragon Tooth confirms he is and demands to know what this is all about, still not realizing how badly he just walked into Tang Yu's trap. Bai Wenyi doesn't waste any time, ordering her officers to cuff him and take him away, and she looks incredible while doing it. Dragon Tooth tries to flex his status, yelling about how he's the head of Dragon Morning Group and they can't touch him, but that card isn't gonna work here. The officers respond by raising their weapons, making it very clear that his corporate title means absolutely nothing in this situation. And suddenly Dragon Tooth's intimidating presence completely evaporates as he realizes these officers are dead serious about arresting him. He desperately demands a lawyer as he's dragged out of the hotel, his empire crumbling around him in real time. News spreads like wildfire that the famous Moonlight Hotel was hiding drugs, and as the legal representative, Dragon Tooth is completely finished. And the mastermind behind all of this chaos? He's just chilling in bed playing on his phone like absolutely nothing happened. See, when Tang Yu spotted those suspicious brothers at the hotel, he remembered from the original story that they were bad news, so he had the place secretly investigated. Our boy understood that when someone's coming at your neck, you can't just stand there and let them chop it, you've got to fight back smarter. He's absolutely gloating now, telling Dragon Tooth he deserves it for using innocent people's lives as pawns while also cursing the system for making his life so complicated. And the system, ever the supportive companion, responds with the loving message of keep barking, dog, because these two have such a healthy relationship. Tang Yu stares at his phone in disbelief, processing that his own system just called him a dog, which honestly tracks for this partnership. He angrily tells the system to get lost, because being called a dog by your own cheat ability is a new low even for him. But then his phone rings with an incoming call from Bai Wenyi, and now he's wondering what the beautiful police officer could possibly want from him. Tang Yu stares at his phone, his mind racing, because if Bai Wenyi figured out he sent that anonymous email, this conversation could get really awkward really fast. See, here's the thing about Tang Yu and Bai Wenyi. They actually know each other since both their families are pretty prominent in Susho, but she's never exactly been his biggest fan. And the reason for her poor impression is this green-haired menace right here, Qin Ming, the most famous playboy in all of Susho and Tang Yu's best friend. Our boy answers the call with maximum charm, asking if Miss Bai is calling for a heart-to-heart chat so late at night, because why not test the waters? But Bai Wenyi is absolutely not here for the flirting, ordering him to come to the West City branch immediately in that no-nonsense police officer voice. Tang Yu asks what for, and she hits him with the classic cop move, just come or I'll bring people to your house to arrest you, which honestly tracks for their relationship. He figures since he's not the legal representative or person in charge of the hotel anymore, this is probably just a formality, so might as well get it over with. Zhao Li catches him heading out and immediately assumes he's going to see that Qin Ming guy again, because what other explanation could there possibly be? Tang Yu just grins and casually drops that he's going to jail for a bit, which honestly is the kind of energy we've come to expect from our protagonist. And there she is waiting at the West City police station, Officer Bai Wenyi looking absolutely stunning while holding handcuffs, and honestly, the gooners are eating well today. Our boy is sitting in the interrogation room thinking some very inappropriate thoughts about Officer Bai that we definitely don't need to get into right now. Bai Wenyi suddenly perks up, asking whose voice that was just now, because apparently she heard something that caught her attention. She snaps back into professional mode, reminding him that as the former owner of Moonlight Hotel, he's also a suspect, so let's start taking his statement. Tang Yu lays it all out, explaining how he would have reported it directly, but Dragon Tooth forcibly bought the hotel, then framed him by killing someone and making it look like suicide. Bai Wenyi is connecting the dots now. She suspected Tang Yu sent that email and wanted to scare him for info, but she didn't expect to get this much. She grabs her notes tighter at the mention of Dragon Tooth, because this case just got a lot more interesting than she anticipated. Tang Yu remembers one more thing, the woman Dragon Tooth killed. Her hair might still be hidden in his house, and he'll send over the details later. And just like that, Bai Wenyi wraps up the investigation and thanks him for his cooperation, looking gorgeous while doing her job as usual. Our boy stands up and smoothly asks if Officer Bai could treat him to some barbecue as compensation for his trouble, because you miss every shot you don't take. And surprisingly, she agrees, but says next time since she's busy now, which honestly is way more positive than anyone expected from her. Tang Yu is genuinely shocked, thinking maybe he should have played it cooler, but also wait, is this woman actually gonna treat him to a meal? Meanwhile, Bai Wenyi is internally disgusted, thinking does he really believe she'd be attracted by his handsome face, and the answer is absolutely not. She offers to walk him out, and the view from behind is honestly making this whole scene significantly more enjoyable for everyone involved. But then Tang Yu suddenly freezes because he spots someone he really didn't want to see right now. And there he is, the original protagonist himself, Ya Chen, thinking with a smirk that here's the man who's about to go to jail, which is absolutely not how this is going down. Ye Chen is internally raging about why Tang Yu is with Bai Wenyi, while our boy is thinking this playboy really believes all the beautiful women belong to him. Bai Wenyi asks what's wrong and if he's here to report a crime, looking absolutely stunning while completely unaware of the tension brewing. Ye Chen smoothly explains he's here to visit a friend of his who was arrested, meaning Dragon Tooth, because of course these two are connected. Tang Yu can't help but smirk internally, thinking great, the original protagonist is friends with a literal murderer, which honestly tracks, and just like that, whatever slight good impression Bai Wenyi had of Ye Chen completely evaporates, because someone who hangs out with criminals is definitely trash. She coldly informs him that the nature of Dragon Tooth's crime is very serious, no visitors allowed for a month. Ye Chen tries a different approach, explaining that actually he's Dragon Tooth's boss, and if Dragon Tooth really broke the law he'd be the first to report him. Then Ye Chen points directly at Tang Yu and claims that Dragon Tooth only took over the hotel recently, so the previous owner Tang Yu is the one who should be arrested. And then Ye Chen says the quiet part out loud, telling her that women should just obey him and what's the use of pretending to be righteous, which is absolutely wild. Tang Yu is analyzing the situation, noting that Bai Wenyi seems to dislike Ye Chen when she should be head over heels after his staged pickpocket encounter and the plastic bottle act, and Bai Wenyi is absolutely shocked, realizing that even their initial encounter was deliberately created by this guy called Ye Chen, which changes everything. She turns to Tang Yu with a warm smile, thanking him for cooperating today, telling him to go home and rest, and promising to treat him to a meal next time. And then she hits Ye Chen with the cold reality that since he's Dragon Tooth's boss and the hotel is his property, he should also prepare to be investigated, which is chef's kiss. Tang Yu is completely confused now, wondering what the hell is going on and why she's suddenly being so gentle with him of all people. And then she walks in, Sumoyue in that devastating navy dress, and suddenly this manhwa has everyone's full undivided attention. Ye Chen is internally pleased, thinking that this girl always says she wants to stay away from him, but when he's really in trouble she still rushes over. He greets her with that confident smirk, saying Moyu you came, clearly assuming she's here for him because of course she would be. But Sumoyu walks right past him and asks Tang Yu if he's okay, looking absolutely devastating while completely ignoring the original protagonist. Tang Yu is internally screaming, begging her not to come over here and provoke the Dragon King, because look at Ye Chen's face, this scoundrel will definitely come after him tonight. Sumoyue is confused by his reaction while Tang Yu realizes that Ye Chen doesn't actually think she's interested in him, right? That would be absolutely crazy. Sumoyue casually says he should be fine now, so let's go home then, while Tang Yu is sweating bullets trying to survive this situation. Tang Yu complains about her pulling this trick again, saying don't be like that, Su, he's still just a 100+ pound kid and this isn't appropriate. Ye Chen is absolutely seething, wondering how the woman he likes can be so intimate with someone else right in front of him, and convincing himself her eyes don't lie. Tang Yu decides if he can't handle it, he can at least avoid it. Time to run, while Bai Wenyi asks if he's alright from behind. And just when things couldn't get more complicated, Wang Yishu rushes in after hearing the news, only to find Sumoyue already there and holding on to Tang Yu's arm. Sumoyue immediately goes on high alert because she recognizes competition when she sees it, and this pink-haired beauty is definitely that. And now we have a full-blown catfight brewing between two of Susho's most gorgeous women, with Tang Yu stuck in the middle like a deer in headlights. Wang Yishu opens with the first strike, mockingly calling her sister Su the #1 ice beauty of Susho, saying she didn't know she had such a proactive side. Sumoyue fires back immediately, asking what any of this has to do with her, looking absolutely gorgeous while being absolutely savage. Tang Yu tries to defuse the situation, telling them to stop fighting over a handsome guy like him because it breaks his heart, which is not helping. Wang Yishu doubles down, claiming that Sumoyue is holding her boyfriend's hand, and if she likes handsome guys she can introduce her to some, just don't harass her man. Sumoyue hits back with the nuclear option, asking if she really has such thick skin to call someone else's fiancé her boyfriend. Wang Yishu responds with a pop quiz, asking if he's really her fiancé, then what does she know about him, like what he eats, what cigarettes he smokes, does he prefer black or white stockings? And Sumoyue hesitates, because while she's technically his fiancé, she doesn't actually know any of those personal details about him. But Sumoyue recovers beautifully, saying who cares about those things, as long as he likes her that's enough. And all of Susho knows he threw her a birthday party. Wang Yishu is visibly getting angrier because that birthday party comment really hit where it hurts, and she's not about to lose this battle. And now Wang Yishu is absolutely furious, her expression making it clear that this rivalry just escalated to a completely different level. She decides that if Sumoyue wants to show off her relationship, she'll show her what real relationship flaunting looks like, pulling out her phone. Tang Yu sees this and immediately panics, trying to stop Sister Wang before she does something that makes his life significantly more complicated. Because whatever Wang Yishu has on that phone is definitely going to make Ye Chen even more murderous. And Tang Yu values his continued existence. Sumoyue is confused by Tang Yu's panic, while internally he's calculating exactly how dead he'll be if this escalates any further. Tang Yu tries once more to suggest they just leave now while everyone is still alive, but Sumoyue isn't about to back down from Wang Yishu. He's practically begging at this point, complaining that she keeps doing this to him when he's trying to survive in this world of crazy powerful people. Meanwhile, Ye Chen is in full rage mode, wondering what Sumoyue is thinking and convincing himself there's no way she's actually not interested in him. Tang Yu is looking for any escape route at this point, because between Ye Chen's murderous intent and the catfight, his survival odds are dropping by the second. Wang Yishu arrived expecting to rescue Tang Yu but instead found herself in the middle of a love triangle she absolutely refuses to lose. Sumoyue has her guard up because she knows Wang Yishu isn't the type to back down, and neither is she when it comes to what's hers. And now both women are locked in a silent battle of wills, with Tang Yu trapped between them wondering how his life got to this point. Wang Yishu continues her attack, pointing out how interesting it is that the ice beauty of Susho suddenly became so warm for one particular man. Sumoyue stands her ground, making it clear that her relationship with Tang Yu is none of Wang Yishu's business regardless of what she thinks. Our protagonist is desperately trying to calm the situation, knowing that every second this continues is another second closer to his potential funeral. Wang Yishu isn't letting up, insisting that Tang Yu is her boyfriend and Sumoyue needs to step off before things get really ugly. But Sumoyue has the engagement card to play, and she's not afraid to use it against someone who's claiming what's technically already hers. Wang Yishu challenges her again about what she actually knows about Tang Yu because being engaged on paper doesn't mean anything without real intimacy. And for a moment, Sumoyue doesn't have a comeback, because the truth is their engagement has always been more business arrangement than romance. But she recovers with the public perception angle, because regardless of the details, everyone in Susho knows Tang Yu publicly declared his interest in her. Wang Yes is reaching her breaking point, and that expression says she's about to do something that will make the situation explode. The anger on her face is absolutely terrifying, and Tang Yu knows whatever comes next is going to change everything between all of them. Wang Yishu decides to pull out the ultimate weapon, reaching for her phone with the clear intent of showing proof that will shut Sumoyue down completely. And Tang Yu can only watch in horror as Sister Wang is about to unleash whatever nuclear option she has saved, knowing his peaceful life just got a lot more complicated. Officer Bai Wenyi has officially had enough of this nonsense and tells everyone to stop arguing because she has actual police work to do. Tang Yu uses this as his cue to escape, telling both women to listen to the officer, while Yi Chen in the background is losing his mind that these two beauties are fighting over another man. The cops are having a field day watching this drama, wondering who this lucky guy is with two beauties, until someone helpfully identifies him as young Master Tang, Susho's #1 simp. And Tang Yu takes personal offense to that simp comment, because apparently being publicly roasted is where he draws the line today. Meanwhile, his green-haired friend pulls up watching this chaos unfold, amused by the scale of the disaster our boy has found himself in. Tang Yu is keeping a smile plastered on his face, but internally he's screaming for someone to save him from this love triangle apocalypse. His buddy catches his desperate energy and offers an escape route, suggesting they celebrate Tang Yu being cleared from the hotel incident with some drinks. Tang Yu jumps at this chance like his life depends on it, because honestly it kind of does, agreeing immediately while planning his swift exit. Both Wang Yishu and Sumoyue watch him make his escape with expressions that say this isn't over, not by a long shot. Finally safe in the car, Tang Yu lets out a massive sigh of relief because he genuinely didn't think he was going to survive that encounter. His friend mentions needing rest lately, saying he's been exhausted, can't sleep well, and keeps having nightmares, which honestly sounds concerning. Tang Yu, being a surprisingly good friend, tells him to go rest properly and not worry about the drinks for now. But then Tang Yu pauses, noticing something feels off about his own body, like there's something not quite right happening internally. His friend seems to catch on to something too, his expression shifting to suspicious concern as if he might know what's going on. Scene shift to Yi Chen, who's thanking a Miss He for taking the time to meet with him about a rather urgent matter. And speaking of Miss He, say hello to He Weian, eldest daughter of the He family, and she is absolutely stunning in that business casual look. She responds professionally that it's simply her duty, maintaining that composed businesswoman energy while looking like that. The He family keeps a low profile in Susho, but their power rivals the four major families, and their connection to Ye Chen's master is why he's here. Ye Chen is internally frustrated because he's about to waste a valuable favor from the He family on what might be a lost cause. He explains that his friend Dragon Tooth has been arrested and asks if she can pull any strings to help get him out. He Huiyan shuts that down immediately, explaining that when it comes to drug cases in China, absolutely no one can intervene, period. She excuses herself to return to her company for a meeting, leaving Ye Chen empty-handed and out of options. Internally, she's thinking that her grandmother called Ye Chen a true dragon among men, but now that she's met him, he seems pretty ordinary to her. Ye Chen watches her walk away, already scheming that the He family must also be conquered since they're his gateway to expanding into Beijing. Over the next few days, Ye Chen takes his people from the Longchen group to network and pull every connection possible to help Dragon Tooth. But things take a turn for the worse when police search Dragon Tooth's residence and find hair from the dead woman at the hotel. With this evidence, the situation becomes catastrophic, and Dragon Tooth realizes he's completely and utterly done for this time. Fortunately, after being locked up for a whole week, Yi Chen finally manages to arrange a visit to see his fallen comrade. Dragon Tooth's spirits lift immediately because in his mind, the Dragon King is truly omnipotent and will definitely save him from this nightmare. He calls out to young Master Yi with genuine hope and desperation in his voice, believing this is his salvation. Ye Chen hits him with the classic setup, asking whether Dragontooth wants to hear the good news or the bad news first. The prison visiting room feels colder as Dragontooth asks for the good news first. Hoping to start with something positive, Ye Chen's expression shifts uncomfortably as Dragontooth asks about the bad news, and that hesitation says everything. The bad news hits like a truck. Even after sentence reduction, Dragontooth is still looking at about 20 years behind bars. Ye Chen is visibly frustrated but stays focused on the bigger picture, explaining that progress with the Qin family is going smoothly and Dragontooth just needs to endure until they control Susho. He promises Dragontooth they'll meet again soon as he prepares to leave, which is cold comfort for a man facing 2 decades in prison. Now let's shift to Antique Street, home to the prestigious Dabalu shop, which happens to be a Tang family business. The shop is managed by Zhao Gaoshan, a loyal Tang family employee who's been working here since he was a teenager, over 30 years now. He presents the monthly accounts to Tang Yu, proudly reporting that the shop's profits have been quite strong these past few months. Tang Yu starts reviewing the numbers, but his attention snaps elsewhere when he overhears someone claiming to know about feng shui to a Miss Qin. Recognition hits Tang Yu immediately as he thinks to himself that he knows exactly who those 2 voices belong to. Our boy's expression shifts as he prepares to intervene, because he's not about to let this slide unchallenged. Sure enough, it's Ye Chen walking with the lovely Qin heiress, and she's asking if he really knows feng shui as well. Ye Chen smoothly claims he's quite skilled in feng shui, and only took the security job temporarily to make ends meet, which is maximum cap energy. And that's when Tang Yu drops the bomb, calling out that Ye Chen deliberately threw a snake into someone's house then played hero, and he's the reason the Qin family has feng shui problems in the first place. Miss Qin is caught completely off guard, looking around confused and asking who's even talking right now. She pauses because that voice sounds strangely familiar, like someone she's encountered before. And then the pieces click together as she realizes Ye Chen staged the snake incident and caused all her family's feng shui problems deliberately. Let's rewind a bit to that prison conversation because the implications of what Ye Chen said deserve more attention. When Dragontooth asked about the bad news, you could see Ye Chen calculating exactly how to deliver devastating information. 20 years is essentially a life sentence for Dragontooth's goals, and the weight of that reality is crushing him. But Ye Chen's priority is clear. The Qin family scheme takes precedence, and Dragontooth is just collateral damage in his master plan. That promise to meet again soon is the only hope Dragontooth has left, and he's clinging to it desperately. Now back to Antique Street, where Tang Yu is about to throw a wrench into Ye Chen's carefully constructed scheme. Zhao Gaoshan had no idea his routine workday would turn into a front-row seat for some serious family drama. The account books are completely forgotten now because Tang Yu has much bigger fish to fry at this moment. Ye Chen's whole feng shui master act was designed to infiltrate the Qin family, and Tang Yu just caught him red-handed. Our protagonist knew exactly who was behind these schemes the moment he heard that voice pitching mystical services, and he decided this was the perfect moment to expose the truth to someone who deserved to know it. Ye Chen definitely wasn't expecting to run into Tang Yu at this antique shop, and his carefully crafted persona is about to crumble. All that confident talk about being a feng shui master means nothing when someone can prove you're actually the one creating the problems. Tang Yu's accusation hangs in the air, exposing Ye Chen's entire operation in front of the very person he was trying to manipulate. Miss Qin is still trying to process what she just heard because this changes everything about her situation. That familiar voice belongs to someone who apparently knows all of Ye Chen's dirty secrets, and she needs to hear more. The truth is finally coming out. The man she trusted to fix her family's problems is the snake who created them all along. Tang Yu is already cooking up a scheme, casually mentioning they should raise the price on that item to about 30 million. And his reasoning is absolutely devious. He's thinking that since Ye Chen definitely wants this item, why not make that scumbag pay through the nose and donate the profits to charity? Zhao Gaoshan is immediately on board, assuring young Master Tang that he completely understands the assignment. Tang Yu gives him the thumbs up, trusting his loyal shop manager to handle the rest of this beautiful trap. But our protagonist has bigger plans in motion, thinking about how the Qin family storyline still needs to proceed smoothly before he can expose Ye Chen's true colors from behind the scenes. Tang Yu heads out of the shop while Zhao Gaoshan watches, both knowing exactly what kind of customer is about to walk into their perfectly laid trap. Zhao Gaoshan explains the item to himself. Apparently this thing originally came in 2 pieces representing yin and yang, and if placed in a location with extremely heavy evil energy, well, let's just say this jade talisman has some very interesting properties. Half an hour later, their target finally arrives. And we've got a new face, some silver-haired pretty boy in a sharp black suit with red eyes that scream main villain energy. And this guy immediately starts complaining about the price, accusing them of robbery for charging 30 million and claiming they must have added 2 extra zeros. But the price tag is right there in his face, 30 million yuan, and Zhao Gaoshan isn't budging one bit. Zhao Gaoshan calmly defends the price, claiming this is a valuable treasure from an actual Song Dynasty prince's tomb, and the price is already very reasonable. Our silver-haired friend isn't having it though, claiming he knows more about these things and offering only 500,000, saying one of the things he hates most is when people try to cheat him out of money. but Zhao Gaoshan plays his trump card, casually mentioning that a feng shui master from Hong Kong already said this is a valuable treasure and is coming tomorrow to buy it, so take it or leave it. And you can see the gears turning in Silverhair's head as he realizes he might actually have to pay this ridiculous price if he wants the item. Finally, he caves, telling them to just wrap it up already because he needs this thing more than he needs his dignity. And now we see what's really going on. This guy is thinking that 30 million is nothing compared to conquering the Qin family and their hundreds of billions in assets. Zhao Gaoshan happily agrees to wrap it up, barely containing his satisfaction at this absolute fleecing. But internally he's laughing, thinking that if this idiot believes this junk can help him fight against young Master Tang. Meanwhile, we shift to a completely different scene, where old Master Wang is enjoying his daily calligraphy practice like the distinguished gentleman he is. But something goes terribly wrong. He hasn't even finished the first character when suddenly the brush falls from his hand, his heart rate drops sharply and he can't breathe, clutching at his chest as whatever is attacking him takes hold. Cut to old Master Wang's bedroom where our gorgeous pink-haired Wang Yishu is standing by his bedside looking absolutely stunning even in a crisis. Wang Yishu asks Sister Yue what exactly is wrong with her grandfather, and honestly she's asking the question everyone wants answered. Jiang Xiaoyu delivers the bad news, saying the old master's condition is dangerous with his organs slowly failing, but she can't find the specific cause. The room full of family elders is in disbelief, because if even Jiang Xiaoyu with her superb medical skills can't find the problem, what chance do they have? But hold up, we've got a snake in the grass. This pink-haired woman with glasses is thinking about how this scene was naturally her doing, targeting the old master directly after young Master Ye's previous plan failed. And she has the audacity to internally monologue about how Grandpa shouldn't blame her for being heartless, since he was just too biased, which is absolutely unhinged villain energy. Wang Yishu desperately asks what they should do, wondering if they should call old Dr. Jiang to try. Jiang Xiaoyu admits that if she can't figure it out, her grandfather probably won't be much help either, but there is someone who can come and help her. Wang Yishu perks up immediately, asking who could possibly help when even Xiaoyu is stumped. And Jiang Xiaoyu drops the name that makes everything make sense, Brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu arrives like the reliable protagonist he is, telling Wang Yishu not to worry since old Master Wang is a good person and heaven will protect him. Wang Yishu immediately grabs him and urges him to go take a look quickly, practically dragging the man to her grandfather's bedside. The people in the room are confused though, wondering why Jiang Xiaoyu is calling Tang Yu over at a time like this since he doesn't know medicine. Tang Yu stands by the old master's bedside, wondering what kind of illness this could be that even Jiang Xiaoyu can't diagnose, and if the storyline is forcing him to play divine doctor now. But then he sees it, strange golden threads wrapped around the old master's heart, and immediately recognizes it as Ye Chen's golden silkworm curse. And this curse is absolutely terrifying. Once it enters the body, the host will die within 24 hours, which means they're running out of time fast. Tang Yu starts thinking through solutions. Either Yi Chen needs to come remove the curse himself, or they can try the secret formula from the celestial classic of Qingbag using 11 herbs including mugwort and hematite. Both Wang Yishu and Jiang Xiaoyu react with surprise, clearly picking up on something important. And here's the twist. Wang Yishu realizes she can hear Tang Yu's thoughts too, and the chibi reaction faces are absolutely priceless. Now Wang Yishu understands exactly why Jiang Xiaoyu wanted her to bring Tang Yu over. She wanted to get ideas for the antidote through reading his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu plays it smooth, claiming she suddenly thought of a formula and asking someone to fetch the herbs for her. Wang Yishu backs her up perfectly, telling everyone that since Sister Yue has a treatment plan, they should all go out and rest while she watches over grandfather. Tang Yu looks a bit confused, asking if there's really nothing for him to do here. But Wang Yishu has plans for him, saying there is something and she has something to tell him, asking him to come with her first. Tang Yu is now genuinely puzzled, wondering why she's being so serious, and what big thing she could possibly want to tell him. Later that night, we see the Wang residence exterior bathed in starlight as the two step outside for their private conversation. Wang Yishu doesn't waste time, telling Tang Yu she thinks something's not right with her grandfather since he was fine before but suddenly became like this, making it very likely he was poisoned. Tang Yu agrees that's possible, but says they still need to investigate carefully, keeping his knowledge close to the chest. But internally he's already figured it all out. It's not poisoning, but a curse. And since Yan didn't come do it himself, it must be that idiot Wang Rulong who planted it. Wang Yishu's expression shifts to pure fury as she confirms her suspicions. That fool Wang Rulong is causing trouble in the shadows again. She explains that the reason she kept Wang Rulong around wasn't because she lacked evidence. She just didn't want to alert the enemy and wanted to use her stupidity to set up Ye Chen, but never expected her to actually target grandfather. And now her decision is made. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep Wang Rulong as bait anymore. Tang Yu suddenly dodges to the side, clearly reacting to something our gorgeous pink-haired queen just did. And then she hits him with the most dangerous weapon in her arsenal, promising that if he behaves, she'll wear a bunny girl costume for him next time. Our protagonist's brain immediately short-circuits as he deflects, asking what bunny girl costume and telling her to just not get her dandruff on his shoulder. Wang Yishu just finds this adorably reserved, clearly enjoying how flustered she can make him. And honestly, just being by Tang Yu's side like this makes her happy. At least in this moment she doesn't have to think about all that scheming and family drama. But of course that peaceful moment gets interrupted when a voice calls out for Miss Wang to come quickly and see something. Wang Yishu immediately tenses up, asking what's going on now. A servant rushes in to deliver good news for once, saying Dr. Zhang has already treated the old master and she should go check on him quickly. Wang Yishu lets out a huge sigh of relief, saying that nearly scared her to death with the way he was yelling. Tang Yu is relieved too, joking that he's glad they arrived in time because a few minutes later and he would have developed frozen shoulder from standing around. Back in Old Master Wang's bedroom, the patriarch is resting peacefully after Zhang Xiaoyu's successful treatment. Wang Yishu rushes to her grandfather's side, asking if he's feeling better now. But Tang Yu's phone suddenly buzzes with an incoming call, pulling his attention away at the worst possible moment. He excuses himself, telling everyone to hold on because he needs to step out to take this call. Out in the hallway, Tang Yu answers with a casual greeting, asking what's up. It's his green-haired friend on the other end, reminding him about how he said he'd come when they needed a feng shui expert for their house. As soon as Tang Yu leaves, Wang Yishu wastes no time gathering everyone in the Wang family ancestral hall for what promises to be some serious family business. Wang Yishu addresses the family elders directly, saying there's something important she wants to discuss with everyone. And our resident trader Wang Rulong is starting to panic, thinking she never imagined Zhang Xiaoyu would actually cure grandfather's illness, and now wondering if her involvement has been uncovered. The family elders look confused and surprised, clearly having no idea what's about to go down. Wang Rulong tries to calm herself down, thinking it's fine since even if Wang Yishu discovers the truth, she has no evidence to prove anything. But Wang Yishu isn't playing games. She grabs Wang Rulong and drags her before the family ancestors, and this is about to get ugly. She commands Wang Rulong to kneel down, and there's absolutely no room for negotiation in that tone. An older woman jumps to Wang Rulong's defense, demanding to know what Xiao Shu is doing and why she's suddenly making her brother kneel like this. Wang Rulong tries to play innocent, looking up nervously and asking if there's some kind of misunderstanding between them. But Wang Yishu lays out the charges, accusing her of colluding with outsiders, betraying the family, nearly causing huge losses with the Farsi company deal, and cursing their grandfather. Wang Rulong admits the Farsi cooperation was her mistake, but desperately denies having anything to do with grandfather's situation. The older woman sides with Wang Rulong, telling Wang Yishu she can't just make wild accusations without any evidence to back them up. But Wang Yishu just smiles with absolute confidence, saying that's fine because she'll bring the witness. And honestly, this is about to get so much worse for Wang Rulong. And here's Wang Yishu's witness, Li Deshan, the vice president of Wang Corporation, who was colluding with Wang Rulong this entire time. And the moment Wang Rulong's father sees him, recognition hits instantly. That's the guy, that's the accomplice. And Li Deshan doesn't even try to hold back. He confesses every single detail of what he and Wang Rulong did together. And when Wang Rulong's father hears the full truth, this man absolutely loses it. Because in a noble family like theirs, there is nothing worse than betrayal. He grabs Wang Rulong and starts beating her right there in front of everyone. Because harming the patriarch is a crime punishable by death in this family. And he's not stopping either. This is a full-on family discipline session and Wang Rulong is getting absolutely destroyed. And Wang Yishu just watches with her arms crossed, not saying a single word, letting the punishment play out until Wang Rulong is beaten half to death before she finally speaks up. She tells the family that this whole thing can't be entirely blamed on Wang Rulong, because someone else had even more sinister intentions, and they need to take revenge on the real mastermind. And the entire Wang family erupts, every elder in the room demanding that whoever was behind this needs to pay the price. So the Wang family immediately starts searching for Ye Chen's whereabouts, getting ready to bring the full force of their clan down on him. And Wang Yishu wastes zero time, launching every business under the Wang family name into a full-scale attack on the Long Chen group, telling Ye Chen to just wait and see what's coming. Meanwhile, over at the Qin family estate, things are getting just as chaotic. 2 days ago, they announced they were inviting feng shui masters from everywhere to solve their problem. And with a reward of 1 billion yuan on the table, feng shui masters from all over the country came running. Because of course they did, that's 1 billion yuan. And as Tang Yu drives up to the Qin estate, guess who he happens to spot standing right outside? Ye Chen himself, just casually hanging around. And Ye Chen is already over here chatting up Miss Qin, asking her how that talisman he gave her is working out. But here's the thing, Miss Qin already took that talisman apart this morning, and it turns out it was just a hastily scribbled piece of paper with a dried drop of blood on it. Total fraud. She figures Qin Kexin must have been fooled by the talisman, but she's feeling generous today, so she'll expose Ye Chen's true colors later, and then she asks where Qin Ming went. But what she really wants to know is who her real benefactor is, because she's determined to thank them properly if they're here tonight. She noticed Ye Chen was muttering her brother's name earlier, which means they know each other, and that should make finding her benefactor a whole lot easier. After Yi Chen and Miss Chin head inside, our boy Tang Yu finally gets out of the car, fashionably late as always. And who does he find waiting for him? Uncle Zhao, already here and ready to roll. Zhao Gaoshan says there's no way he'd miss a show like this, one that's going to bring glory to the Tang family name. And Tang Yu immediately connects the dots, thinking this is definitely about that 1 billion yuan reward from the Qin family. So he tells Uncle Zhao that they're all counting on him today, and he absolutely must secure that billion yuan reward. No pressure or anything. And Zhao Gaoshan just pats his chest and says no problem, looking way too confident for a man about to walk into something he probably can't handle. Because internally this man is already fantasizing about how his status in the Tang family is going to skyrocket, how he'll prove himself as the most indispensable servant they've ever had. And then Tang Yu's green-haired buddy Qin Ming shows up, asking what's got his big brother in such a good mood. Tang Yu tells him he's just happy for the Qin family because today their problem is definitely getting solved. But Qin Ming isn't nearly as optimistic, saying none of the feng shui masters have been able to do anything, and one of them even ended up vomiting blood. But Tang Yu just gives him that trademark confident smile and tells him not to worry because this matter will definitely be resolved today. They head inside the Qin mansion, where the remaining feng shui masters are gathered in a dimly lit room, all trying and failing to deal with the problem. And of course Yi Chen is already in there talking trash, saying these so-called famous feng shui masters are completely useless, especially that fraud master Zhao. And naturally one of the feng shui masters isn't having it, demanding to know where this arrogant young punk came from. But Yi Chen doesn't back down, saying he's not being arrogant, he's just speaking the truth. And if he can't solve it, he'll kneel and apologize publicly. The feng shui master grudgingly accepts, saying fine then, let's see what this kid is actually capable of. And Yi Chen whips out a talisman with the most smug expression imaginable, looking like he's about to absolutely body this entire room. And we get a close-up of the talisman covered in hastily scrawled symbols and blood drops. Yeah, this looks exactly like the sketchy one Miss Qin was talking about. Yi Chen claims this evil energy is so small he can dispel it with a flick of his finger. The confidence on this man is truly something else, and the feng shui masters are actually impressed, calling his technique amazing. But then out of nowhere, Zhao Gaoshan's voice rings out, calling Yi Chen a fraud and declaring that young Master Tang is the real master. And Tang Yu's face is absolutely priceless right now, because he has zero idea what Zhao Gaoshan is doing or why he's being dragged into this. The Qin family members are confused too, asking if the evil energy isn't already gone now thanks to what just happened. And Zhao Gaoshan is about to smugly explain why everyone is wrong, when something unexpected happens. Because the dark energy that was supposedly gone, it suddenly gets absorbed right back into the room, meaning Yi Chen's talisman didn't actually do anything. And people start coughing and choking as the evil energy floods back even worse than before. The Qin family members are in full panic mode now, because whatever that was, it definitely just made things worse. Tang Yu is thinking something doesn't add up here. According to the plot, Yi Chen should have solved this in one go with the jade talisman. And then Zhao Gaoshan turns to Tang Yu with the biggest grin, telling him it's his turn to take action now. This man really just set him up. And our boy Tang Yu is standing there like, what action? He literally cannot do anything. He has no feng shui skills whatsoever. But then he notices something glowing in his pocket and he pauses, because wait a minute, what is that? He pulls out a yin-yang jade talisman that he has absolutely no memory of putting there. And he's completely baffled about who slipped this into his pocket. And the moment the jade talisman comes out, golden light floods the entire room, and the evil energy disperses completely just like that. Everyone immediately starts praising Tang Yu as the true hidden master, calling him a talented young man. But internally he's thinking, wait, how did he end up being the one showing off? He's telling everyone to stop praising him because he really doesn't deserve it, while internally screaming that he should be the one getting all this admiration. Wait, that's not right either. And meanwhile, Yi Chen is absolutely seething, because this random Tang family nobody just stole his entire spotlight. He's standing there realizing he looks like a complete clown in front of everyone, and that's not a feeling this man handles well. And his thoughts go from embarrassment to murderous real quick, because now he's thinking he might as well just kill everyone in this room, especially Tang Yu, who he blames for humiliating him over and over again. He's vowing to tear our protagonist to absolute shreds, but Miss Qin senses something is very wrong, realizing Yi Chen might actually be about to do something dangerous, and she can't let him hurt everyone here. So she makes a beeline for the family shrine, reaching for a Buddha statue like she's about to use it as the world's most expensive weapon. And she actually lifts this entire statue over her head, ready to bring it crashing down. This girl is not playing around, but Yi Chen fires an energy blast right at her, because of course a statue isn't going to stop someone who can use actual supernatural powers. But then something happens to Yi Chen's hand and he freezes because whatever energy he just used is reacting in a way he definitely didn't expect. And the Feng Shui master recognizes it instantly. That's backlash from his own curse, meaning Ye Chen was the one who planted this evil energy in the Qin household all along. Another master confirms it, calling Ye Chen's schemes absolutely vicious for cursing the family and then pretending to be their savior. And now everyone in the room knows the truth that this silver-haired pretty boy was putting on an act this entire time. The mask is completely off. Tang Yu is sweating bullets right now, thinking this petty Dragon King is about to go on a killing spree and silently begging him to stay calm. And Miss Qin piles on even more, saying she knows about the snake he threw into her villa too, because she's already checked the surveillance footage. This man is getting exposed from every angle, and Qin Ming is absolutely furious, screaming about how Ye Chen dared to do this to his family and calling for the guards to catch him. Tang Yu immediately senses this is about to go very wrong and tries to call out to Qin Ming, but it's already too late, because Ye Chen grabs Qin Ming by the throat like it's nothing, and this is exactly the kind of situation Tang Yu was afraid of. Miss Qin screams for Ye Chen to let go of her brother, and the desperation in her voice is real. But Ye Chen isn't letting go. He's asking if the Qin family really thinks they can threaten him, and blaming everything that's about to happen on Tang Yu. And then he turns to Tang Yu with the worst possible ultimatum. Either the Qin boy dies or Tang Yu takes his place. Our protagonist is thinking, how is this his fault? Miss Qin tries to de-escalate, telling Ye Chen to just leave and the Qin family won't hold anything against him. But Ye Chen isn't interested in peaceful resolutions, pointing at Tang Yu and saying this should be his decision to make. And Qin Ming, even while being choked, tells Tang Yu not to come, saying his brother's skills can barely kill a chicken, and there's no point in both of them dying. At worst, they'll be brothers again in the next life. And Ye Chen just looks at Tang Yu with that villain smirk, asking if this useless trash is really gonna stand there and watch his brother die. Now what is our boy gonna do? And our boy Tang Yu steps up, telling Ye Chen to let Qin Ming go and that he will take his place instead. He's thinking, yeah, this Dragon King has completely lost it, but even though he wants to stay low-key and quiet, even a coward has limits. And Qin Kexin, who used to think Tang Yu was nothing but a sycophant after 3 years of him following her around, is now looking at him completely differently. Because what woman wouldn't respect a man who steps up like that? Tang Yu proposes the deal. Let Qin Ming go, and they settle this with a fair duel outside. 1 punch each to determine the winner. But internally, this man is sweating bullets, telling himself that even though he wants to lay low, he's not a coward and he has principles. For his brother. And Ye Chen, this silver-haired menace, just smirks and says all right. Because why wouldn't he accept a deal that seems this easy? So they take it outside the Qin mansion, under the night sky, for what's about to be the most one-sided duel in history. And Ye Chen, being the absolute villain he is, says he'll even let Tang Yu hit him 3 times first. If he flinches even once, he'll never set foot in Susho again. Because as a martial arts expert, Ye Chen can tell Tang Yu is a fragile weakling. Forget 1 punch, you could let this guy hit him 100 times and it wouldn't matter. But Tang Yu hits him with the most disrespectful comeback, saying Ye Chen should go first because he's afraid punching him would dirty his fists. And the crowd immediately starts gassing him up, calling this the demeanor of a great man, saying with young Master Tang's skills, crushing Ye Chen would be as easy as stepping on an ant. And that sets Ye Chen off. He charges up his fist with purple energy, screaming that Tang Yu is asking for it, and he throws a full-power supernatural punch straight at Tang Yu, the kind of hit that should obliterate a normal human being. But Tang Yu just stands there with the most confident smirk you've ever seen, his golden eyes practically glowing in the dark. And the punch connects and Tang Yu doesn't move a single inch, completely unmoved. Ye Chen is standing there absolutely dumbfounded. Our boy is just looking down at him with that quiet confidence, like he barely even registered the hit. And now it's his turn. He decides to use the yin-yang infinite technique for the counter, thinking that even though he doesn't have strong offensive moves, he does have brains. Then tells Ye Chen to bow down to him. And the moment Tang Yu's counter technique activates, Ye Chen feels something very wrong, staring at his own hand in disbelief. Because Tang Yu follows up with a devastating kick that sends Ye Chen's own energy right back at him with interest. And Ye Chen goes flying through the air like a rag doll, completely unable to defend himself against his own reflected power. He crashes into the ground with enough force to crack the earth around him. This man just got absolutely demolished, and you can see the blood already because that was not a love tap. Tang Yu just broke the Dragon King with 1 hit. Ye Chen's screams of pain echo through the night sky across the entire Qin estate. Everyone within a mile radius can hear this man getting humbled, and Zhao Gaoshen is standing there in absolute shock, thinking to himself, since when was young Master Tang hiding this kind of power? And Qin Ming, our green-haired brother, who is literally being choked to death a minute ago, is just looking at Tang Yu like he's a god, saying, "Big brother, you're so cool." And the entire crowd erupts, everyone chanting that young Master Tang is awesome. This man just went from background character to main event in 1 punch. But internally, Tang Yu is freaking out, because he just beat the Dragon King so hard it might cause problems. If Yi Chen had actually gotten seriously hurt, the real Dragon King would come for revenge. And Yi Chen, bloodied and broken on the ground, growls that Tang Yu is something else entirely. He forces himself back up, dark red aura swirling around him, and admits he never expected Tang Yu to be hiding this much power. But being the coward he is, Yi Chen pulls out a glowing red item and announces he's retreating for now. He promises that once he recovers, he'll come back and kill everyone. Classic villain escape speech. But Qin Kexin is not having it. She orders everyone not to let him escape, putting bounties on the table. 10 million for a broken arm, 100 million if they kill him. This girl means business, and Yi Chen is absolutely losing it now, screaming at everyone not to come near him. The fear in his voice is very real, but the guards don't care about threats when there's 100 million on the line. They charge in without hesitation, and Yi Chen is staring them down with pure rage, but this time he doesn't have the power to back it up. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is watching this unfold, thinking, these people are way too vicious. If the Dragon King actually gets beaten to death here, how is the plot supposed to continue? And they do not hold back. Yi Chen is on the ground getting absolutely worked over by the guards, covered in bruises and scratches, and one of the guards stomps on his escape item, crushing the red crystal into pieces under his shoe. There goes his getaway plan. But Yi Chen still has one trick left. He tells them they've all inhaled his special itching powder, and they shouldn't think they can catch him now. This man really came prepared with the pettiest weapon imaginable, and Qin Ming is absolutely furious about it, because getting hit with itching powder in the middle of a beatdown is genuinely infuriating. And with everyone distracted by the itching, Yi Chen makes a break for it, sprinting away from the mansion at full speed. But one of the guards isn't giving up that easily, screaming that Yi Chen is not getting away, and someone actually manages to grab Yi Chen's ankle mid-sprint, holding on for dear life. Yi Chen stumbles, completely caught off guard that someone actually grabbed onto him while he was running. And in what might be the funniest moment of this entire series, Yi Chen tries to use his final move while someone is literally holding onto his pants as he runs. Peak fiction right here. And his pants come completely off, revealing the most humiliating pink underwear you've ever seen on a Dragon King. This man's villain credibility is officially at zero, and Yi Chen, the mighty Dragon King's subordinate, runs away into the night in nothing but his underwear. The narration literally says he runs away naked. What a way to end a villain arc. And Tang Yu just watches him go, thinking that this guy actually managed to escape. But that's what it means to be the protagonist, always encountering miracles wherever he goes. Zhao Gaoshen immediately starts singing his praises, saying he'll remember today's kindness and declaring Tang Yu the top feng shui master in all of Suzhou. Does anyone disagree? And Tang Yu's face when he hears that is absolutely priceless, because he definitely did not sign up for this title. And the compliments keep escalating, with another guy saying it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call young Master Tang the best in all of China. At this point, they're just making stuff up, and internally Tang Yu is cringing so hard he could carve out 3 entire palaces with the secondhand embarrassment. He's begging them to stop with the flattery, so he puts on his humble face, telling everyone he just did some insignificant work and they shouldn't think too much of it. Classic fake modesty when you know you didn't actually do anything. And of course that just makes everyone praise him even more, calling him talented yet humble, a true dragon among men. They're saying what a blessing it is to have a son like him. But then someone calls his name from behind and Tang Yu turns around to see who it is. And it's Qin Kexin, standing there under the stars in her white dress asking if he's alright. And she looks absolutely stunning right now, so the Gooners are definitely eating well tonight. And the genuine worry on her face is hitting different, because this is the same girl who used to want nothing to do with him. She closes her eyes and sincerely thanks him for everything he did today. This is real character development right here. But Tang Yu is internally screaming, wondering why she's suddenly getting so close and reminding himself that she used to absolutely despise him. And here's the backstory on why their relationship was so bad. Qin Kexin and Tang Yu have known each other for years, but they were basically strangers at best. Because more than 10 years ago, Qin Kexin was sleeping at home one day, and apparently she had a habit of sleeping without clothes on, otherwise she couldn't fall asleep. Important detail, apparently. And young Tang Yu came over to hang out with Qin Ming but accidentally opened the wrong door. You can already see where this is going. And he ended up seeing her completely exposed. Our boy walks straight into the most traumatic childhood memory possible. And Qin Kexin didn't even bother putting clothes on before delivering the most devastating kick of Tang Yu's young life. This girl chose violence immediately. And the narration asks, for a teenage boy, how much psychological trauma could this have caused? The answer based on his face is a whole lot. And ever since that day, the relationship has been pretty much ruined. Which honestly makes sense from both sides. But back in the present, Tang Yu plays it cool and tells her not to mention it, that Qin Ming is his brother and it's what he should do. And our boy cannot help but notice that Qin Kexin has, shall we say, developed significantly since the last time he saw her. The proportions are arguing with physics at this point. And then he realizes that the whole incident from back then was actually Qin Ming's fault. That little brat deliberately tricked him into going to her room. If he wanted Tang Yu to be his brother-in-law, he didn't need to be that devious. And Qin Kexin overhears him blaming Qin Ming, and suddenly the air gets ice cold. She's giving off killing intent, and poor Qin Ming can feel it, wondering where this murderous energy is coming from. But But then a new challenger appears. A pink-haired beauty shows up looking confused about what's going on, and she is absolutely built different in ways that demand attention. And the moment she processes the situation, she's furious. She's thinking that Qin Ming had the nerve to try helping his sister steal her man. The harem complications are officially loading. Meanwhile, Qin Ming is just over there innocently drinking water to regain his strength, completely unaware that he's now on 2 different women's hit lists. And now Qin Kexin and the pink-haired beauty are both flanking poor Qin Ming with sparks flying between them. This man is caught in a crossfire he didn't sign up for. And the pink-haired girl approaches Tang Yu directly, asking if he's alright, surrounded by flowers and sparkles like she's in her own personal shoujo manga. And Tang Yu just shakes his head with a confident smile, like getting punched by a supernatural martial artist was just a minor inconvenience. Then she grabs his arm and says they should go inside so she can examine his body to check for injuries. And Tang Yu is walking along with a woman who looks like that holding on to him. But then it clicks what she just said, and our boy immediately panics, thinking, what body examination, what are you doing? Big sister, please have mercy. And that's where we leave him, once again a victim of his own success. So our pink-haired beauty is claiming she's just concerned about Tang Yu's health, no other intentions whatsoever. And honestly, nobody in this room is buying that. Tang Yu is internally questioning whether this is a medical checkup or something else entirely. An honestly valid concern. So he suggests maybe they should let an actual doctor handle it instead. But then Qin Ming casually drops the bomb that their family doctor quit a couple days ago, so they literally don't have one anymore. And Tang Yu is standing there thinking, little bastard, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you. The regret is real right now. And the pink-haired beauty is not taking no for an answer, telling him to come inside and not make her force him. She's even calling someone on the phone to make it happen. Our boy finally caves and agrees to the examination, but internally he's feeling like the fragile female lead in some movie being manipulated. And honestly, that comparison is way too accurate. So they bring him to the guest room, and it's a very nice setup with a bed and mood lighting. Nothing suspicious about that at all. But then Qin Kexin shows up at the door and runs straight into the pink-haired woman, and the tension between these two is immediately nuclear. 2 beauties, 1 doorway, 0 chill. And the pink-haired beauty immediately goes on the offensive, saying she's here to examine him and demanding to know what Qin Kexin is doing there. The territorial energy is off the charts, and apparently the question on everyone's mind is whether Tang Yu also complimented her development, because apparently that's relevant information right now. And Qin Kexin fires back that there's nothing special about the competition, claiming her own legs are much prettier. The Gooners are absolutely feasting on this comparison battle right now. Then she hits her with the ultimate card, reminding her that this is her house and she has every right to check on the guy who saved her brother. And the pink-haired beauty can't really argue with that logic, so she grudgingly tells her fine, come in. But the anger vein on her forehead tells a very different story. And now the pink-haired beauty turns to Tang Yu and straight up tells him to take off his clothes so she can have a look. Our boy is physically recoiling from this command. Tang Yu desperately insists that he's really not hurt and asks why he would lie about something like that. This man is trying everything to keep his clothes on, but she's already got his shirt open and is touching his chest, gently asking if it hurts. And the angle of this scene is absolutely doing the Gooners justice right now. Tang Yu quickly covers back up and insists that no, it doesn't hurt. He's blushing and flustered, which is not a look we see from our boy very often, and she's clinging to him with a heart bubble floating between them, telling him they're not going to eat him or anything. Tang Yu's face says he is not remotely convinced. Internally, Tang Yu is calling her a perverted girl and thinking that if Qin Kexin wasn't here right now, he would absolutely hit her back. The restraint on this man is impressive, and she just smirks and dares him to do it, saying go ahead and hit her right now. She knows he won't, and the power dynamic here has completely flipped. And from behind the closed door you can hear all 3 of them arguing about who's touching what, with the pink-haired girl offering to let him touch her back and Qin Kexin wanting in on the action. This room has officially lost all control. And so the most eventful day in Tang Yu's recent memory finally comes to an end, in the most chaotic way possible, because nothing in this man's life can ever be simple. As for Yi Chen, the Tang Wang and Shin families have officially united against him, so this silver-haired menace doesn't dare show his face for a while. And Tang Yu, being the generous young master he is, rewarded old Zhao Gaoshen by sending him straight to the South Pole. Yes, the actual South Pole. With penguins. You can't make this stuff up. But here's the big news. Tang Yu unlocked unlimited uses of the immovable Wisdom King skill, meaning his defense is completely maxed out now. He doesn't have to fear the Dragon King's fists anymore. But our boy is nothing if not cautious. He's thinking he needs to find someone else to test this skill on first, because what if the system is straight up tricking him? Fair concern, honestly. And the narration reveals that in this family there's only one person who dares to be rough with Tang Yu, which can only mean one thing: his father. The man is sitting in the living room and immediately asks if Tang Yu doesn't have work to do, questioning why he's being so bored. Classic dad energy right there. And Tang Yu just walks right up to his dad and starts messing with him, asking about the stock market and how business has been. And his dad is already reaching for the belt, telling Tang Yu to check for himself whether he's made money or not. The belt has come out, and historically speaking, that means pain is coming. But instead of running away like he normally would, Tang Yu is standing there with the biggest grin on his face, literally asking his dad to hit him harder. This man is built different now, and his dad goes absolutely ham on him with the belt, swinging with everything he's got. But Tang Yu is just standing there taking it all like it's nothing. And our boy has the audacity to taunt his own father, asking why he stopped and whether he skipped lunch. The disrespect is at an all-time high, and Tang Yu is loving every second of it. Meanwhile, his dad is standing there completely winded, wondering if something is wrong with his belt or if he's just gotten too old to discipline his own kid anymore. And Tang Yu just skips away, saying that if his dad isn't going to hit him anymore, he's leaving. The immovable Wisdom King's skill is officially verified and working perfectly. Our boy is practically dancing through the mansion, celebrating that his dad can't beat him anymore, when suddenly someone calls out to greet him. And standing right there is a brand new character in a maid outfit, introducing herself as Ling Han. And she is absolutely stunning in that uniform, because this manhwa never misses with character design. Tang Yu immediately perks up, thinking that finally he has a beautiful maid in the house and that this is the life a rich and handsome guy should have. The man is living his best life, but then Ling Han asks if young Master Tang has already forgotten her, and suddenly things just got a whole lot more interesting. And Tang Yu immediately recognizes her as the girl from the Star of a Club. According to the original plot, she should be off causing trouble between Qin Ming and another young master. So how on earth did she end up at his house as a maid? His first thought is that Ye Chen must be behind this, trying to get revenge by planting someone in his household. And honestly, that's a pretty reasonable assumption given everything that's happened. But here's the thing. Ling Han apparently heard that the Dragon King was ambushed and injured by several experts while protecting a young girl. She has no idea about Tang Yu actually beating him up, which is a very important detail. So Tang Yu decides to play it cool and asks if she has any experience as a maid. Ling Han confirms she can do laundry, cook and clean, and that she's specifically trained at a maid school, which yes, is apparently a real thing. Tang Yu puts on his young master voice and tells her that the Tang family is different, being the top of the 4 great families in Suzhou, and Ling Han smiles sweetly and says whatever he needs, just say the word. She is absolutely committed to this maid role and the outfit is really selling it. So Tang Yu goes for it and asks if she could give him a head massage since he hasn't been sleeping well lately. And you can already tell where his brain is going with this, because internally our boy is thinking that he used to be afraid of this girl, but now times have changed. With his new defense skill, he's not afraid of anything anymore, and if he doesn't mess with her today, he'd be giving up his scumbag title to Ye Chen. And just like that, Tang Yu is laid out on the bed in his room while Ling Han gives him a proper head massage. This man went from getting beaten by his dad to getting pampered by a beautiful maid in record time. She asks if the pressure is okay, and honestly the technique looks professional. This assassin-turned-maid has some serious skills outside of the killing department. Tang Yu says it's fine, but then adds that he has a question for her, and that smile on his face says this question is going to be anything but innocent. Ling Han sweetly tells him to go ahead and ask whatever he wants. She's keeping up the perfect maid persona, but something tells me she wasn't expecting what comes next. And Tang Yu asks, with the most innocent face possible, that he gets tired just dribbling a soccer ball, so doesn't she get tired doing maid work all day? He's looking up at her from a very specific angle, and the framing is absolutely doing its job. And you can see the anger vein popping on Ling Han's forehead as she forces that smile. This woman is an actual assassin being asked about her stamina for housework. She tells him that even if she's tired, it's nothing because it's an honor to serve him. And the camera angle from below is giving the gooners exactly what they ordered. But internally, Ling Han is thanking him through gritted teeth while thinking that maybe she should just kill him after all. The yandere energy is absolutely radiating from this woman right now. But she catches herself thinking no, she can't get angry because getting sick from anger won't help anyone. Finding information is more important than murdering her annoying new employer. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is lying there in absolute bliss, thinking this is the heavenly life and her technique is so professional. But then he genuinely wonders why such a beautiful girl would become an assassin when that life is so dangerous. And Ling Han can apparently hear his thoughts, because the narration says she's slightly surprised and even a bit touched. She's wondering, even knowing she's an enemy, he still thinks about her well-being like that? So she starts probing for information, casually asking if young Master Tang has any siblings. This is the real reason she's here, and the intel gathering has officially begun. Tang Yu tells her he's the only child in his family, but he does have cousins. Just casual conversation, or so it seems on the surface. And that immediately gets Tang Yu thinking about his traitorous cousin Tang Ruyu. He figures the guy probably won't make any rash moves since he's under 24-hour surveillance. And Ling Han is silently processing all of this, thinking that Tang Yu is quite crafty. No wonder the Dragon King was at a disadvantage against him. Even a crucial chess piece like Tang Ruyu is firmly under his control. She continues the massage and asks again if the pressure is alright, maintaining her cover perfectly while gathering every bit of information she can. And Tang Yu sits up and gives her a big thumbs up, fully satisfied with the service. This man is completely unaware that his new maid is secretly evaluating how dangerous he is. Ling Han then asks if this means she's passed the test and can stay on as his maid. And the sweetness in that smile could give you a cavity, but we know what's really going on underneath. And Tang Yu is thinking that he can't just send her away directly because that would be too obvious and might alert her. So the smartest move is to keep your enemies close. So he tells her that if she can adapt to the job, she's welcome to stay. And if not, she can quit anytime and still get her salary. Seems generous, but there's definitely a strategy behind it. Because internally, Tang Yu is thinking that since she chose to stay on her own, she can't blame him for being shameless about it. And if she can't handle it, she should leave quickly. This man is playing four-dimensional chess right now. But now we get Ling Han's tragic backstory. Tang Yu knows that if her family hadn't been destroyed by Ye Chen's master, she would have been a young lady of equal status to him. Instead, she lost her parents and brother as a child and was raised as an assassin by her enemy. And according to the original novel, even after discovering the truth, she would only hate Ye Chen's master and remain devoted to Ye Chen himself. Because apparently in wish fulfillment novels, the hero can do anything and still be forgiven. But back in reality, Ling Han reveals that the real reason she came to find Tang Yu was to get information about her missing brother. An elder in her organization told her that her parents were killed by an assassin group, and he only managed to save her. And as for her brother, the elder just said his whereabouts were unknown. But now she's starting to realize that the one who planned everything might actually be that elder she respected so much. And that's where we leave her, right on the edge of a devastating truth. Tang Yu notices something is off with Ling Han and asks her what's wrong. And our assassin maid is standing there with a dark expression, clearly shaken by everything she just pieced together about her past. But Tang Yu just lies back down on the couch and tells her to go ahead with whatever she needs. This man has zero concern right now. Meanwhile, Ling Han is deep in thought, trying to calm herself down and process the possibility that the elder she trusted her whole life might actually be her family's real enemy. And just like that, she makes her decision. If that elder really did destroy her family, then from this moment on, she will stand against the entire Dragon Soul organization. The Yonder has officially switched sides. But before anyone can process that bombshell, someone comes barging through the door calling out for his big brother. And who is it? It's Tang Ruyu, the traitorous cousin himself, and Tang Yu immediately sits up asking why he's here. Remember, this guy is supposed to be under 24-hour surveillance. And Tang Ruyu puts on the biggest smile, saying he heard about Tang Yu's engagement to Miss Su and brought an additional gift. Tang Yu accepts the gift with a smile, thanking him for being so thoughtful. On the surface, this looks like two cousins having a nice moment. Then Tang Yu casually asks how things are going at the company lately, keeping the conversation light while he sizes up what his cousin is really up to. And Tang Ruyu plays the humble card perfectly, saying there's still a lot to learn, and if only he had half of Tang Yu's talent. The flattery is absolutely dripping off this guy. And Tang Yu fires back without hesitation, saying yeah, if he had half his talent that'd be great, because then he wouldn't have scored 250 on his exam. Tang Ruyu is completely thrown off, thinking Big Brother isn't following the usual script. He expected the typical polite exchange, not getting verbally demolished. But he quickly recovers and gets to the real reason he's here. He tells Tang Yu he noticed the company accounts don't add up and suspects management is cooking the books, asking Tang Yu to take a look together. Tang Yu just crosses his arms with a knowing smile and asks, sure, when? He's already 3 steps ahead of this conversation. Tang Ruyu says in a couple of days, he just needs to prepare more evidence first and wanted to give Tang Yu a heads up. What a thoughtful cousin, right? But here's what's really going on. The moment he's out of sight, a shadowy figure is telling Tang Ruyu to find a chance to get Tang Yu alone so they can kill him. And yes, that's exactly as suspicious as it sounds. And Tang Ruyu's true colors come out in full force. He's thinking once Tang Yu is dead, no one in the Tang family can compete with him for power. Death flags planted and flourishing for this villain. Meanwhile, back with Tang Yu, our boy is just casually waving goodbye like nothing happened. Alright, let's arrange it like that for now, he says. But Tang Ruyu pauses for a moment, sensing something might be off. Did Tang Yu agree too easily? Because Tang Yu is sitting there with the most devious smile, thinking he's just waiting for this kid to take the bait. Our boy is playing 4-dimensional chess while his cousin is playing checkers. And sure enough, the moment Tang Ruyu gets to his car, he's on the phone reporting to Ye Chen that Tang Yu has agreed to the meetup. This whole thing was a setup from the start. And with pure malice on his face, Tang Ruyu declares that this time Tang Yu will surely die. The death flags are now pointed in a very interesting direction. But back in his study, Tang Yu already knows everything. Ye Chen sent 4 martial arts masters to kill him, and our boy's response, just 4 little brothers, that's all. He's thinking that even the Dragon King couldn't break through his immovable Wisdom King skill, so these 4 assassins working with Tang Ruyu are just walking straight into his trap. But that's a problem for another day, because today is the annual meeting of the Sushu Business Association. and as the representative of the Tang group, Tang Yu has to attend. And the moment he arrives at the venue, who does he run into but Qin Ming, rolling up surrounded by beautiful women like he's some kind of playboy protagonist. The Gooners are eating well tonight, and before Tang Yu can even settle in, Qin Ming grabs him by the arm and says come on, he's taking him to meet someone. Tang Yu looks utterly confused by this ambush. Tang Yu asks who they're meeting and why the mystery, already getting a bad feeling about this whole situation. And then it hits him. He realizes he let his guard down because the person Qin Ming is bringing him to see is probably the last person he wants to deal with right now. Because standing there in a private room is Qin Kexin, looking absolutely stunning in a white artist outfit with a beret, casually asking if he'd like some tea. The Gooners just got fed a 5-course meal. But our boy plays it cool, holding up a water bottle and saying water is fine for him. He's trying to keep this interaction as short and safe as possible. And then Qin Kexin asks him if he can open a bottle for her. Such a simple request, but you can already feel where this is heading. Tang Yu looks at her deadpan and tells her she can open it herself, because when she's angry she could twist off his entire skull cap. This man knows better than to get close. But then Qin Kexin gets serious and says she actually called him here to apologize. She misunderstood him before and didn't know Qin Ming was deceiving him. And honestly, she looks genuinely sincere about it. Tang Yu waves it off with a smile, telling her he's already forgotten all about it. Classic smooth operator move, even when he's clearly still processing everything. And then she asks him a question that catches him off guard. Do you still paint? And behind her you can see a beautiful painting on an easel. Tang Yu looks at the butterfly painting on the easel, and admits he hasn't painted in a long time. There's something about this moment that feels surprisingly intimate. Qin Kexin gently touches the butterfly painting and reminisces about how the three of them, her, Qin Ming and Tang Yu, used to come to her house and paint together. And here's where we get the backstory. Qin Kexin has been sensitive and aloof since childhood, and because of her status as the Qin family's young lady, her classmates flattered her to her face but excluded her behind her back. The only ones who ever actually spent time with her were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them would sit together and paint, and those were the only moments she felt like she belonged somewhere. Back in the present, Tang Yu compliments her painting skills, saying she's gotten much better than before, and you can tell this simple praise means a lot to her. And then Qin Kexin says she should actually thank him, and asks if he remembers when he helped her paint a colorful butterfly. The way she's looking at him right now with that warm smile is absolutely devastating. Now here's the heavy part. Back then, Qin Kexin was severely depressed and had even been secretly cutting her wrists. She only painted in black, especially black butterflies, because her state of mind was in complete darkness. But one day she had to leave in the middle of painting, and when she came back, her black butterfly had been transformed into something colorful and beautiful, surrounded by a field of brilliant flowers. She knew immediately it had to be Tang Yu's work. Those colors brought such an impact to her heart that from that moment on, she slowly began to come out of her depression. Tang Yu literally painted her way back to life without even realizing it. But of course, Tang Yu being Tang Yu, he just scratches his head and says he thought her butterfly was so ugly he couldn't stand it and wanted to teach her a thing or two. Then he tries to excuse himself to go downstairs, and Qin Kexin's expression drops immediately as she asks, "Do you dislike me that much?" And you can hear the genuine pain in that question. Tang Yu immediately panics and tells her not to cry because if people see them, they'll think he bullied her. This man can handle assassins but absolutely crumbles when a girl starts getting emotional. So Qin Kexin pulls out the ultimate weapon and holds up a paintbrush, saying then paint with me. And the way she's standing there in that outfit, this is certified goon fuel right here. But then she stumbles, and the camera angle that follows is doing the absolute most right now. The gooners are getting fed, and they didn't even have to ask. Tang Yu rushes over and peeks around to ask if she's okay, actually looking genuinely concerned for once. And Qin Kexin is sitting on the ground looking up at him with those big green eyes, saying she thinks she twisted her foot. She is radiating maximum damsel energy right now. And then she casually says she might need to take off her stockings to check if it's sprained, and Tang Yu down below is absolutely short-circuiting. Tang Yu tries to regain his composure, clears his throat, and suggests helping her to the sofa first. Our boy is doing his best to maintain some dignity here. And so he puts his arm around her to help her up. And the proximity between these two right now is making every other girl in this story very nervous. He carefully helps her sit down on the sofa, and she's looking up at him with a smile that says this twisted ankle might have been the best thing that happened to her all day. Qin Kexin sits there showing her ankle, and let's just say the framing of this shot is doing the gooners a massive favor with the way she's positioned. And then she looks directly at him and asks if Tang Yu can help apply some medicine for her. The audacity. But back at the main venue, three very familiar and very dangerous women are asking where Tang Yu went. And let me tell you, the energy radiating from this group is terrifying. Poor Qin Ming is absolutely drenched in sweat, trying to explain that Big Brother said he had something to do and might be back later. This man knows he's about to catch strays. And all three girls are now staring at Qin Ming with the kind of murderous intent that would make actual assassins uncomfortable. This is not going to end well for anybody. And then Qin Ming makes the fatal mistake of mentioning that he thinks Big Brother was chatting with his sister. And you can already feel the temperature in this room dropping to absolute zero. And that's all they needed to hear. Without a second of hesitation, they all shout let's go, and the hunt for Tang Yu officially begins. And when they reach the hallway outside the room, the sounds coming from behind that door are extremely questionable. With flower petals floating around and some very suspicious noises, the misunderstanding potential is through the roof. The blue-haired girl stops right outside the door, fist raised, wondering what exactly these two are doing in there. And honestly, even the audience is questioning what's happening. But our pink-haired beauty isn't about to stand around wondering. She pulls out a key card and declares they're going in together. No hesitation, no mercy, just pure jealousy-fueled determination. And the door swings open to reveal Tang Yu standing next to Kim Kexin on the sofa, and our boy is immediately thinking, why are these three here too? The harem chaos has arrived. Tang Yu puts on his most innocent smile while sweating bullets, asking what's going on like he didn't just get caught in the most compromising situation possible. The pink-haired woman crosses her arms and says Qin Ming told them he was here, so they came to find him. And the look on her face says she's already judged the entire situation. Someone asks Kim Kexin what happened and if she's hurt, and she's sitting there on the sofa looking perfectly innocent while the tension in this room could cut glass. And Kim Kexin drops the ultimate bomb with a smug smile, saying she just twisted her ankle but Tang Yu massaged it and it feels much better now. The provocation is written right there on her face, and every other girl in this room is about to explode. Tang Yu immediately goes into damage control mode, telling them not to listen to Kim Kexin's nonsense and that he didn't do anything. But Mu Yai is not buying it for a second. She's fuming, saying Kim Kexin is deliberately trying to provoke them right now. And then the silver-haired girl steps up and offers to examine Kim Kexin's ankle herself, claiming she's a professional. But the pink-haired woman is radiating pure menacing energy right now, thinking these are all old tricks she's already played before. Our boy seizes the opportunity to escape, reminding everyone there's still a meeting to attend and suggesting he should head downstairs first. And the pink-haired woman immediately latches onto his arm, saying her uncle asked her to bring him down. She is not letting him go alone. And Mu Ye sees this and immediately erupts, demanding to know why she's holding his arm. The jealousy is radiating off her like a nuclear reactor. Now the pink-haired woman fires back, telling Mu Ye to have some self-respect and stop obsessing over other people's fiances. And Mu Ye claps right back, saying who even cares about arranged marriages anymore. And then she turns with the most provocative smile and asks, little sister Yue, don't you agree? This woman is absolutely cooking right now. The silver-haired girl chimes in too, agreeing that times have changed and it's all about free love now. These girls are forming an anti-arranged marriage coalition in real time. And Kim Kexin stays quiet through all of this, but in her heart she's now firmly against the engagement. After finally clearing up the misunderstanding with Tang Yu, she doesn't want to miss this chance. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there thinking, great, why don't they just divide him into 4 pieces so each girl gets one? The harem struggle is real. Even though no one managed to claim Tang Yu's arm, all the girls still gathered together and followed him right outside. This man has a whole entourage now. And the crowd at the business association is absolutely losing it, whispering about how Tang Yu has the young misses from 3 of the 4 big families trailing behind him. Even Dr. Jiang is with him. And some random businessman goes, who said Tang Yu was Suzu's #1 simp? This doesn't look like it at all. The man's reputation is doing a complete 180. And then somebody has the audacity to tell Tang Yu's father that his young master really takes after him, which is either a compliment or an insult depending on how you look at it. And Tang Gangcheng, Tang Yu's father, is so furious he's literally reaching for his belt, ready to beat somebody. This man is about to discipline his son in public. He's grabbing his head in despair, wondering if his son is really trying to bring multiple daughters-in-law into the Tang family. He thinks this little bastard has completely ruined their reputation. But over here, we've got the pink-haired woman's grandfather looking absolutely baffled, because his granddaughter is usually disdainful of every man she meets. He asks her what's going on, but she just brushes it off with a smile, telling Grandpa to focus on recovering and not worry about these things. Meanwhile, Mo Yue's father is pulling her aside, telling her to stop being so cold, and to go have a drink with Tang Yu tonight. This dad is literally wingmanning for his own daughter. And Mu Yue just blushes and yells at her dad, but you can tell she's secretly happy about the suggestion. The Sundara energy is through the roof. And then she gets this little smirk on her face, thinking maybe having a drink with him isn't such a bad idea after all. The Ice Queen is thawing fast, but then a familiar green-haired kid runs up calling out for his sister. And if you remember, this is Qin Ming, Qin Kexin's little brother. Except he's not looking for Qin Kexin, he's asking Dr. Jiang directly what she thinks of his big brother Tang Yu and if she's interested in him. This kid is out here playing matchmaker. And Dr. Jiang, looking absolutely adorable right now, shyly admits that she is a bit interested in him. The harem just picked up another member and Tang Yu doesn't even know yet. And Qin Ming absolutely loses it with excitement, immediately declaring that from today on, Tang Yu is officially his brother-in-law. This man just speed ran the whole courtship process on Tang Yu's behalf. And before anyone can stop him, Qin Ming whips out his phone saying he needs to record this memorable moment. He even casually mentions that it's totally normal for his outstanding big brother to have several sisters-in-law. And the post goes viral immediately. The comments are absolutely brutal. People calling Tang Yu a beast and a scumbag, saying they can't even get one girlfriend while he's dating 4 at once. Qinming just nuked Tang Yu's reputation online. But meanwhile, across town at the hospital, someone else has been following this story very closely. Yi Chen's internal injuries have almost healed, but the external wound on his butt is still gonna take at least another week to recover. Yes, you heard that right. This villain is stuck in the hospital because of a butt injury. And then something on his phone catches his attention and the look on his face tells you it's not good news. Because he just saw the viral photo of Tang Yu surrounded by 4 gorgeous women, and he literally screams that Tang Yu is his. The possessiveness is unhinged right now. He can't even get the one woman he's interested in, and meanwhile Tang Yu is out here casually building a full harem. The jealousy is absolutely consuming him, and the rage makes him tense up, which immediately aggravates his wound. Our villain is seething so hard he's literally hurting himself. He tries to stand up, but his injury is fighting back hard. This is genuinely the most undignified villain moment in the entire series so far. And then he looks down at his hands and realizes he's bleeding again. The wound has reopened from all the rage. This man literally injured himself being jealous. But does that stop him? Absolutely not. He declares he wants Tang Yu dead and orders his death squad to take action immediately. The villain arc just escalated to murder. Now back at Tang Yu's place, our boy is sitting on the couch looking completely relaxed, asking his maid if she understands. He's clearly explaining something important, and Ling Han, his maid/secret assassin bodyguard, is just standing there with a knowing smile. The gooners are absolutely eating right now because she is looking stunning. She tells him to lie down, and the way she's sitting on that couch in that maid outfit is certified goon fuel. The framing of this shot knows exactly what it's doing, and Tang Yu just gives her that signature smirk like he's got everything figured out. This man's confidence never wavers. And just like that, our boy is using her lap as a pillow while she sits there thinking about how he's getting more and more bold with her and wondering why she hasn't been kicked out yet. But honestly, she thinks it's kind of hilarious. How could she possibly leave at this point? This assassin has gone full domestic mode and she doesn't even mind. Tang Yu declares that it's way more comfortable and peaceful at home because the outside world is just too dangerous. And the camera angle right now is giving the audience a very specific perspective. Ling Han picks up on the word dangerous and immediately starts thinking about whether Yi Chen has already sent people to deal with Tang Yu. Her assassin instincts are kicking in, but Tang Yu isn't talking about assassins at all. He's complaining that these women are too dangerous because they're all lusting after him, and now all of Susho thinks he's a scumbag. How is he supposed to pick up girls in the future? But then his expression shifts to something more serious. Something just changed the mood in this room. His phone rings and he picks up, asking what's going on. The playful energy from a moment ago is completely gone. It's Qinming on the other end, saying he has time now and it's about what he mentioned before. And if you remember, Qinming was feeding Tang Yu intel about his cousin Tang Ruyu's betrayal. Tang Yu's expression shifts to a knowing smile as he thinks, this traitor is finally making his move. He tells Qinming to wait at the company and that he'll be there soon. He hangs up the phone with that signature smirk. The fun and games are over. It's time for Tang Yu to go handle some real business. But Ling Han is immediately concerned, thinking about the death squad's strength. If all 4 of them work together, even she can't take them on. Is Tang Yu really gonna risk his life? But her expression hardens with pure determination. She cannot let anything happen to him. This woman went from cold-blooded assassin to ride-or-die protector real fast. But Tang Yu doesn't rush to find Tang Ruyu right away. The narration tells us he's got no fighting ability himself, so he needs to make a stop first. He knows he needs to bring some backup. As he puts it himself, they've got the brains, now they need some firepower. And that firepower comes in the form of a guy in a traditional martial arts outfit who greets him cheerfully. This is the Tang family's newest hire. The Tang family's newly hired ancient martial arts bodyguard ranked at yellow level strength. And before you think that sounds weak, let me explain. Although yellow rank is at the bottom of the cultivation system, ancient martial artists are extremely rare to begin with. It's like being the worst student at Harvard. You're still elite compared to everyone else. Tang Yu lays out the plan. He tells the bodyguard there will be experts waiting to ambush them, but not to rush in. He wants to play with them first and will give the signal when it's time to strike. The bodyguard smirks and says anyone who can only last 2 rounds with Tang Yu, a paper tiger, must be weak as hell. The absolute disrespect toward his own boss is hilarious. Tang Yu laughs it off and says if there are no questions, let's head out. These two have some real buddy cop energy going on right now. And then Tang Yu's expression gets serious as he says their first stop is to go find his dear cousin Tang Ruyu. The way he says dear cousin tells you everything about how this meeting is going to go. But meanwhile, hidden in the darkness on a hilltop somewhere, 4 men dressed entirely in black are crouching together. Their leader says about 20 more minutes and that they should start preparing now. These guys mean business. And then one of them casually asks about Dragon 8's situation, which sounds like someone important from their organization. They all laugh and say Dragon 8 is in jail. And from the way they're laughing, they clearly don't respect the guy at all. One of them says Dragon 8 was always useless and only got his position by clinging to Ye Chen's coattails. Without Ye Chen, he's nothing. And here's where it gets really interesting. They say Ye Chen isn't much better either, having lost over 100 billion since coming back. All the money they worked hard to earn just thrown away. And then the bomb drops. They say today's mission isn't actually for Ye Chen. It's for someone called Young Master Lu. These assassins have switched allegiances. They believe that if it weren't for Ye Chen's blood relation to the old Dragon King, the position of Dragon King should rightfully belong to Young Master Lu. There's a whole power struggle happening behind the scenes, and their leader declares that after they kill the target today, they'll send his head to Young Master Lu as a gift. These guys are not playing around, and right on cue, Tang Yu's car comes rolling up the mountain road. Guided by Tang Ruyu's directions, heading straight toward the ambush point. The cousin led him right into the trap. The death squad spots the car, and all four of them are on their feet immediately. Target spotted. The lead assassin draws his blade and charges forward. The ambush has officially begun. But inside the car, Tang Yu looks completely calm with his bodyguard right beside him. Because here's the thing, our boy knew this was coming the entire time. The bodyguard spots trouble up ahead and tells Tang Yu he's going to go handle it personally. And Tang Yu just casually tells him to go ahead, like he's sending someone to pick up groceries. But then he grins and mutters that they're still putting on an act. Our boy already knows exactly what's waiting for them out there. The bodyguard leaps out of the car and charges straight toward the ambush with zero hesitation. But he immediately takes a hit to the neck and gets rocked. That was fast. And just like that, the bodyguard is face down on the pavement. Remember when he called Tang Yu a paper tiger? Yeah, look who's on the floor right now. Tang Yu calmly steps out of the car and asks the attackers straight up if Ye Chen sent them. No fear, no panic, just casual conversation. The lead assassin responds by telling him there's no point knowing that when he's about to die. Real original threat there, buddy. But here's the thing this assassin doesn't realize. He's a top expert of the yellow rank and thinks this rich kid is nothing. He genuinely believes he could end Tang Yu with a single strike, so he throws a full power punch right at Tang Yu's face. Keep your eyes on what happens next. And Tang Yu just stands there with that signature smirk on his face. The punch connects clean to his face, and there is absolutely zero reaction. None. This man didn't even blink. The assassin is completely baffled. His fist just landed a direct hit, and it did literally nothing. The confusion on this man's face is priceless, and Tang Yu has the nerve to ask him if that's all he's got, and whether he even ate today. This is the most disrespectful thing I've seen in this entire series. Now the assassin is furious. He pulls out his signature move, the Tiger Fist, and puts everything he's got behind it. It connects again and still absolutely nothing. Tang Yu is tanking name techniques to the face like they're mosquito bites, and you can see the exact moment this assassin's confidence starts to crack. His entire worldview is being demolished in real time, so he calls in backup. One of them yells for Eagle to help, and they go for a combined Dragon Tiger Fist technique, two assassins attacking at once. The first one winds up and throws everything into this hit, and the second one follows up immediately with his own devastating strike. Both punches land simultaneously on Tang Yu, and somehow, impossibly, there is still no reaction whatsoever. This man has the defense stat of a raid boss. The assassin cannot believe it. They just used their combined technique and this guy didn't even flinch. The so-called elite death squad is having a full identity crisis right now, and Tang Yu is just standing there looking down at them, casually asking if they want help and identifying their fighting style as assassin techniques. He's reading them like an open book. Then he starts naming their moves one by one. Dragon Fist, right? He grabs the guy while calling out his own technique back at him. Tiger Fist, right? He's literally catching their attacks and identifying each one like he's grading a martial arts exam. The level of disrespect is off the charts. The Death Squad members are absolutely mortified. They're screaming about how the mighty Death Squad has never suffered humiliation like this before. Yeah, there's a first time for everything, gentlemen. So all four of them decide to rush him at once. Their plan has gone from coordinated ambush to desperate bum rush, and honestly that tells you everything you need to know about how this is going. Meanwhile, the bodyguard Huang Junsha is watching all of this unfold and having a complete mental breakdown. He's thinking Tang Yu's strength is terrifying, and that a master like him is deliberately letting him observe and learn. And now this man is swearing absolute loyalty, saying he'll do whatever Tang Yu asks without hesitation from now on. Tang Yu accidentally created a devoted follower just by being too strong to get punched. Sometime later, the assassins are beaten and bruised, whispering to each other that this man might be a monster. They say the only person who's ever given them pressure like this is the old man from their organization. If the Dragon King himself showed up, they'd die on the spot. One of them finally snaps and tells Tang Yu to just strike them down and get it over with. They've completely given up. But Tang Yu looks down at them with pure contempt and says they're all too weak and he has no interest in dealing with trash. And then he admits he's actually afraid that if he makes a move, he might not be able to stop himself from killing them. Even the Manhwa can't take this seriously, putting him in chibi form while he says that. The assassin is fuming and demands to know what exactly he means by that. And Tang Yu spells it out for him with the most villain-coded energy possible. He means that everyone here is trash. This is the coldest line delivery we've gotten from our boy in the entire Manhwa so far. And the assassin, completely demoralized, admits that Tang Yu's strength relies entirely on their imagination, meaning they literally cannot fathom how powerful he actually is. Tang Yu turns around and calls out for Huang Junxia with that signature casual energy like he just finished a light warm-up, and the bodyguard is absolutely thrilled. He's thinking that Tang Yu wants him to take out the trash, and honestly this man looks like he just got chosen for prom. And just like that, all 4 members of the death squad are tied up on the ground while Huang Junxia stands over them looking proud. From elite assassination unit to wrapped up like a gift box in one evening, the bodyguard asks Tang Yu what he should do with them now, still riding that high of serving his new idol. Tang Yu doesn't even bother with anything dramatic. He just tells him to take them to the police station. Hired killers defeated and handed over to the cops like a noise complaint. The disrespect is generational, and Huang Junxia happily agrees, calling him Young Master Tang with sparkles in the background. This man has fully converted to the Tang Yu fan club. But while all of this was happening, somebody was watching from the shadows. Ling Han was hiding behind a tree the entire time, and she knows the death squad's strength better than anyone. She's thinking that even their combined attacks couldn't scratch Tang Yu, so there's no way he's below Earth-level realm. And this is the face of a woman whose entire understanding of the power hierarchy just got rewritten in real time. She starts wondering why Tang Yu could have easily killed her but chose not to. And you can see the gears turning as she tries to figure out what that means. And then she decides that next time he asks her for a back rub, she'll actually go. The former assassin is blushing while thinking about giving her target a massage. The harem progression in this series is genuinely unmatched. After all that, Tang Yu brought his traitor cousin Tang Ruyu to the hospital. The old man got rushed to the emergency room because apparently the ambush did a number on him too. Then he calls his second uncle's family to explain everything before leisurely heading home. This man just dismantled an assassination plot and he's handling the paperwork like it's a Tuesday. On the drive home, Tang Yu asks his system what's going on. Characters who weren't supposed to appear yet are showing up early, and that's a problem even for someone who knows the plot. The system drops a bomb. It tells him the plot has already collapsed and to be extra careful. When even the cheat code tells you to watch your back, you know things are getting serious. But Tang Yu's priority right now isn't the collapsing storyline. He wants to know where his reward is and accuses the system of trying to keep it for itself. This man just survived an ambush and his first concern is loot. The system confirms the reward has been delivered, which sounds great until you think about it for a second. Tang Yu immediately asks where it was delivered and who received it, because that reward definitely did not land in his hands. And it turns out a package sent in Tang Yu's name is already on a plane heading to Africa. The system just shipped his reward to another continent without telling him. That has to be the most trolled a protagonist has ever been by his own system. The reward is an ancient martial arts secret manual called the Dragon Elephant Technique, and it was delivered to someone named He Jin. Keep that name in mind, because it's about to matter. We cut to the He family's private hospital, and this is where things start getting really interesting on the villain side of the story. Ye Chen is sitting there checking his phone, and he's noticed that the death squad approached their target 5 hours ago with still no update. The silence is making him nervous, and it should be, but he convinces himself that there's no way someone like Tang Yu could handle the death squad. The copium levels are dangerously high right now, and then someone knocks on his door, and in walks this absolutely gorgeous woman asking if he needs something. She's Miss He, and this manhwa really doesn't miss when it comes to character design. Every woman in this story looks like she was made in a lab. Ye Chen asks her to investigate something for him. He's lost contact with 4 of his men and needs answers. The way he says it so casually while smiling is honestly unsettling. But he doesn't even need to look into it. She tells him there's no need because they've already been sent to jail. The look on Ye Chen's face when he hears that is pure devastation. And this is where a brand new player enters the game. Meet Lu Junzhuo, Ye Chen's junior brother. Remember how the death squad said they were working for young Master Lu? Ye Chen is caught off guard asking why his junior brother is here when he was supposed to be on a mission in France. Something about this arrival feels deeply calculated. Lu Junzhuo explains that their master already knows about the death squad situation and sent him here to help, which sounds supportive on the surface, but there's something off about the way he says it. And Ye Chen's mind is racing. The death squad actually failed? And worse, the old man himself sent Lu Junzhuo? He's starting to realize this might not be a rescue mission at all. This might be a replacement. Lu Junzhuo tells Ye Chen to rest and recover, then head to Beijing once he's better, and he'll handle things in Suzhou personally. He's saying it with a smile, but what he's actually saying is, "You're benched. I'm in charge now." Ye Chen asks him one crucial question. Has he made a breakthrough? And the tension in this room just went through the roof. Lu Junzhuo confirms he's now at the peak of the Swan realm, while Ye Chen is still stuck in the middle, and then he drops the real knife, asking whether a repeatedly failing weakling really thinks he's qualified to be the Dragon King. The disrespect between these two is venomous. Ye Chen's face goes dark and he threatens that once he breaks through, Lu Junzhuo is dead. But honestly, empty threats from a hospital bed don't hit the same, and everyone in this room knows it, and Lu Junzhuo just waves goodbye with the most politely toxic smile, telling his senior brother to take his time recovering. Would you trust this man? Because I absolutely would not. As they walk out together, he asks if Lu will be in charge of Suzhou from now on. The power transfer is already happening before Ye Chen's body is even cold. He simply says yes, one word that changes the entire power structure of the villain faction in Susho. But Missy shakes her head and says that won't be easy. Even she knows that taking over Susho is a different game entirely. Lu Junjuo doesn't care. He declares he will have the Dragon King position, and everything Ye Chen valued, including his women, he's gonna take it all. So basically Tang Yu just got a brand new villain upgrade, and this one is smarter, stronger, and hungrier than Ye Chen ever was. Meanwhile, back at Tang Corporation's general manager office, the mood is about to shift completely. There's a girl sitting on the office couch, playing games and eating fried chicken like she owns the place. She's in a full business suit and still somehow radiating pure cozy energy. Tang Yu walks in and immediately does a facepalm. He's thinking that she wasn't very smart to begin with, and now she's playing games all day, which is only going to make it worse. And then he adds that with those big assets and no brains, she's in trouble. Our boy said what everyone was thinking, but she just looks up at him innocently and offers him some food. The gap between the corporate espionage happening 2 scenes ago and this woman casually sharing fried chicken is giving me whiplash. Tang Yu declines the food and asks her if she knows what day it is. She immediately guesses it's KFC Crazy Thursday. I can't make this up. This girl's brain is entirely food motivated. Tang Yu tells her it's actually her birthday today, and the sweat drop on his face says everything about how he feels dealing with this woman on a daily basis. And suddenly the comedy drops away. The narration reveals that birthdays have never really mattered to her, and having someone actually care about it feels like an unattainable luxury. Tang Yu's concern genuinely warms her heart. Tang Yu plays it cool and says the company has a rule that employees must celebrate their birthdays, and since he's free today, he'll celebrate with her. He's wrapping genuine kindness in corporate policy so she doesn't feel awkward, and honestly that's smoother than anything he's done with the rest of his harem. And she's absolutely glowing right now. Completely stunned that young Master Tang is celebrating her birthday. Between a new villain leveling up and this soft moment, this episode is ending on the perfect contrast. But keep your eye on Lu Junjuo, because something tells me he's going to be a much bigger problem than Ye Chen ever was. Tang Yu kicks off the birthday celebration by announcing they're going gift shopping first, then clothes. This man is running a full-day date itinerary disguised as a company benefit. And internally he's thinking about how Chi Yin is an incredible assassin but a complete disaster as a normal girl. Her fashion sense is outdated. She never wears anything cute, and apparently being that gorgeous while not dressing up is a crime against public aesthetics. Chi Yin thanks him, and what she's really feeling is that Tang Yu is the first person in her entire life who wants her to be a normal girl instead of just a weapon. That hits different when you think about it. Their first stop is a high-end music store, and keep an eye on what happens here because this simple birthday shopping trip is about to spiral into a full confrontation. Tang Yu tells her to go in and take a look, and Chi Yin is trailing behind him looking genuinely surprised that they're here. She asks him how he knows she likes guitars, and the way her voice goes soft here is honestly adorable for someone who could snap a man's neck in 2 seconds flat. Tang Yu hits her with the most meta response possible, saying he's the man with the script in hand. He literally has knowledge of the original story and he's using it to flex on his birthday gift game. Because in the original story, Chi Yin deep down always wanted a normal life. She loves music, she loves guitars, but those things were never allowed in the life of a trained killer. So a guitar as a birthday gift is genuinely perfect. A bubbly store clerk greets them, asking what kind of guitar they're looking for. Classical, folk, electric, she's got the full pitch ready. Tang Yu turns to Chi Yin and simply asks which one she wants. No budget talk, no hesitation, just pure you pick, and I buy energy. And she just starts browsing quietly, looking at the guitars with this gentle expression that you would never associate with a professional assassin. She picks up a classical guitar and asks how about this one, and the smile on her face right now might be the most genuine expression she's ever shown in this entire series. And Tang Yu catches himself thinking about why this silly girl looks so beautiful when she smiles. Our boy is developing real feelings and he doesn't even realize it yet. Chi Yin can feel the sincerity behind his compliment, and it genuinely warms her heart. The affection meter between these two is climbing at an alarming rate. The clerk explains that Chi Yin has picked their last Smallman classical guitar, which is entirely handcrafted and takes about 2 years to produce. So naturally this thing is going to cost a fortune. Tang Yu doesn't flinch, he just asks how much with the most casual smile like he's ordering takeout. 370,000 for a guitar. And Tang Yu is about to buy it as a birthday present for his employee. The wealth gap in this manhwa is a character of its own. And that's when trouble walks in wearing a black dress that leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination. This woman declares she's a Black Gold member and demands the Smallman guitar be brought to her. The entitlement is radiating off her like heat waves. The clerk nervously tells her that the Smallman was actually just sold, and the look on Miss Xiao's face says she did not come here to accept the word no. Miss Xiao doesn't miss a beat. She straight up tells the clerk to refund the other customer's money because she's taking that guitar. The entitlement on this woman is operating at a level I didn't think was possible. Both Tang Yu and Chi Yin are standing there looking thoroughly unimpressed. Chi Yin especially looks like she's about 3 seconds away from defaulting to assassin mode. To her credit, the clerk actually pushes back and says this doesn't comply with their store rules. Genuine respect for this girl trying to do her job properly. And Miss Xiao responds by slapping the clerk across the face over a guitar. She just physically assaulted a store employee because she was told no. Would you feel bad about what's coming to this woman? Because I absolutely would not. Then she goes on a tirade about being a Black Gold member and how this poor nobody clerk will never earn that much money in her entire life. She's pulling the wealth card on someone just doing their job. And the clerk just holds her cheek and apologizes with tears in her eyes. This is genuinely infuriating to watch, and you can feel the payoff building. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is putting together who this woman actually is. She's the mistress of a villain who was supposed to antagonize Ye Chen in the original story. The classic face-slapping escalation revenge cycle. But now that Tang Yu is here instead, this plotline is about to go very differently. The store manager rushes in asking what happened, and you would think he'd take the side of his own employee. You would be wrong. Miss Xiao immediately complains that the employee was lecturing her about rules. The victim act is honestly impressive for someone who just committed assault in a guitar shop. And the manager immediately turns on his own employee, screaming at Lu Shuqin to apologize to this customer right now. The spinelessness of this man is genuinely remarkable. The poor girl tries to explain that these other customers already paid for the guitar and Miss Xiao wants a forced refund and resale, which literally goes against their policy. And the manager doesn't care. He threatens to fire her on the spot if she doesn't apologize immediately. This man would sell his own grandmother for a VIP customer's approval. And that's when Tang Yu steps in with his eyes literally glowing, telling the manager that if he makes her apologize, every single one of their music stores in Suzhou will cease to exist. The temperature in this room just dropped 30 degrees. The manager actually has the nerve to push back, asking who Tang Yu thinks he is, and whether he knows who their boss is. Sir, you are about to find out exactly who you're talking to. Miss Xiao piles on, calling Tang Yu a poor nobody and asking if he's actually capable of shutting down their stores. The confidence of people who have no idea who they're provoking never stops being entertaining. Then she turns to Qi Yin, calls her a country bumpkin, and demands she hand over the guitar. She really just insulted a professional assassin's fashion sense while trying to steal her birthday present, and now she's physically trying to snatch it from Qi Yin's hands. This woman has absolutely zero regard for personal boundaries or self-preservation. Tang Yu delivers a clean slap right across Miss Xiao's face, and honestly, it was deserved about 5 panels ago. She's absolutely stunned, asking how he dares hit a woman. The audacity to play the victim card after slapping someone else first is truly a talent. Tang Yu hits her with the most cold-blooded response. He says he believes in gender equality and will hit anyone who acts like a jerk. This is probably the most satisfying face slap moment in this manhwa so far, and there has been serious competition. Internally, he's thinking that even though they're technically both villains in this story, she's a small fry who genuinely deserved that. The villain hierarchy has a pecking order. Qi Yin just smiles and thinks to herself, equal rights my foot. She knows he slapped that woman because someone messed with his people, but things are about to escalate because Miss Xiao just called in backup. Meet Han Mingxuan, the second young master of the Han family from Beijing, and he does not look happy. He marches in declaring that someone dared to lay hands on his woman, Han Mingxuan's woman. The possessive boyfriend entrance is textbook, right down to the dramatic close-up. Tang Yu immediately recognizes him. The Han family from Beijing, the same family involved in the massacre of the Ye family years ago, they're already Ye Chen's sworn enemies, and Tang Yu's brain is now operating at 500%. He decides to make a move that defies all logic. He's going to pretend to be Ye Chen's underling and declare war on the Han family. This man is manufacturing beef between 2 powerful factions just to mess with Ye Chen's future plans. The strategic villainy is genuinely impressive. Han Mingxuan doesn't waste time with words. He orders his bodyguard Elder Zhou to break both of Tang Yu's arms. Because in this world, every rich kid has a personal martial arts enforcer apparently. Elder Zhou launches at Tang Yu with a swirling energy attack, and this guy is clearly no pushover. He's a trained martial artist going all out. Qi Yin immediately snaps, screaming that she'll kill anyone who hurts Tang Yu. The protective instinct activated so fast she didn't even think about it. But Tang Yu holds her back. Qi Yin is confused because she doesn't understand why he's not letting her fight. She doesn't realize there's no need, because Tang Yu just looks at Elder Zhou and asks, "Is that all?" The 5-strike combo that should have shattered his arms did absolutely nothing. We've seen this movie before and it never gets old. Elder Zhou is having a full existential crisis. His lightning-fast 5-hit combination should have crippled Tang Yu for life, but the man didn't even budge, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. It's like punching a wall and the wall judges you for it. And then the realization hits Elder Zhou like a truck. He starts wondering if Tang Yu might be an Earth-level master, which is apparently a tier so far above him that his attacks are basically a gentle breeze. Han Mingxuan overhears that and the color drains from his face. Earth-level. The confidence he walked in with is evaporating in real time. Miss Xiao has the nerve to ask what Earth-level even means, and you can see on Han Mingxuan's face that he's regretting every decision that led to this moment. He screams at her to shut up. The man who walked in declaring he'd avenge his woman is now yelling at that same woman because her ignorance is making things worse. Now here's where Tang Yu executes his plan. He introduces himself and then casually asks Han Mingswan if he remembers the Ye family from Beijing. That one question changes the entire dynamic of this conversation. Han Mingswan's mind races. The Ye family was massacred over 20 years ago, and now he's wondering if somehow their bloodline survived and is back for revenge. The fear in his eyes is genuine. Tang Yu goes all in. He tells Han Mingswan to break both of his own arms, go back to Beijing, and warn the Han family that his big brother Ye Chen will return like lightning to take revenge on everyone involved in that massacre. This is Oscar-worthy villain improv, and he declares they'll start with the Han family first. Tang Yu is single-handedly setting the Han family and Ye Chen on a collision course, and neither side even asked for it. Han Mingswan is absolutely terrified now and calls for Elder Zhou to do something. His bravado completely collapsed the moment he realized he's outclassed by multiple tiers. And Elder Zhou, the supposed protector, is sweating and thinking to himself that at least Tang Yu is only breaking the young master's arms and not his. The loyalty in this bodyguard relationship is absolutely non-existent. Elder Zhou breaks Han Mingswan's arms himself. His own bodyguard, the man paid to protect him, just crippled him on command because self-preservation won over loyalty. That has to be the most brutal betrayal by an employee in this entire series. And just like that, the chaos settles and the music store goes quiet again. Guitars still standing, shelves still intact. Only the Han family's pride got destroyed today. Elder Zhou sheepishly asks Tang Yu if he can leave now. The energy of a student asking the teacher for a bathroom pass after committing treason. Tang Yu tells him to leave his two arms behind as well. You thought you were getting out of this unscathed? No one walks away clean from messing with Tang Yu's birthday plans. Elder Zhou's face goes completely white. The realization that his self-preservation strategy was only temporary hits him like a freight train. We cut to outside, and the situation at the music store is apparently getting attention from higher up. Remember when Tang Yu threatened to shut down their stores in Suzhou? A man arrives saying he got a report about someone causing trouble at the store, only to find Tang Yu himself standing there. The panic when he realizes who the troublemaker is dealing with is priceless. Tang Yu takes charge immediately. He orders this man to contact the store's actual boss, fire the spineless manager, and promote the blonde clerk to manager, or the entire chain can forget operating in Suzhou. Corporate restructuring at sword point. The man doesn't hesitate for even a second. When Tang Yu gives an order, people move. That's the difference between real power and fake power. Tang Yu stands there looking absolutely pleased with himself, surrounded by flower petals like he just finished a conquest arc in the middle of a birthday shopping trip. Peak main character behavior. And the store manager is on the phone getting absolutely demolished by his boss. Fired, salary gone, pack your bags within 5 minutes. That's what happens when you side with a Karen over basic human decency. But here's the real masterstroke. Tang Yu is thinking about how this encounter will make it impossible for Ye Chen to lay low when he goes to Beijing. In the original plot, Ye Chen was supposed to infiltrate quietly, but now the Han family thinks he's declared open war. Tang Yu just sabotaged an entire storyline in one afternoon. And even if the Han family comes looking for retaliation, they'll be searching for Tang Bigswan, which isn't even Tang Yu's real identity. He's playing under a fake name within a fake role. The layers of deception on this man are genuinely unhinged. Chi-In is watching all of this and thinking that Tang Yu isn't just a top-notch martial arts expert, he's also completely ruthless when the situation calls for it. And the look on her face says she finds both of those things incredibly attractive. After the chaos at the music store, Tang Yu takes Chi-In shopping for clothes and out to eat. The birthday date continues like he didn't just cripple two men and restructure a company's management 20 minutes ago. Then they hit the arcade together, and for Chi-In, this is the most unforgettable day of her life. Every previous birthday was spent on assassination missions. Tang Yu asks her if there's anything else she wants to eat or do, and the gentleness in his expression right now is such a contrast to the man who was handing out arm-breaking orders an hour ago. She tells him this is enough and she wants to go home. But the way she's smiling says she could have done this forever and been perfectly happy. Tang Yu agrees to take her home with the softest smile we've seen from him all episode. For a villain protagonist, he's stacking relationship flags at an insane rate. They arrive back at the apartment under a starry night sky, and the whole mood has shifted from the chaos of earlier into something genuinely peaceful. Chi-In turns to him at the doorway and softly calls out young Master Tang. There's something in her expression that says she wants to tell him something important. Tang Yu looks at her with a confused but curious expression, asking what's up, and we're left on that cliffhanger. Whatever Chi-In is about to say or do next, the affection meter between these two just hit maximum capacity today. Between Tang Yu sabotaging Ye Chen's entire Beijing infiltration plan and winning another girl's heart over a guitar, this man played both the strategic and the romantic game flawlessly. But remember, Lu Junzhuo and the Han family are both still out there, and now they both have reasons to come after Tang Yu. This is only going to escalate. Chi-In finally says what she's been holding in all day, thanking Tang Yu for the best birthday she's ever had. And Tang Yu responds by patting her on the head and telling her not to be so formal with her own boss. The man just casually diffused the most emotionally charged moment of the night. She tells him she's heading off, but that smile is doing way more talking than her words are right now. And the two of them walk off together, side by side, looking like they just finished a drama's final episode confession scene. Shi Yin is absolutely glowing right now, scrolling through her phone with that love-struck expression that says this woman is completely gone for him. She's looking at the photo from the arcade earlier, the two of them laughing together. For an assassin who spent every birthday on a mission, this single picture probably means more than anything she's ever owned. But while Shi Yin is having her fairy tale moment, Tang Yu is already back to business in the parking garage. He hops in his car and immediately calls up the system, asking where his reward is for handling the music store plotline, because even romance has a loot drop in this man's world. And the system delivers. The reward is something called the soul-capturing eye. Now keep that name in your head because this ability is about to change everything. The description says it can be activated when a target's mental state is unstable, allowing for brainwashing and control. Tang Yu is absolutely thrilled, and honestly, he should be terrified of himself. He immediately recognizes what this really is, a loyalty-flipping tool. One ability to turn anyone into his puppet as long as their mind is vulnerable enough. And his first thought, planting double agents in the enemy's ranks. This man got a mind control power and within 3 seconds had already mapped out an espionage strategy. The villain grindset is genuinely unmatched. His phone rings and a woman asks him what he's up to. Now pay attention to this woman, because she's about to become very relevant very quickly. Tang Yu asks about the 4 guys he sent over previously and whether he can come see them. He's already got a target picked out for his brand new mind control ability. The scene shifts to the front of the police station, and if you're wondering why Tang Yu has people locked up here, you clearly haven't been paying attention to how this man operates. And there she is. A police officer perched on a red motorcycle looking like she walks straight out of an action movie casting call. This manhwa is not subtle about introducing its female characters. Tang Yu walks up and opens with the smoothest possible greeting. The confidence on this man to flirt with a police officer right outside her own precinct is frankly absurd. And she immediately threatens to detain him. Her name is Bai Wanyi, and she is not here to entertain pickup lines from pretty boys in white suits. Tang Yu fires back, asking if she'd really arrest a man for complimenting her. The audacity of delivering that line with a sparkle effect behind him is criminal in itself. Bai Wanyi shuts down the flirting and tells him to stop messing around and follow her. And listen, the manhwa is making sure we all notice this woman from every angle, so I will not pretend I didn't. But Tang Yu turns and asks why she's following him. Apparently he had zero intention of going wherever she was heading. He tells her flat out to go away because he still needs to brainwash those 4 guys. This man just said the word brainwash out loud to a police officer with zero hesitation. Bai Wanyi reluctantly agrees, and the slight disappointment on her face says she wanted to tag along more than she'd ever admit. But she quickly recovers and threatens to check the surveillance cameras on whatever he does in there. She's a cop through and through, and she does not trust this man even slightly. Tang Yu strolls into the detention area like he owns the entire building, which, knowing his connections, he probably could if he wanted to. And the 4 guys behind bars instantly panic. They thought Tang Yu already let them go, so seeing him walk back in triggers pure survival instinct. And that's when Tang Yu activates the soul-capturing eye for the very first time. His eyes glow purple, and the entire atmosphere shifts into something deeply unsettling. He locks those glowing eyes onto them and asks if they're satisfied with their jobs. This is the most menacing job interview in the history of employment. All 4 shake their heads no. The brainwashing has already started, and they don't even realize it. Then he asks if they're satisfied with their income still radiating that hypnotic purple glow. He's running them through a corporate dissatisfaction survey while mind-controlling them. They shake their heads again. Honestly, who would be? Being a low-level thug pays terribly in every universe. Now Tang Yu hits them with the pitch. What if you could slack off all day, hit the clubs at night, and still make millions a month? Is this a brainwashing session or a multi-level marketing scheme? Because the delivery is identical. And they are nodding so fast their faces literally blur. These men have never agreed to anything this enthusiastically in their entire lives. Tang Yu goes full inspirational leader mode, inviting them to join the Tang group, save oppressed villains, eliminate inequality, and become comrades. He's basically running a villain recruitment ad with motivational speaker energy, and these 4 grown men are looking at him like he's their personal messiah. Their eyes are sparkling. Tang Yu points at them and asks if they know what their first order of business should be. Brainwashing complete. And their immediate answer? Slack off. Go to the club. They all start chanting it like a mantra. Tang Yu built himself a party squad instead of a spy network. Tang Yu stares at them and realizes he might have brainwashed them a little too well. These guys were supposed to be a death squad, and now they're basically a nightlife appreciation club. He roasted them himself, calling them the club squad. He quickly corrects course, telling them they need to reform and become good people first before they earn the right to go clubbing. The villain is now a moral guidance counselor for his own brainwashed minions. And just like that, all 4 pledge their absolute loyalty to young Master Tang. The entire conversion took less than 5 minutes. Now that the loyalty is locked in, Tang Yu sits down and tells them to spill everything they know. Time to collect the intel he actually came here for. And here's the real payoff. He learns that Ye Chen's junior brother is coming to steal the Dragon King's position in Susho, which means Tang Yu himself is the #1 target. The protagonist's ally is gunning straight for him. So Tang Yu gives them their real mission: infiltrate the junior brothers' inner circle and report everything back immediately. These 4 club enthusiasts just got promoted to undercover double agents. With the espionage handled, we cut to outside where the night is settling in and a new scene is about to unfold. Tang Yu offers to treat Bai Wani to a late-night snack, and she immediately suggests taking her motorcycle. The dynamic between these two is already giving off a completely different energy than his other relationships. Tang Yu tries to flex by saying he has his own car, which is his polite way of suggesting they travel in luxury instead of on a bike. Bai Wani shuts that down instantly, calling his car crappy and insisting on roadside barbecue instead. She tells him she'll drop him off after because she still has work. This woman does not care about wealth or status, and honestly that makes her 10 times more interesting. Tang Yu just smiles and agrees. When was the last time someone told this billionaire villain that his car was trash and he just accepted it with a grin? The motorcycle roars to life, and these two are about to take the most loaded late-night barbecue run in this entire series. And Tang Yu is sitting behind Bai Wani on the bike looking genuinely caught off guard. The man who never flinches in combat is rattled by a motorcycle ride with a pretty cop. Bai Wani immediately asks where exactly he's putting his hand. The anger vein on her head says this is a federal offense in her book, and Tang Yu, with zero shame, asks if he should move it up instead. This man chose violence on a moving vehicle with a woman who could literally arrest him. He quickly backtracks and says he'll move it down. Even Tang Yu knows when he's pushed the flirting one step past the point of no return. But internally, this man is absolutely not thinking pure thoughts. He's mentally noting her slim waist and figure while riding behind her. The brain and the mouth are operating on completely different moral frequencies. He concludes that aside from her bad temper, everything else about Bai Wani is pretty great. Coming from a man who collects women like limited edition figures, that's actually a meaningful compliment. Would you trust Tang Yu with another love interest at this point, or is the roster already too stacked? But hold on, while these two are having their little moment, someone sitting in a parked car just snapped a photo of them together. Keep your eye on this, because whoever took that picture is about to cause serious problems. Meanwhile, we cut to none other than Lu Junjuo, Ye Chen's junior brother, and he's currently demolishing a professional card dealer at an underground casino. The dealer, who's supposedly a top-tier card sharp, has lost 15 rounds in a row. Even a professional gambler would be questioning reality at this point. The dealer straight up concedes and praises young master Lu's skill. When the person whose entire job is cheating at cards admits you're better, Lu Junju waves it off like it's nothing, casually holding an ace and calling card cheating a trivial skill. The level of disrespect toward a professional is genuinely impressive. And then he flicks a card so hard it physically embeds itself into the table. That's not a card trick anymore, that's a weapon demonstration. The ace of spades is stabbed clean through the felt, and everyone watching just realized this man isn't here to gamble. He's here to prove a point about what he's capable of, and that's when the photo arrives. Remember that spy in the car? The picture of Tang Yu and Bai Wani together on the motorcycle just landed on Lu Junjuo's phone. Lu Junjuo's expression shifts immediately. He recognizes Tang Yu as the rich second generation from the Tang family and wonders why this supposed loser is hanging around Bai Wani. The gears in his head are already turning. Turns out Bai Wani was the very first woman Lu Junju set his sights on after arriving in Suzhou. Tang Yu just rode off on a motorcycle with this man's primary target without even knowing it. And Lu Junju grins and says he'll trick Bai Wani and capture them all at once. So now we have a protagonist ally hunting Tang Yu for the Dragon King position and targeting the same woman he just took to dinner. The collision between these two isn't a matter of if anymore, it's a matter of how badly it explodes when it happens. So they actually made it to the barbecue spot, and Bai Wani is casually enjoying some skewers looking absolutely effortless while doing it. But then she gets a text about an underground casino on the negative second floor of some hotel. And just like that, her cop instincts kick in immediately. She immediately waves the boss down to pay the bill. This woman went from date mode to detective mode in under 3 seconds. She asks Tang Yu if he's done eating, and the man is clearly confused about why dinner is ending so abruptly. She tells him straight up that she's heading out to investigate a casino and he should stay and finish eating. A police officer going to raid an underground gambling den solo on a dinner date? That is peak reckless behavior. And Tang Yu nearly chokes because he remembers what happens next in the original story. Bai Wani infiltrated this exact casino alone, got her identity exposed and was captured. This is one of the plot events that gets her killed if nobody intervenes. So Tang Yu immediately tells her he's coming along. There is absolutely no way he's letting her walk into a trap by herself, not when he knows exactly how badly this ends. But internally, he's working through the timeline. This setup was supposed to be Ye Chen's plot point, so with Ye Chen gone, someone else must have taken over the script. He decides to go check it out regardless, because he can't let Bai Wani get caught in the crossfire. And Bai Wani is internally melting because she realizes this guy actually cares about her safety. She agrees to let him tag along, and the sparkly background effect here is doing absolutely no favors for anyone trying to claim this isn't a romance subplot. They arrive at the underground casino, and this place is packed. Dealers, gamblers, and servers everywhere. For an illegal operation, they really went all out on the interior design. Baiwani says they should pretend to be a couple to blend in. Tang Yu immediately counters that father and daughter works too. The sheer disrespect of that line while standing next to a woman who could handcuff him in 2 seconds is genuinely commendable, and she is furious. That anger vein is about to pop right off her forehead. Tang Yu has a genuine talent for making women want to hit him within seconds of speaking. Now keep your eye on this. Someone is watching them through the casino's surveillance system, and that wall of monitors shows they've had eyes on Tang Yu and Baiwani from the moment they walked in. And there he is. Lu Junjuo is grinning like a fox because his plan just fell into place. He's going to have someone kill Tang Yu, then swoop in and play the hero who rescues Baiwani. This man is literally orchestrating a fake rescue mission to win a woman's heart. The manipulation is clinical. Meanwhile, Baiwani has finished her investigation of the casino floor. She's gathered enough intel while looking like she's just here for a good time. Effective police work disguised as a date. Tang Yu asks if they should head out, and she nods in agreement. If they leave now, they avoid the trap entirely. But Tang Yu is suspicious. In the original story, attackers were supposed to jump them by now, and nothing has happened. The plot deviating from what he knows is never a good sign in this world. Spoke too soon. A squad of thugs armed with knives just showed up, and they've spotted Tang Yu and Baiwani. The timing was just delayed, not cancelled. Tang Yu grabs Baiwani and they bolt. Running through a casino hallway with a mob behind you is not how most dinner dates end, but nothing about these two is conventional. He tells her to call for backup while he holds them off. Baiwani is already on her phone and Tang Yu steps forward to be the human shield. The man who's supposed to be a useless rich kid is about to fight a casino's worth of thugs. The first thug charges in swinging a knife like he's trying to chop firewood, and Tang Yu doesn't even flinch. That look in his golden eyes right now is the same one that terrifies every villain who underestimates him. He catches the blade mid-swing with his bare hand backed by energy. The knife just stops dead against his defense like it hit a steel wall, and the thug's face is priceless. He just realized this rich kid is not what the job description promised. Tang Yu hits him with the most disrespectful line possible. He asks, "You dare to hit me?" The confidence while being outnumbered 30-1 is genuinely unhinged, and he answers his own question by punching the guy so hard the impact lines fill the entire frame. Tang Yu is discovering that he likes hitting people, and honestly that should concern all of us. Baiwani tells him backup from the bureau is on the way and asks if he's okay. She's looking at him with genuine concern, which is refreshing coming from a woman who usually looks at him with annoyance. Tang Yu flashes a calm smile and says he's fine. The composure this man maintains while probably having internal bruises is honestly impressive. But the thugs aren't done. Their leader orders 2 to hold off Baiwani while the rest focus on killing Tang Yu. They brought crowbars and pipes this time. The weapon upgrade is cute but ultimately meaningless, and every single one of them ends up on the floor. Tang Yu just ran through the entire squad like he was clearing trash mobs before a boss fight. And then with zero hesitation, Tang Yu declares that from now on this casino will be called Tang Yu Casino. This man just conquered an illegal gambling operation and immediately rebranded it. The audacity is genuinely unmatched in this entire series. He's thinking to himself that he just discovered the joy of beating up weaklings, and that his immortality cheat makes him basically invincible. Tang Yu is speedrunning the villain power fantasy and enjoying every second of it. The remaining thugs are sprinting away in pure terror. They're calling him a psycho, saying they're done, and questioning what's wrong with this guy. When the hired muscle collectively agrees you're insane, you've achieved something special. But Tang Yu is chasing them down, yelling that they're not allowed to run. The man went from defending himself to actively hunting the hunters. The predator-prey dynamic flipped so fast it gave everyone whiplash. Baiwani grabs his arm and tells him to stop because he's bleeding. And the way she's looking at him right now, with stars in the background and genuine worry in her eyes, this is the exact moment her feelings shift from curiosity to something deeper. She's thinking that if it wasn't to protect her, he wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. The guilt is hitting her hard. She regrets bringing him along, not realizing that without him she'd be the one captured right now. But Tang Yu just gives her this soft, warm smile and tells her he's fine, and the sparkly background is working overtime right now. Baiwani insists on checking his injuries, telling him he's not fine after taking that many hits. She's physically examining his body for wounds, and the concern in her voice is making Tang Yu visibly flustered. She opens his jacket and finds absolutely no wounds on his upper body. Then she wonders out loud if maybe the injuries are on his lower half, and the direction this scene just took would make even a court stenographer blush. Tang Yu panics and tells her to stop because everyone is literally watching them. Baiwani is on her knees trying to inspect his lower body in the middle of a casino floor. The context is medical, but the optics are catastrophic. And right on cue, the system dings with a new reward for surviving the casino plot. The prize? An ability called Words Become Fists, usable 5 times. Whatever you shout while punching determines the damage. That sounds either incredibly broken or incredibly stupid. Tang Yu immediately calls out the system for pulling this nonsense again. Every reward he gets feels more like a cosmic joke than actual help. He's noticed a pattern too. The system is getting stranger. The plot keeps collapsing, and the rewards feel like they're designed to get him killed rather than help him survive. He's genuinely starting to wonder if the system wants him dead. His previous 2 rewards were actual ancient martial arts techniques that saved his life, but this words become fist ability isn't even proper combat training. The damage depends on what you yell when you punch. What kind of discount anime ability is that? Meanwhile, in the casino's surveillance room, someone has been monitoring this entire situation unfold, and Lu Junjuo is losing his mind. Over 30 people couldn't take down one supposed rich kid. His entire plan to play the hero hinged on Tang Yu being helpless, and instead Tang Yu just soloed the entire security force. So he makes the decision that always escalates everything. He's going to handle it himself. When the final boss skips the cutscene and walks onto the battlefield early, you know things are about to get ugly, and Lu Junjuo starts transforming. Dark energy erupts around his body, cracking sounds fill the air. This is not the pretty boy from the card table anymore. This is the real threat showing himself. His body has fully transformed into a much larger, more muscular version of himself. His plan is simple: destroy Tang Yu first, then capture Baiwani and deal with her separately. 2 targets, 1 night. This guy doesn't do things halfway. And here's the truly disgusting part. After capturing Baiwani, he plans to switch back to his normal identity and heroically save her himself, manufacturing the danger just to play the savior. Is this the most manipulative scheme we've seen so far, or is the bar just that high in this manhwa? Back on the casino floor, one of the remaining thugs catches Tang Yu off guard with a weapon from behind. The ambush connects before he can react. And that's when Lu Junjuo arrives and immediately identifies what Tang Yu is using, the immovable Wisdom King technique. He recognizes it on sight, which means this guy knows exactly what he's dealing with, but he laughs it off. So what if Tang Yu mastered it? In his eyes, recognizing the technique just means he knows exactly how to break it, and he launches a devastating strike that connects with enough force to create a shockwave. This is a completely different league from the thugs Tang Yu was swatting away earlier. The impact sends Tang Yu sliding backwards, his shoes tearing through the casino floor. That single hit carried more power than everything the thugs combined could dish out, and Tang Yu realizes his immovable Wisdom King technique is actually cracking under the pressure. The one defensive ability that's kept him alive this long is starting to fail against Lu Junjuo's raw power. Lu Junjuo drives the point home by calling him a weakling. Even with the immovable technique mastered, Tang Yu's base stats are still garbage compared to a real martial artist. The skill ceiling versus the power ceiling is a brutal gap, and now Tang Yu confirms what he feared. This is Lu Junjuo, Ye Chen's junior brother. With Ye Chen out of the picture, Lu Junjuo stepped in to fill his role in the plot. Remember when I said the collision between these two was inevitable? Well, here it is, and it's worse than expected. Lu Junjuo grins and declares that Tang Yu dies tonight. No games, no negotiations. Just a flat-out death sentence delivered with a smile. Tang Yu runs through his options and they're all terrible. His defensive technique can't tank Lu Junjuo's hits anymore. The new words become fist ability only has 5 uses and he doesn't even know how strong it is. He might need to switch to the yin-yang infinite technique just to survive. And then something genuinely vulnerable comes through. He admits he's nervous. This is the longest he's ever survived in any novel world, and he refuses to die here. That line hits different when you remember this man has apparently died in countless stories before this one. Lu Junjuo catches that slip. He questions what Tang Yu means by first time, and Tang Yu himself seems confused by his own words, like a memory that doesn't quite belong is surfacing. And now we're getting a glimpse behind the curtain. Tang Yu is covered in blood, leaning against a railing, muttering that he thinks he's survived longer in some other novels before. This is a massive lore drop. He has fragments of memories from previous transmigrations that he can't fully access, but he can't remember when or where those other lives happened. He's lying in a pool of blood, and the aerial shot makes him look so small against the world that keeps trying to kill him. This moment is genuinely heartbreaking. Lu Junjuo walks over and asks if Tang Yu is panicking because death is coming. The casual cruelty in his voice while looking down at a bleeding man tells you everything about what kind of villain he is. But Tang Yu isn't done. He screams, clenches his fists, and the energy around him surges back to life. If this is where he goes down, he's going down swinging. He throws a punch enhanced by words become fists, and realizes the ability actually works. The hit carries significantly more force than his base strength should allow. The system's garbage reward might actually be useful after all. And Lu Junjuo actually looks surprised. He estimates that counterattack hit at peak yellow rank power. For someone he dismissed as a complete weakling seconds ago, that's a significant jump that he did not anticipate. But he shakes it off immediately. One decent hit doesn't change the power gap between them. He rushes forward to press the advantage before Tang Yu can figure out how to use this new ability properly. Lu Junjuo calculates that Tang Yu's immovable Wisdom King technique will last 1 more minute at best. After that minute expires, Tang Yu is a dead man. The countdown has started, and it is not in our boy's favor. He throws everything into one devastating blow aimed at finishing this right now. The size difference between his transformed fist and Tang Yu. The hit connects, and Tang Yu absorbs the full force of it. His body is screaming, but he's still standing. That immortality cheat and his defensive technique are the only things keeping his skeleton intact right now. Now here's where it gets wild. Tang Yu realizes that with words become fists, the damage depends on what you shout when you punch. So he's standing in the middle of a life or death battle trying to think of the right catchphrase. This is simultaneously the most desperate and the most ridiculous combat situation in this entire manhwa. He genuinely considers whether this is the end. Am I really gonna die here? But then a thought strikes him. Could it be that the right words aren't about power at all? He's coughing up damage and barely holding his stance together. But something has clicked behind those golden eyes. He's figured something out. Lu Junjuo can't believe Tang Yu is still conscious. He calls him a weakling who should have dropped ages ago. But every second Tang Yu keeps standing is a second closer to whatever he just figured out. And then Tang Yu smirks. That's the grin of a man who just solved the puzzle mid-combat. Whatever he's about to say next is going to determine whether he lives or dies tonight. He throws the punch and shouts something about whether a man bears no responsibility at all. Lightning crackles along his fist, and the words become fist ability activates at maximum power. The phrase isn't just words. It's a conviction, and convictions hit harder than anything else in this world. And the impact is catastrophic. Lu Junjuo, the man who is supposed to be untouchable, gets rocked by a punch that defies every power scaling he calculated. This fight is far from over, but Tang Yu just proved he's not dying quietly tonight. Lu Junjuo is still talking trash, telling Tang Yu that one lucky punch means nothing. The confidence on this man after getting rocked is genuinely delusional, but that second hit lands, and suddenly Lu Junjuo is coughing up blood. The shock on his face is worth every bit of suffering Tang Yu endured to get here. And now he's on the ground trying to process what just happened. He's asking himself what kind of fist technique carries this much destructive force. And honestly, the panic in his voice is music. Tang Yu is standing there with the smudgiest grin imaginable, realizing that punch disrupted Lu Junjuo's internal energy circulation entirely. Words become fists might be the single most broken ability we have seen in this series so far. Even the remaining casino thugs are staring in disbelief. They are openly admitting this man is a monster and there is no way they can fight him. When your own minions start giving the enemy compliments, the battle is already over. And then the police show up. A whole squad busting through the doors, ordering everyone to get on the ground. The cavalry arrive just in time for absolutely none of the actual fighting. And in the middle of this chaos, Tang Yu and Bai Wanyi turn to each other at the exact same time and ask, "Are you okay?" The synchronized concern is painfully adorable. Keep an eye on these two, because the energy between them is about to shift. Bai Wanyi brushes it off with a smile, saying she is totally fine. And honestly, she is absolutely gorgeous even after an entire night in an underground casino war zone. Tang Yu starts to say he is also fine, but something is clearly wrong. His hand goes to his head and you can tell the adrenaline is wearing off fast. And then he collapses straight into her arms. Bai Wanyi catches him, and the look of pure worry on her face says more than any words could. This man pushed his body way past the limit tonight. He is completely out cold. The fight, the techniques, the words become fists ability, all of it drained everything he had left. But even unconscious, this man is mumbling about something being soft and bouncy. He face-planted directly into Bai Wanyi's chest, and his subconscious is absolutely living its best life right now. Meanwhile, Lu Junjuo is scheming even while injured. He used a bone-shrinking technique to fight in a different body, which means nobody at the casino can connect his real identity to the man who attacked Tang Yu. This villain plans layers deep. He figures even if he gets caught, the worst charge is minor illegal gambling. A slap on the wrist for a man who just tried to commit murder. The justice system really was not designed for martial arts villains. But Bai Wanyi is already 3 steps ahead. She tells the police to handle the scene and specifically orders them to investigate someone named Lu Junjuo. She knows exactly who was behind this, and she is not letting it slide. And somewhere nearby, Lu Junjuo's face goes white. His entire escape plan just crumbled because Bai Wanyi dropped his real name to law enforcement. The confidence from 30 seconds ago has completely evaporated. So Lu Junjuo gets dragged to the police station and spends the entire night being interrogated. Every investigator in the building takes a crack at him, but after hours of questioning, they cannot get a single useful piece of information out of him. He sits through the whole thing looking unbothered, which tells you this is not his first encounter with an interrogation room. With nothing substantial to hold him on, they send him to the detention center on illegal gambling charges. Not exactly the outcome Bai Wanyi wanted, but it keeps him locked up for now. But here is where it gets interesting. On his way into detention, Lu Junjuo spots 4 very familiar faces. These are members of his personal death squad, the elite fighters he trained himself. These 4 are supposed to be his most trusted soldiers. Personally trained, completely loyal, ready to follow any order without question. At least that is what Lu Junjuo believes. He immediately starts briefing them on his secret plan involving some collaboration with Western forces. He is handing over classified information to the people he trusts the most in this world. And here is the absolutely devastating twist. These 4 are not loyal to Lu Junjuo at all. Tang Yu already brainwashed every single one of them into being his personal double agents. Lu Junjuo is literally handing his master plan to the enemy's spies. Is this the most satisfying setup we have seen in this entire story? Because it might be. Meanwhile, across town at the hospital, Tang Yu is getting the medical attention he probably should have gotten about 50 punches ago. The doctor comes out and tells Bai Wanyi that her lover is perfectly fine, just overexerted and needs rest. And yes, he absolutely said the word lover. Bai Wenyi immediately goes full denial mode with the cutest flustered face, insisting he is absolutely not her lover. The cute bear pattern background really sells the Sunder energy here, but the doctor hits back immediately, pointing out that she was literally hugging the man when she brought him in. This doctor chose violence today, and honestly good for him. The doctor leaves with a satisfied smirk, and Bai Wenyi quietly thanks him while trying to recover what is left of her dignity. Back in the room, Bai Wenyi watches Tang Yu sleep and something bothers her. After taking that many hits from Lu Junjuo, how could the doctor possibly say he has no injuries? Something does not add up. So she decides to do her own examination. She is going to remove his clothes and check for hidden injuries herself. This is strictly medical concern and nothing else. At least that is the official story. And she opens his shirt to find the most perfectly sculpted set of abs known to mankind, literally sparkling with their own light source. The manhwa is not even being subtle about this one. Bai Wenyi's medical examination has officially derailed. She is staring at this man's torso like she just discovered a national treasure. The medical professionalism lasted approximately 2 seconds, and now she is touching them, just running her hand across his muscles and noting how firm and solid they are for medical purposes. Purely scientific investigation happening right now. And then she starts thinking about checking lower because he might be hiding injuries down there too. She is genuinely convincing herself this is necessary, and the mental gymnastics are Olympic tier. And that is exactly when Tang Yu wakes up and catches her red-handed. The timing could not have been worse, or better depending on your perspective. Tang Yu scrambles to button up while dramatically lamenting that the world is too dangerous for someone as handsome as him. He heard stories about people getting taken advantage of while unconscious, and now he is living it. He turns to her and asks directly, "What exactly were you doing just now?" The accusation in his voice is incredible considering he is the one who passed out in her arms. Bai Wenyi plays it cool and says she was simply checking if he had any hidden injuries. Her poker face is immaculate, but we all saw what happened 30 seconds ago. Tang Yu is not buying it for a second. He flat out accuses her of lusting after his body and says if he had not woken up when he did, she might have gone even further. The role reversal in this scene is genuinely hilarious. But then something else grabs his attention. He winces, and you can see energy crackling near him. The aftermath of that fight is catching up to his body. Bai Wenyi immediately drops the embarrassment and asks what is wrong. The switch from flustered to genuinely concerned is instantaneous, and that tells you everything about where her priorities actually are. And Tang Yu, the man who just survived a deathmatch with a transformed martial artist, announces that he needs to use the bathroom, the most anticlimactic follow-up to a dramatic moment in this entire manhwa. Bai Wenyi tells him to just go then, like it is the simplest thing in the world. But then she realizes the problem. This man can barely stand on his own. She starts seriously debating whether she should physically escort him to the bathroom. She mentally reassures herself that she has taken care of children before, so she knows how this whole bathroom assistance thing works. The fact that she just compared Tang Yu to a toddler is both devastating and probably accurate, and she actually volunteers. She tells him she will help. This woman went from denying any romantic interest to offering bathroom assistance in the span of one hospital visit. Now here is where it gets wild. For Bai Wenyi, secretly touching his abs was already pushing her boundaries, but actually helping this grown man in the bathroom, that is a completely different level she never expected to reach. But she tells herself that since he got hurt protecting her, she owes him this much. The mental negotiations she is having with herself right now could fill an entire therapy session. Tang Yu thanks her and promises to return the favor next time. This man is making future plans based on bathroom assistance. He is mentally assuring himself that he is a reasonable person who repays his debts. If she ever needs help in the future, he will absolutely be there. Noble thoughts from a man currently being held upright over a toilet. And then the urgency kicks in. He tells her to stop hesitating because nature is calling and it will not wait. The blush on his face is fighting hard against the desperation in his voice. And Bai Wenyi steels herself, thinking, fine, here goes nothing. Would you be willing to do this for someone you claim is not your lover? Be honest with yourselves right now. We cut to the outside of the hospital because some moments are best left to the imagination, and the manhwa is showing remarkable restraint for once. And that is when Su Yu shows up. She heard Tang Yu was in trouble at the casino and rushed straight to the hospital. This girl with the blue hair looking absolutely stunning even while sprinting through a corridor. She bursts through the hospital room door asking if Tang Yu is alright. The worry in her eyes is genuine, and her timing is about to create the most awkward situation imaginable. Because what she finds is Tang Yu and Bai Wenyi walking out together, arm in arm, looking extremely caught. The shock marks around both of them tell you they know exactly how bad this looks. And now Su Yuye and Bai Wenyi are just staring at each other in complete silence. The dots between them represent an entire unspoken conversation that neither woman wants to have out loud. Su Yuye's brain immediately starts connecting dots. Why are they coming out of the bathroom together? The suspicion on her face could cut through steel right now. Bai Wenyi tries to play it off with a calm smile while Tang Yu stands there looking like a man who knows there is no good explanation for this situation. Because there genuinely is not one. Su Yuye just says okay with the most controlled expression possible. That single word carries more passive aggression than most people put into entire paragraphs. But internally, she is spiraling. She notices Tang Yu can barely walk and immediately starts wondering what exactly Won Yi was doing to help him in that restroom. Her imagination is filling in blanks that do not need filling. And then the real emotion hits. She is thinking she should have gotten here sooner. The regret is not about missing an emergency. It is about losing ground in a competition she did not even realize she entered. Tang Yu notices how quickly Su Yu showed up and realizes she seems different from before. More concerned, more invested. He is wondering when this cold woman started actually caring about him. And Su Yu is having the same realization from the other side. She admits to herself that her old self would never have cared about someone this much. Tang Yu has changed something inside her without even trying. Bai Wanyi reads the room perfectly and excuses herself to take a nap, saying she is exhausted after the whole night. She is either genuinely tired or deliberately giving these two some alone time. Either way, smooth move. Tang Yu is slumped on the couch and asks Su Yu if she could get him some water because he is thirsty. This man went from punching villains to needing someone to bring him a drink in record time. Su Yu grabs the water pitcher without hesitation. The Ice Queen is out here playing nurse, and she did not even think twice about it, and then she takes it a step further. She tells him he should not drink by himself and offers to feed it to him directly. The concern escalated from getting water to hand feeding in about 3 seconds flat. And look at her face, the sparkles in her eyes, the flowers blooming around her, the barely contained excitement. She is so eager about this that the manhwa literally drew her with a shoujo filter. The character development from Ice Queen to this is absolutely unreal. Tang Yu senses the energy shift and nervously apologizes for the trouble. He knows something changed in this room and he is not entirely sure he is equipped to handle it. But then his brain immediately goes back to logistics. He decides not to drink too much because he does not want to need the bathroom again, and then adds that at least he did not need help with number 2. This man will absolutely destroy any romantic tension within seconds, and it is a genuine talent. Su Yuya is looking at him with the most bewildered expression, wondering what this man could possibly be thinking about constantly. The romantic mood she was building just got demolished by toilet humor, and then it fully clicks. Based on what he just said, Baiwani actually did help him use the bathroom. Su Yuya's face says it all. She lost a round she did not even know was being played, and the jealousy is about to be nuclear going forward. We pick back up at the hospital where Tang Yu is recovering from his latest escapade. Su Ye is here, and she wants to know what happened to him today. Tang Yu plays it cool, telling her they were just grabbing a late-night snack and ran into some trouble at the casino. You know, typical Tuesday. And after saying that, Tang Yu realizes he has absolutely nothing else to talk about with this girl, because all his memories with Su Ye are from the original host's simp era, where she gave him nothing but cold shoulder. They could barely hold a conversation for 3 minutes. Su Ye just sits there in silence, and honestly, the awkwardness is almost painful to witness. But then she gives him this little smile, and you can tell there is something shifting in how she sees him. Tang Yu just says okay and settles back, clearly not overthinking this the way she is. Meanwhile, Su Ye is over here thinking about how she rejected him when he was freely offering his heart, and now she's the one chasing. But she tells herself that just being by his side and hearing his thoughts is enough for now. But then the system decides to interrupt this quiet little moment. The reward system has been upgraded, unlocking a plot hint function. Now Tang Yu can know what's coming next without disrupting the storyline. Keep your eye on this because this new ability is about to change everything. Tang Yu immediately asks the system if the auction plot is still going to proceed normally. The system confirms it will proceed as planned and dumps all the auction plot details straight into Tang Yu's brain. This man is literally reading the script of his own story. After memorizing the upcoming plot, Tang Yu already has a plan forming. Once his body recovers enough, he checks out and drives home to rest. And by home, I mean this absolutely ridiculous villa with a pool and palm trees. Being the villain heir has its perks. When he gets to his room, Linghan is already sitting there waiting for him, in her maid outfit. At this hour, totally normal behavior. She lights up the second she sees him, all sparkles and flowers floating around her. "Young Master Tang, you're back," she says, and the devotion in her voice is honestly next level. Tang Yu asks her why she's still awake at this hour, and whether she's planning to sleep here tonight. The audacity of this man is unmatched. We get a nice establishing shot of his bedroom, and yeah, even the room is luxurious. Linghan explains she went out during the day to handle some errands and came back to tidy up the room. She's holding his jacket, looking absolutely precious about it. But the truth is, she had already tidied up earlier. She was just worried because he came home so late, so she waited here for him. That is some ride or die loyalty right there. Tang Yu, being Tang Yu, decides to reward her hard work by suggesting a cosplay photo shoot tomorrow. This man never misses an opportunity. Linghan immediately remembers that she lost a bet playing games with him last time and already agreed to a cosplay shoot. She's thinking about the level of exposure involved and her face says it all. Tang Yu tells her she should capture her beauty more, saying it like he's some kind of photography mentor and not just a certified degenerate. Then he catches himself thinking he's starting to sound like a creep harassing innocent girls. but more importantly, he reminds himself to find evidence about Linghan's parents and tell her when the time is right. Linghan catches on that he's still thinking about her family situation, and she's visibly moved by it. This girl is falling harder by the minute. Her affection for Tang Yu just went up another notch. But here's the thing, Linghan isn't the only one catching feelings in Tang Yu's orbit, because the next day we cut over to the Tengwang Group headquarters, and a whole different situation is unfolding. Wang Yishu is at her desk looking absolutely radiant, with her secretary standing behind her. The way this manhwa draws its female characters should be classified as a public hazard. And right there on her desk is a framed photo of her and Tang Yu together, looking like a whole power couple. She's not even being subtle about it. The secretary tells Wang Yishu that her relationship with Tang Yu is destined by heaven. And honestly, the woman has a point. Wang Yishu loves that answer so much she immediately gives her 100 points and a 10,000 salary increase. This is the most wholesome boss behavior I have ever seen. The secretary tries to be humble about it, saying she just spoke the truth and doesn't deserve such a reward. Wang Yishui immediately doubles it to 20,000. This woman is paying premium prices for compliments about her boyfriend. But then things get serious. The secretary mentions that CEO Lee from Mingzhu April Group wants to meet and discuss cooperation. Wang Yishu thinks it over, and you can tell she's not entirely thrilled about this particular business meeting. Meanwhile, Tang Yu gets the news about Mingzhu April Group and immediately reacts. That fat woman, he says, and the way this triggers a memory is not good. He starts driving, and it all comes flooding back. He remembers exactly what happens in this part of the original story. In the original novel, Wang Yishu goes to negotiate business with this woman but ends up getting drugged by her business partner. This is one of the darkest arcs in the source material. Just as she's about to be assaulted, Dragon King Ya Chen swoops in to save her and kills the villain. And then naturally, the cure involves exactly what you think it does. Classic trash web novel plotline. But then the system pings with an update and the plot has been modified. As expected, Yen's role in this arc has been replaced by Lu Junjuo. Tang Yu thinks for a moment and immediately sends a text to his death squad. This man came prepared. He's thinking about how this is exactly when having moles planted everywhere pays off. And just like that, we cut to the airport. By the time Tang Yu arrives at the airport, Wang Yishu is already there waiting, and I need everyone to take a good long look at this woman. She is so devastatingly gorgeous standing at the entrance that men are literally risking getting beat up by their girlfriends just to sneak a second glance. The manhwa is not even pretending to be subtle about this one. And of course, some creepy older dude with silver hair rolls up trying to shoot his shot. The vein on Wang Yishui's forehead tells you everything you need to know about how this is going to go. She tells him to get lost, calls him a toad who's older than her father, mocks his billion-dollar company as measly, and basically sends this man's entire existence to the Shadow Realm. This might be the most brutal rejection in the history of this manhwa. The old man is just standing there with his soul leaving his body. That billion-dollar company comment especially had to sting. But the second she spots Tang Yu arriving, her whole demeanor flips like a switch. She waves at him and calls out honey in front of everyone. The duality of this woman is actually terrifying. She went from ending a man's career to being a lovesick puppy in 2 seconds flat. Tang Yu is just standing there nervously laughing while every single person in the airport stares at them. The contrast between how she treats him versus literally anyone else is genuinely hilarious. They head straight to the Four Seasons Hotel for this business meeting, and keep in mind Tang Yu already knows exactly what trap is waiting for them. Inside we meet Li Shuefei, CEO of Mingzhu April Group, and she's already making moves on Lu Junjuo. She tells him her shoulder hurts and asks if he could give her a massage. The bait could not be more obvious, and there's Lu Junjuo, the pretty boy villain of this arc, reluctantly going along with it. He says all right, but his face says he would rather be literally anywhere else. But then he brings up something they discussed earlier, and that smile tells you he is not the victim here. He's the one pulling strings. Li Shuefei promises him that everything is arranged and whatever he wants, she will deliver. This woman is completely wrapped around his finger. A knock at the door announces that CEO Wang and her group have arrived. Li Shuefei tells them to come in, and the moment she sees Tang Yu, her brain short-circuits. She's thinking he's even more handsome than Lu Junjuo. Li Shuefei is internally screaming that she must have this man today. Meanwhile, Tang Yu is walking in fully aware of every single trap laid for him. The predator thinks she's hunting, but she's already the prey. Li Shuefei welcomes CEO Wang and comments on the tiring journey. The three of them standing together is quite the visual contrast. Li Shuefei immediately turns her attention to Tang Yu and asks who he is, not even trying to hide her interest. Tang Yu's internal reaction to this woman's advances is just pure revulsion. The man cannot hide his contempt even a little bit. Wang Yishu introduces him as her boyfriend and head of the Tang Group, casually dropping that he holds 45% of their e-commerce platform shares. She's flexing on this woman without breaking a sweat. Internally though, Wang Yishu is thinking Li Shuefei's failing company is completely doomed. She's here to play nice, but she already knows the score. Li Shuefei starts gushing about how she's heard the young master of the Tang family is handsome, and seeing really is believing. She is laying it on incredibly thick. When she reaches for a handshake, Tang Yu hits her with the most disrespectful excuse ever. He says sorry, he just used the bathroom and hasn't washed his hands. That is a top-tier insult disguised as politeness. Lai Shufei takes it in stride, saying they can shake hands after he washes them. She's too focused on her scheme to register the disrespect. She suggests they talk business over dinner, and everyone moves to the dining area. Wang Yishua's expression says she trusts none of this, and the narration confirms it. Li Shufei is already eager to carry out Lu Junjuo's plan. She is all in on this scheme. According to Lu Junjuo's plan, someone will tamper with the drinks. One sip and the victim loses all control. The target is Wang Yishue, and Li Shufei will follow up by redirecting Tang Yu into a separate trap. Lu Junjuo himself is actually wary that Tang Yu showed up, thinking he needs to be more careful with his approach, so he texts his people. He tells them to drug Wang Yisue but make sure nobody actually touches her, just stage the scene. And as a bonus, if Tang Yu falls for it too, they should arrange some ugly women for him and take photos to ruin his reputation. We see the actual messages on screen, sent to a group called the Four Assassins. This whole operation is genuinely despicable. Drugging people and then blackmailing them with photos? Lu Junjuo deserves whatever is coming for him. Lu Junjuo is grinning to himself, saying that since Tang Yu delivered himself right to them, he won't hold back. Not only will Tang Yu die, but his reputation will be destroyed. Big talk from a man who has no idea what's actually happening. But here's the beautiful twist. Tang Yu's death squad already intercepted the messages. They're furious that Lu Junjuo is trying to ambush their boss again, and they are not about to let that happen. They huddle up and start making their own counter plan. Remember when the system gave Tang Yu that plot hint? This is where having moles everywhere pays dividends. Tang Yu gets the notification from his squad and checks his phone. Everything is falling into place exactly as he planned. He reads the full details of Lu Junjuo's plan and is thinking, so not only is this guy trying to drug him, but he's also arranging ugly women and taking blackmail photos? The pettiness of this villain is truly something else. Good thing Tang Yu came prepared. He and Wang Yishu sit down for dinner, fully aware of every trap, and now it's just a matter of flipping the script on these clowns. Lai Shufei starts her move, suggesting they all have some drinks to celebrate before discussing business. She's holding the wine with the kind of smile that should require a warning label. She can barely contain herself thinking about how this handsome man will soon be helplessly submitting to her. The whole energy of this scene belongs in a courtroom. But Wang Yishu shuts her down immediately. Sorry, she says, she doesn't drink. Simple, clean, devastating. Lai Shufei is genuinely stunned. This was not part of the plan. Her whole face is just question marks. She tries to push back, asking how you can do business without drinking and insisting Wang Yishu have just one small glass. The desperation is leaking through, and that is when Wang Yishu's patience officially runs out. The anger vein on her temple is pulsing. She slams the table and goes off. She tells Liu Xguifei that a simple background check would show she's allergic to alcohol, and yet she keeps insisting. What exactly are you trying to pull here? Absolutely flawless execution. Lai Shufei is completely shook. She was not prepared for Wang Yishu to come at her like this. The plan is crumbling in real time. She immediately starts backtracking, apologizing and claiming it was her mistake. The confident predator from 2 minutes ago is gone, but she's not done yet. She pivots to Tang Yu instead, asking if the two of them can share a drink. She figures if she can't get Wang Yishu, she'll settle for the consolation prize. She's thinking that even though Wang Yishu is off the table, getting this handsome guy will do just fine. The lack of shame is genuinely impressive in the worst way possible. Tang Yu looks at her with the most smug expression and says sorry, he's allergic too. Then he drops the follow-up. He says he's allergic to idiots, so she shouldn't talk to him. That might genuinely be the most savage line Tang Yu has ever delivered, and the bar was already sky high. Lai Xguifei is in full panic mode now. The first step of the entire operation has completely fallen apart, and she cannot believe how wrong this has gone. Meanwhile, in another suite upstairs, Lu Junjuo has been sitting around waiting for the good news that his scheme worked. The narration tells us that since returning to China, he hasn't properly released his urges, and he's filled with anticipation, but then something starts happening to him. He's suddenly feeling strange, and the realization is starting to hit that something has gone very, very wrong. He stumbles toward the table and looks at his own wine, and the thought hits him. Could it be that someone put drugs in his drink? The predator just became the prey, and the poetic justice here is immaculate. And right on cue, there's a knock at his door. Oh no. Lai Shufei opens the door saying, Junjuo, I'm coming in. The death squad rerouted her right to him. This is without a doubt the most perfectly executed counter trap in this entire series. And Lu Junjuo has nobody to blame but himself. A massive commotion is erupting from inside Lu Junjuo's suite, and the whole floor can hear it. Lu Junjuo himself is startled by all the noise, wondering what on earth is happening out there. Within minutes, a whole crowd of hotel guests has gathered in the hallway to see what all the fuss is about. The hotel staff shows up trying to do damage control, politely asking whoever is inside to keep it down, and the response from inside is just a straight-up get lost. No manners, no explanation, just rage. Meanwhile, Tang Yu's death squad is outside orchestrating the chaos, taunting about letting Li Shufei have some quality time with this fat pig. These men are absolutely ruthless. One of the squad members turns to the boss and asks what the next move is, and the leader grins and says not to worry. If Lu Junjuo asks questions later, they will just pin all of it on Li Shufei. The whole squad is hyping up their leader like he just won a Nobel Prize for villainy. They are riding this high like it is the best day of their professional careers, which honestly it might. Tang Yu is strolling out like a man who just finished a flawless speedrun, and the narration confirms it. Having moles inside the enemy camp makes everything absurdly easy. But here is the catch. Lu Junjua has legitimate protagonist-level plot armor, so killing him outright is not an option yet. For now, this was just a warning shot. Keep that in mind because that plot armor detail is going to matter later. Mission accomplished. Tang Yu heads out in an unreasonably good mood considering he just ruined a man's entire evening. Now let us return upstairs because the situation just got significantly worse for Lu Junjua. The commotion was so loud that actual live streamers showed up with their phones rolling. These content creators have been waiting for hours, hoping for something interesting, and now they are about to get the juiciest content of their careers. They are hyping up their audience for what they are calling the pig killer reveal. There is even a female streamer asking her viewers for gifts since she has been broadcasting for 3 hours straight. The content grind never stops. Lu Junjua finds out about the live streamers and completely loses it. If this gets broadcast online, his reputation is finished. The man who set up a drugging scheme is now worried about public image. The irony writes itself, and this man's solution, he actually considers jumping from the building. That is his exit strategy right now. But then he realizes he is on the 40th floor. Even at peak condition, that jump would be fatal. And to make things worse, someone is banging on the door telling him to open up. So what does this genius decide to do? He climbs out the window anyway. 40 floors up. Because apparently public embarrassment is scarier than gravity. Against all odds, he manages to land on an emergency staircase and slides into the 20th floor. He broke his leg and his tailbone, but somehow survived. That plot armor is no joke. He finally catches his breath and starts to relax, thinking the worst is behind him. Oh, if only he knew what was coming next. Because his own death squad finds him and mistakes him for Tang Yu. They start beating the life out of their own boss while screaming about how today is Tang Yu's death day. You cannot make this up. The beating is so thorough that the man is literally seeing stars. This might be the single most embarrassing sequence any villain has ever endured in this entire manhwa. He finally screams at them that it is him, their actual boss, not Tang Yu. The look on his battered face is pure comedy gold. The death squad immediately drops to their knees, begging for forgiveness, claiming they thought he was Tang Yu coming downstairs. And here is the part that actually surprised me. Lu Junjua does not punish them. He tells them there was a small problem with the plan, and that they are very loyal. The man just got destroyed by his own people, and he is being understanding about it. He is thinking that they were just faithfully executing his orders, so it would not be right to punish them. Honestly, for a villain, that is weirdly decent leadership. But he is not done scheming. Even while limping away injured, he orders them to stay at the hotel and look for another chance to poison Tang Yu. This man does not know when to quit. And the squad snaps to attention with a resounding yes. Their loyalty is genuinely impressive, even if their target identification skills are non-existent. Lu Junjua hobbles away, muttering about how he will kill Tang Yu when he gets the chance. Drugged by his own scheme, jumped from a building, beaten by his own team, and still talking tough. Is that persistence or delusion? Honestly, I want your take on this one. But wait, it gets worse. Wang Yishu's martial arts bodyguards are already waiting for him. They have been sent specifically to give Lu Junjua an additional beating. This man literally cannot catch a single break. Meanwhile, back in the calm of his own suite, Tang Yu has settled in for the evening. What a contrast between these two men's nights. And the first thing Tang Yu does is flop onto the couch and demand his system reward. The man just orchestrated total humiliation of his enemy, and now he wants to get paid for it. Right on cue, the system pings. The reward has officially arrived. But Tang Yu's reaction is not excitement. He looks genuinely disturbed and asks why the reward is so gross. That is not exactly the reaction you want when you receive a gift. Some kind of nasty dark substance starts oozing out of his skin, and he is freaking out about the smell. This looks absolutely vile. The system explains that this is a bone marrow cleansing. It purifies the body and massively enhances the host's physical strength. Basically a full stat reset from the ground up. And now Tang Yu is ecstatic. He realizes this cleansing basically transforms him from a regular person into a legit martial artist overnight. He is already thinking about how this raises his ceiling for bullying weaker opponents, and the honesty is refreshing. He straight up says that from now on, if anyone crosses him, he can just punch them one by one. Tang Yu has never pretended to be a good person, and that is what makes him entertaining. But then his brain kicks in. He did not even go all out against Lu Junjua today, so why did the system give him such a high-tier reward? Something does not add up here, and Tang Yu knows it. Before he can think too hard about it, his phone lights up. The death squad is calling in to report their work. Sure enough, his moles took the initiative and gave Lu Junjua a thorough beating on top of everything else. Tang Yu is beaming with pride at his team's dedication. He decides to reward each of them with a high-end club membership card, because good work deserves good perks. But then there is a knock at his door. Tang Yu heads over, wondering who could possibly be visiting this late at night. and standing at his doorstep is Wang Yishui, in that white dress, at this hour saying she has something to discuss. The context of this scene feels like it belongs behind a content warning. Tang Yu asks her what she is doing at his rooms so late at night, which is a perfectly reasonable question given the circumstances. He just asks her plainly, "What do you want?" No games, no pretense. Wang Yishu hits him with the classic move. She says her stomach hurts. The pink sparkly background tells you everything about the sincerity level of this complaint. Tang Yu sees right through it and asks if she is just here to use his bathroom. The disrespect is almost impressive. She drops the act and says fine. She actually wants a shoulder massage because they are sore, and she has already attached herself to him while saying this. Tang Yu asks what is wrong with her shoulders and whether she did not sleep well. He is genuinely trying to have a normal conversation while she is running a completely different playbook. And then Wang Yishu drops the line that her shoulders are sore because of her good figure. She says this with a straight face and zero hesitation. The boldness here is astronomical. Tang Yu looks at her, nods, and actually agrees that they are quite large and it makes sense for her shoulders to be sore. The dialogue in this scene is doing more heavy lifting than her shoulders ever could, and our boy agrees to give her the massage. The flower petal backdrop is doing overtime trying to set the mood for what is technically just a medical favor. He positions himself behind her on the couch and gets ready to work out the tension. Wang Yishu looks like she has already won whatever game she was playing. He starts massaging and she immediately starts making sounds that do not belong in a hotel room with thin walls. The woman is savoring every single second. Tang Yu has to tell her to keep it down, and the exasperation on his face is priceless. This is a man who just dismantled an entire villain's operation but cannot handle one woman's reaction to a shoulder rub. She tells him she cannot help it but promises to try being quieter, and also please do not stop. The Manhwa knows exactly what it is doing with this scene, and so does she. Tang Yu is internally fighting for his life right now. He is thinking that if she keeps going like this, his blood is going to start flowing to a very specific location. The man is at war with himself. He abruptly calls it and says that is enough. Self-preservation instincts finally kicked in. Wang Yishu looks up at him and asks if he wants a reward for being so nice to her today. That look on her face could end civilizations. Tang Yu's ears immediately perk up. What reward? He asks, suddenly very interested. And then this man strikes a dramatic pose and tells her to go ahead. He is a delicate flower and she should not hold back. Tang Yu's confidence is either extremely attractive or clinically delusional, and I genuinely cannot tell which. But Wang Yishu just smiles, tells him to check his phone later, and walks out. She is leaving him on a cliffhanger. This woman is playing the long game and she is winning. Tang Yu is standing there with literal question marks floating over his head. Check his phone? For what? He checks and the message reads, "Cannot sleep tonight. I can help you, as long as you beg me." She sent this to Tang Yu. This woman went from business partner to certified menace in one evening. Tang Yu is looking at his phone thinking about whether this is an attack on his dignity as a man. She is making him beg, and he sends back one word, "Please." The man folded in record time, so much for dignity. And what Wang Yishu sends back is a photo of herself in a bunny girl outfit with a message telling him to take it slow and take care of his health. This manhwa is feeding the viewers a 5-course meal right now. We are being absolutely spoiled. The narration reveals she actually brought this bunny outfit specifically to show him in person, but after putting it on she felt too shy to do it face to face. So she sent a photo instead. The gap between her boldness over text and her shyness in person is genuinely adorable. She is thinking to herself that with hints this obvious, Tang Yu should definitely understand what she wants by now. 10 minutes pass. She is staring at her door, waiting for Tang Yu to come over. Nothing happens. Half an hour later, still nothing. The sweat drop on the back of her head tells you the confidence is starting to crack. 2 full hours later, and this woman is absolutely livid. Tang Yu never showed up. She sent him a bunny girl photo with every possible signal in the book, and this man just went to sleep. The emotional damage here is genuinely catastrophic. The next morning arrives and the fallout from last night's miscommunication is about to be spectacular. Tang Yu is sitting there looking absolutely drained, sipping his coffee like a man who was up all night. And knowing what we know about that photo, the reason for his sleeplessness is pretty self-explanatory. Wang Yishu walks up and teases him about not sleeping well last night. The passive aggression in her voice could cut steel. She is internally fuming, thinking serves you right for not understanding my hints. This woman put on an entire cosplay and got stood up in her own hotel room. Would you have taken the hint, or is Tang Yu justified in his obliviousness? Tang Yu fires back saying next time she should not ask him for shoulder massages. He thinks she is mad about the massage being cut short. These two are having 2 completely different conversations and neither one knows it. Wang Yishu shifts to business and mentions she needs to handle things at a branch company. She asks Tang Yu if he wants to stay at the hotel for a few more days. Tang Yu tells her he is heading back today because he has his own business to take care of. The tone just shifted from comedy to something more serious, because in just 2 days the auction arc begins. According to the original plot, there is a jade lion antique at this auction that hides something incredibly valuable inside. Hidden inside the jade lion is a 9 turns Dan and a martial arts manual called 8 Extremes Crushing Fist, Originally, this power-up was meant for the protagonist Ye Chen, but since Ye Chen is out of the picture, Lu Junzhuo has taken his place as the one who gets it. Watch this carefully, because whoever grabs these items is about to become a much bigger threat. And there is Lu Junzhuo declaring that good things are not always reserved for the protagonist, and that he will snatch it first. This man was jumping out of windows 12 hours ago, and now he is already plotting his next power grab. The villain recovery speed here is genuinely unmatched. We cut to the airport, where Tang Yu is getting ready to head home. He is sitting in the VIP lounge scrolling through his phone, probably still processing everything that happened in the last 24 hours. And then two brand new characters roll in. A man in a wheelchair and a stunning white-haired woman who is reassuring him about Lu Junzhuo's medical skills. Hold that thought about Lu Junzhuo being a healer, because the truth is darker than you think. This is Wenren Yuanshen, the current head of the Wenren family, Suzhou's #1 ancient martial arts clan. He has been paralyzed but says one of his toes can already move thanks to Lu Junzhuo's treatment. He is genuinely hopeful about walking again. And his daughter Wenren Yagi is a martial arts prodigy. Only 20 years old, and she has already reached the Swan realm. Also, the Manhwa decided to give her six-pack abs and blue eyes, which feels directly targeted at a very specific audience. But here is the devastating twist. Tang Yu already knows the truth about Lu Junzhuo's healing method. It deliberately drains the patient's life force. After treatment, Wenren Yuanshan will only have 1 year left to live. Lu Junzhuo is not saving this man, he is killing him slowly while being praised for it. That is genuinely one of the most despicable things we have seen a villain do in this entire series. Wenren Yagi suddenly hears something and turns around, wondering who else is in the VIP lounge besides her and her father, and she spots Tang Yu sitting right there. It is just the two of them now, the daughter of a martial arts dynasty who does not know her father is being poisoned, and the one man who knows the truth. This is about to get very interesting. Tang Yu notices Wenren Yage staring at him and immediately starts wondering why this girl is checking him out. He is genuinely offended that she might be attracted to him because apparently it is his first day of self-restraint. But Wenren Yage is not checking him out. She is absolutely stunned because she just heard him thinking about Lu Junzhuo draining her father's life force. How does she know what he is thinking? Keep that detail in mind because it matters more than you realize right now. Since they have actually met a few times before, she takes a breath and walks right up to him. She starts asking about her father's condition, but the moment she tries to explain what she just heard in his thoughts, the words physically will not come out. It is like some invisible force just sealed her mouth shut. Tang Yu just tilts his head and asks what is wrong, completely unaware that this woman literally cannot speak about the bombshell she just overheard. And internally, he is thinking she must be starstruck because he is just that handsome and approachable. The ego on this man could power a small city. Wenren Yuanshan notices his daughter acting strange around Tang Yu and is already getting suspicious. But not about the thought reading. He thinks she might have feelings for this pretty boy. After freezing for a few seconds, Yage finally realizes she literally cannot tell anyone about what she heard in Tang Yu's mind. Whatever this ability is, it comes with a restriction. She plays it off and says she is fine, but she is not about to let this go. She is a martial arts prodigy who reached the Swan realm at 20. This is not a dumb woman, she just needs a different approach. So instead of directly mentioning what she heard, she asks Tang Yu if his family knows any famous doctors who could take a look at her father's leg. Smart pivot. She is working around the restriction without even fully understanding it yet, but her father immediately shuts it down. He tells her not to bother Tang Yu and that Lu Junzhuo's treatment is more than enough. The narration reveals he looks down on rich second generations like Tang Yu and would never owe them a favor. Tang Yu is immediately irritated. He fires back hard, saying that if Wenren Yuanshan keeps counting on Lu Junzhuo, after 3 more treatments his leg might be fine, but he will be lying in a coffin. Then he offers a concrete solution. He says he is good friends with Old Master Jiang and that Wenren Yuanshan should go see him. Tang Yu is genuinely trying to save this man's life right now, but Yagi mentions they have already visited Old Master Jiang before and it did not seem to help much, so Tang Yu's recommendation is not exactly landing the way he hoped. Tang Yu doubles down with a much darker tone. He says Old Master Jiang can absolutely identify this kind of problem, and if they do not act fast, he will not even bother sending a condolence gift to the funeral. The level of bluntness here is almost cruel, and instead of taking the warning seriously, Wenren Yuanshan lectures Tang Yu about how there are countless hidden masters in the world, and that he should get out more instead of being a frog in a well. This man is rejecting advice that could literally save his life because of his pride. Tang Yu is thinking he really does not want to get involved, but if the Wenren family becomes Lu Junzhuo's pawn, they will cause trouble for his Tang family. He even notes that supporting characters in this story have it worse than the villain. The meta-awareness is on full display. Yag steps in and tells her father to stop talking, trying to defuse the situation. She clearly understood Tang Yu's warning even if her father refuses to. And now her father jumps to the worst possible conclusion. He thinks his daughter has gone blind to fancy a useless pretty boy like Tang Yu. Sir, the man is trying to save your life and you are worried about a crush. Tang Yu decides there is no point talking to someone who refuses to listen. He says he has done what he can, and if nothing works out, he will sit at the girl's table during the funeral. That is the most casually savage exit line in this entire series. Wenren Yuanshan tells Yage it is time to board, and she reluctantly agrees, but you can tell she is not done with this. The seed Tang Yu planted is already growing in her mind. They all end up on the same flight heading home, and what happens next on this plane is genuinely unexpected. Tang Yu is sitting in his seat when he hears someone call out to him. He perks up immediately, and Wenren Yage is walking up to him on the plane, looking absolutely striking under the cabin lighting. Those abs and that walk are doing things to the animation budget that should probably be illegal. Tang Yu is visibly confused, wondering what Miss Wenren could possibly want after that whole disaster in the lounge. She apologizes for her father's rude words earlier, saying she could not say anything in front of him, and Tang Yu notices that this wild, untamed martial arts prodigy is being surprisingly polite. That contrast catches his attention. Tang Yu brushes it off with a charming smile and says it was just a small misunderstanding. The flower petals floating around him tell you the Manhwa is trying very hard to make this man look irresistible right now. But internally, Tang Yu is already running calculations. He is thinking that since her attitude is so good, he might as well heal her father later. A healed Wenren Yuanshan could then protect the Tang family in return. This man does not do charity, he does investments. And here is the thing, Yagya can hear all of that. She is catching every single one of his inner thoughts, including the part about making her father pain-free and comfortable. She wants to punch him but also cannot deny he is offering to help. The conflicting emotions are real. She plays it cool, hands him her business card and asks to add each other on WeChat so they can stay in touch. From the outside, this looks like professional networking. From her side, she just secured a direct line to the one person who knows her father is being slowly murdered. And sure enough, Yagi takes Tang Yu's advice and brings her father to Old Master Jiang's clinic. Remember, Tang Yu warned them to go here. This is the moment that warning gets put to the test. On the way there, Wenren Yuanshan is already being difficult, asking if that Tang boy said something to her. He still thinks this whole thing is about a crush. He asks why she believes Tang Yu's nonsense, and Yagi cheerfully deflects, saying it is just a routine checkup and nothing serious. She is handling this the smart way, keeping the peace while getting what she needs. They meet Old Master Jiang and the examination begins. The old doctor takes one look and his expression shifts. Yaj anxiously asks for the results while her father is still apologizing for being dragged there, insisting he feels perfectly fine. The irony of a man who is being slowly killed saying he feels great is genuinely painful to watch. Old Master Jiang's face darkens. He admits that the person who treated Wenren Yuanshan has medical skills even slightly better than his own, but then comes the hammer. He slams the table and declares that despite those impressive skills, the healer's intentions are extremely malicious. There it is. The confirmation Tang Yu tried to give them for free. He explains that with patience and proper acupuncture every half month, the leg could be fully healed in a year, but Lu Junjuo chose a shortcut method instead. Lu Junjuo deliberately targeted specific acupoints that drain the body's vital energy. It is a treatment designed to look like healing while secretly destroying the patient from the inside. Wenren Yuanshan is standing there in shock, the sweat visible on his face, and the verdict drops like a bomb. Even if the leg is cured, Wenren Yuanshan would not live beyond 1 year. Yaga's reaction says everything. This is the moment that family realized how close they came to losing everything. Wenren Yuanshan is visibly shaken. He says he never imagined the young man he admired could harbor such evil intentions, but then he catches himself and acknowledges they were lucky to meet that Tang boy who gave them the hint. The regret on this man's face for how he treated Tang Yu is immense. Yag immediately asks Old Master Jiang if her father's condition can still be saved. The desperation in her voice is real, and thankfully, the answer is yes. Old Master Jiang says he can perform acupuncture and write a prescription. A week of recovery should do it, but he adds a chilling warning. If Lu Junjua had treated him even one more time, not even Jiang could have saved him. They were that close to the point of no return. Yag bows and thanks Old Master Jiang, promising the Wenren family will never forget this kindness. She means every word, but gratitude is only half of what she is feeling. Her fists clench as she swears that if she does not avenge this against Lu Junjuo, she is not worthy of being called human. This woman just unlocked her revenge arc, and I am here for every second of it. Meanwhile, we cut to the Wenren family residence, where things are about to take a very different turn. Lu Junjuo has recovered from the beating Tang Yu gave him and is casually staying at the Wenren residence, preparing to take over the entire family. The narration makes it clear he sees this place as his future property. The audacity of recovering in the house of the man you are slowly murdering is genuinely disturbing, and he has his eyes on a bigger prize. The auction has sent him photos, and he is certain the jade lion on display contains the legendary 9 transformations pill that has been lost for years. This is the treasure Tang Yu mentioned in the original plot. He is already fantasizing about using it to break through to the Dai-level realm and then assassinating Tang Yu. The tunnel vision on this villain is remarkable. Every plan he makes revolves around killing Tang Yu, and every plan has failed spectacularly. And then his thoughts get even worse. He says after killing Tang Yu, he will go after his fiancée. This man's depravity has no floor. He must have this item no matter the cost. Remember that line, because the cost is going to be spectacular. Now we cut to an antique shop, and this is where Tang Yu's galaxy brain strategy starts taking shape. Tang Yu strolls in and asks Old Master Peng about a jade lion he commissioned. Pay very close attention to this scene because what Tang Yu is doing here is possibly the most devious thing we have seen in this entire manhwa. The craftsman says it is almost done and shows it to him. Tang Yu approves it. The narration mentions this old man replaced a previous employee who got sent to Antarctica, and he is apparently just as skilled. Tang Yu has been building his network of useful people. And here is the plan. Tang Yu is not going to compete for the real jade lion at the auction. He is going to pull a bait and switch. He had a fake jade lion made, and what he puts inside it is going to be the trap. This is genuinely the most calculated villain-on-villain crime I have ever witnessed. He hands over some powder to Old Master Peng and asks him to press it into pill form. Then he wants the fake jade lion with these pills sent to the auction house at Wanbao Tower as a priority listing. The assembly line of deception is running at full speed. Tang Yu knows that in the original story, the protagonist Ye Chen spotted the 9 transformations pill inside the jade lion. Now that Lu Junjuo has taken Ye Chen's role in the plot, he will react the exact same way. Predictability is a weapon when your opponent does not know you can see the script. And the powder? It is a custom-made poison that Tang Yu formulated himself, completely undetectable by smell. You would never know it was toxic unless you actually consumed it. He has essentially gift-wrapped a death sentence and is about to auction it off to his own enemy. Even Old Master Peng is amused, saying he used to do mischievous stuff like this as a kid and never thought he would revisit those memories at his age. The fact that a senior craftsman is having a nostalgic moment while helping make poison pills is comedy gold. 2 days later, the auction begins at Sishui Manor in the suburbs. Everything Tang Yu has set up is about to pay off. Tang Yu arrives looking absolutely at ease, greeting people like he is at a casual social event and not about to pull off a heist-level scheme. And there is the auctioneer welcoming guests. The stage is set, all the pieces are in place, and look at this gathering. Lu Junjuo, Tang Yu, and Wenren Yage all in the same room. The man who poisoned the lion, the man about to buy the lion, and the woman who wants to destroy the buyer. This is a powder keg with 3 different fuses. Tang Yu is looking at Lu Junjuo's smirk and thinking it looks exactly like Ye Chen's. He's mentally photoshopping them together. The fact that he treats these two interchangeably because they share the same protagonist fate template is honestly hilarious. Wenren Yagi now sees Lu Junjuo's sinister grin as nothing but pathetic. She has spent the last 2 days deciding not to rush her revenge. She will let him lower his guard, then strike when it counts. Is this patience or restraint? Either way, she is terrifying. Tang Yu watches the two of them interact and internally sighs about how dim-witted these teammates are, still associating with Lu Junjuo. He is watching people walk into traps from both sides and he is just sitting there collecting popcorn. He casually drops that he has given Yage plenty of hints, and she still does not get it, so he will just have Old Master Jiang make a house call to her father. He is saying this right in front of Lu Junjuo, completely unguarded, because he genuinely does not care if Lu Junjuo hears it. And Yage is standing there hearing all of Tang Yu's inner thoughts again, wondering why she can read his mind. She is starting to romanticize it, thinking maybe their hearts are connected. Girl, you have a supernatural ability, not a soulmate bond, but honestly, with this manhwa, who knows? Now the auction kicks off properly. The auctioneer presents the white jade lion, calling it a work of art with high artistic value. What nobody in this room knows is that this is Tang Yu's fake loaded with poison, sitting there on a pedestal waiting for its victim. The starting bid is 5 million, and someone immediately calls 5.5 million. The bidding war for Tang Yu's poison gift basket has officially begun. Another bidder jumps to 6 million. The regular buyers think they are competing for a pretty piece of jade. They have absolutely no idea what is really going on. Lu Junju is done playing around. He tells himself to either go all in or not bid at all. He wants this jade lion today, and once he takes the 9 transformations pill inside, his first order of business is assassinating Tang Yu. The dramatic irony here could fill an ocean. He throws down 9 million like it is pocket change, trying to scare off the competition in one aggressive move. The auctioneer starts the countdown. 9 million once, 9 million twice. It looks like Lu Junjuo might actually get this cheap, and then Tang Yu casually raises his hand and says 50 million. He just multiplied the price by 5 with the energy of someone ordering coffee. The grin on his face tells you everything. He is not here to buy. He is here to drain Lu Junjuo's wallet. The entire auction hall erupts. People are asking why anyone would spend that much on a jade lion. They do not understand the hidden war happening in this room right now. And Lu Junjuo immediately realizes that Tang Yu must know about the secret inside the jade lion. If Tang Yu is bidding this aggressively, the pill must be even more valuable than he thought. He is taking the bait exactly the way Tang Yu predicted. His competitive rage kicks in. He refuses to let Tang Yu snatch what he considers his opportunity. The manipulation is working perfectly. Tang Yu did not even need to say a word. He just needed to flash money, and Lu Junjuo's ego did the rest. Lu Junjuo goes nuclear, 100 million, for a fake jade lion with poison pills inside. The financial damage Tang Yu is inflicting without lifting a sword is genuinely more devastating than any fight scene in this series. Lu Junjuo starts flexing about the Dragon Soul organization's resources, claiming their public companies alone are worth trillions. He thinks he can outspend Tang Yu in a bidding war. What he does not realize is that Tang Yu wants him to win. Tang Yu does not even flinch. 200 million. He says it with the casual smugness of someone who knows the outcome before the game even started. Lu Junjuo fires back with 300 million, but you can see the strain in his voice. He is stuttering on the number. The confidence is starting to crack. Tang Yu does not even hesitate. 800 million. He skipped past 4, 5, 6, and 700 million entirely. The disrespect of that jump is specifically designed to break Lu Junjuo's resolve. And Lu Junjuo, completely consumed by rage and desperation, screams out 1 billion. 1 billion for a fake jade statue that Tang Yu had made for probably a few thousand. The profit margin on this scam is truly obscene. The entire auction hall loses its collective mind. 1 billion for a jade lion. Nobody here has ever witnessed this kind of spending. And honestly, they are never gonna see anything this absurd again. And Tang Yu smiles that trademark smile and simply says he is out. That is it. Mission accomplished. He drove the price to 1 billion, made Lu Junjuo bankrupt himself for the privilege of buying his own poison death sentence, and walked away without spending a single coin. Is this the most coldly efficient villain defeat in Manhwa history? I think it might be. The auctioneer slams it down. Sold to Lu Junjuo for 1 billion. Congratulations to the man who just paid 1,000 times the value for his own demise. And Lu Junjuo has the nerve to taunt Tang Yu, calling him useless trash for backing down. He genuinely thinks he won. The lack of awareness is so profound it has crossed the border from frustrating into genuinely comedic. Tang Yu does not even dignify the trash talk with a real response. He politely asks the auction staff to deal with the ill-mannered person who is personally attacking him. He is filing a complaint at a customer service desk while executing a billion-dollar con. Absolutely clinical. The auctioneer sides with Tang Yu and tells Lu Junjuo to mind his manners, warning that personal attacks are not tolerated. Getting reprimanded at the auction you just spent 1 billion at? The humiliation stack is building. Tang Yu is sitting there with the most satisfied expression, completely at peace with how this day has gone. Everything went exactly according to plan, and Lu Junjuo walked into every single part of it willingly. Lu Junjuo is seething, saying Tang Yu will only live one more chapter at most. He is already counting down the days to his assassination plan. If only he knew that the weapon he is planning to use for that breakthrough is the very thing that will destroy him. After the auction, Lu Junjuo takes his prize to a private room to inspect it. This is the moment the trap springs shut. The staff hands him the jade lion on a platter and offers delivery service. Lu Junjuo has no interest in waiting. He wants to open this right here, right now. He waves the staff away and tells them not to let anyone disturb him. He wants complete privacy for what comes next. The man is literally isolating himself with his own poison. Tang Yu could not have scripted this better. He cracks open the jade lion and there it is, a dark red pill sitting perfectly inside. He thinks this is the legendary 9 transformations pill. What it actually is Tang Yu's custom-designed poison that no one can identify by appearance or smell. And without a second thought, without testing it, without any hesitation, Lu Junjuo brings the pill right up to his mouth. He paid $1 billion for the privilege of poisoning himself with a smile on his face. Would you call this karma, or is Tang Yu just operating on a completely different level? That look in his eye says he thinks he has just seized destiny itself, but what he has actually swallowed is the most expensive trap in this entire manhwa, and what happens next is going to be absolutely devastating. Lu Junjuo is inspecting the pill he pulled from that billion-dollar jade lion, and immediately something catches his attention. There is a medicinal fragrance, but also a strange stench underneath it. But instead of being suspicious, this genius convinces himself the dual scent is proof of masterful pill-making. He is praising the craftsmanship, calling it worthy of the legendary 9 transformations pill. The man is narrating his own downfall with enthusiasm, and without a single moment of hesitation, he pops it right in. $1 billion, zero quality control. Remember this moment because what comes next is one of the most satisfying reveals in this entire series, and his face goes completely white. The stench he tasted was not some exotic ingredient, it was literal excrement. Tang Yu made this man pay $1 billion to eat a poop pill. Is this the most humiliating moment in manhwa villain history? I think it genuinely might be, but it gets so much worse. Mixed in with the excrement is actual poison. The pill was not just a humiliation device, it was a weapon. Tang Yu layered his insults like a professional pastry chef of suffering, and Lu Junjuo is violently ejecting what can only be described as a rainbow of regret from his mouth. This is what $1 billion investment looks like when Tang Yu is your financial advisor. Meanwhile, back in the auction hall, after Lu Junjuo stormed off with his toxic prize, the real jade lion goes up for auction. And the second Tang Yu places a bid, nobody else dares to compete. After watching this man casually throw around hundreds of millions earlier, who would? Tang Yu picks up the real jade lion for probably a fraction of its actual value. Nobody wants to raise the price and offend the guy who just threw 800 million around like confetti. This man weaponized his own reckless spending to create an intimidation field. And when Lu Junjuo finally pieces together what happened, the rage is absolutely volcanic. Tang Yu snatched the real pill, replaced it with a poisoned fake, drove the price to 1 billion, and then let Lu Junzhuo buy his own humiliation. Every single layer of this plan was designed to cause maximum damage. But Lu Junzhuo is trying to figure out how Tang Yu even opened the Jade Lion. It was sealed with a 9-palace lock that only 5 people in the world can crack. He is absolutely certain Tang Yu should not be one of them. The confidence of a man who keeps underestimating his opponent is truly something to behold. And Lu Junzhuo catches up to Tang Yu, screaming that he wants him dead. All pretense of strategy, all the scheming and plotting, Tang Yu does not even bother turning around to engage. He bolts through the nearest exit, and the chase is on. Lu Junzhuo is gaining on him. Even weakened by poison, the man is running on pure hatred, and that fuel burns hotter than any cultivation technique. And Lu Junzhuo closes the gap with a massive leap, coming down on Tang Yu from above. When a protagonist villain with $1 billion grudge launches himself at you like a guided missile, Tang Yu gets caught in some kind of trap, and he is genuinely surprised. For the first time in this entire arc, something did not go according to his script. Pay attention to this, because what Lu Junzhuo does next is going to set up the second phase of this entire conflict. And there is Lu Junzhuo's hand reaching straight for the real Jade Lion. With Tang Yu immobilized, the prize is right there for the taking. He grabs it. Lu Junzhuo now has the genuine Jade Lion, the one with what he believes is the real 9 transformations pill inside. He thinks he just reversed the entire situation. He turns to Tang Yu with murder in his voice. Today is the day Tang Yu dies, he says. The man is so drunk on this tiny victory that he cannot see the cage closing around him for a second time. He cracks open the base, and there it is. Another dark red pill nestled perfectly inside. To Lu Junzhuo, this is salvation. This is his breakthrough, his revenge, his everything. And this time he checks it carefully. Only fragrance, no stench. He thinks this one is legitimate. He thinks he learned his lesson from the first fake. The irony of this man thinking he is being cautious while walking into an identical trap is almost painful to watch. He swallows it with the confidence of a man who thinks he just outwitted a genius. His plan is to break through right here, right now, then beat Tang Yu until there is nothing left. The delusion is almost inspirational at this point, and Tang Yu just lets out the most satisfied little smirk. That one expression carries more menace than any monologue ever could. Lu Junzhuo immediately catches it and demands to know what Tang Yu finds so funny. When your enemy starts smiling after you eat something they had access to, that should trigger every survival instinct in your body, and the paranoia hits. He starts wondering if this pill is another poison too. The realization is creeping in that maybe, just maybe, Tang Yu was 3 steps ahead the entire time. He tells himself there is no way Tang Yu could know how to open the 9-palace lock. That secret belongs exclusively to the Dragon Soul organization. He is clinging to this one piece of logic like a life raft in a hurricane of bad decisions. And here is the reveal that makes this entire sequence legendary. Tang Yu swapped the real 9 cycles pill the moment he first got the Stone Lion, long before the auction even started. He replaced it with another poisoned pill. Both Jade Lions, both pills, both poisoned. The man ran a double-layered scam inside a scam. Tang Yu is thinking that this poison will not kill Lu Junzhuo outright, but it will absolutely cripple his fighting ability. He is not trying to end the game here. He is nerfing the final boss before the real battle even starts. And with Lu Junzhuo's power now debuffed by poison, Tang Yu's immovable Wisdom King technique gives him the edge in a straight fight. For the first time, these two are about to throw hands on equal footing, and Tang Yu engineered this exact matchup. Lu Junzhuo can feel the poison spreading through his meridians, and the horror on his face is real. The bottleneck he was hoping to break through just turned into a ticking time bomb inside his own body. Tang Yu connects with a devastating hit and blood goes flying. This is not a calculated exchange of techniques. This is Tang Yu delivering a receipt for every insult, every death threat, and every $1 billion Lu Junzhuo wasted today. The old poison from earlier has not even cleared his system, and now there is fresh poison on top of it. Lu Junzhuo knows with absolute certainty that if he keeps fighting, he will lose. His only option now is to run. But then backup arrives and Lu Junzhuo's eyes light up. Wenren Yagye comes sprinting down the hallway, and he immediately starts celebrating. Now here is where things get really interesting, because Lu Junzhuo is about to make the most incorrect assumption of his entire life. He calls out to Yagye, telling her it is perfect timing and to help him deal with Tang Yu. He is ordering her around like she is his personal bodyguard. The nerve on this man when he is literally bleeding from the mouth. And internally, he is thinking that with Yagye's affection for him, she will absolutely take his side. He genuinely believes this woman is into him. Would you trust a man this detached from reality to read any situation correctly, because he is about to get a very harsh answer? Yagye looks at him with a calm, measured expression and says, "All right," and honestly, the flatness of her tone here should have been the biggest red flag imaginable. Lu Junzhuo immediately starts taunting Tang Yu, asking how long this little waste can keep smiling now that it is 2 against 1. The second-hand embarrassment of watching someone celebrate 3 seconds before disaster is almost unbearable. And Yagye absolutely decks Lu Junzhuo from behind. The girl he thought was his biggest ally just became his most immediate problem. This has to be the fastest betrayal speedrun in Manhwa history. going from backup to beatdown in under 5 seconds. The look on Lu Junjuo's face right now could hang in a museum of shattered expectations. He cannot process what just happened, and Tang Yu does not waste a single second of this opening. He delivers a devastating kick while Lu Junjuo is still reeling from the betrayal. 2 against 1 was always the plan. Lu Junjuo just got the teams wrong. Lu Junjuo hits the ground so hard the panel shakes. Poisoned, beaten, and betrayed by the woman he thought adored him. This man's day has been one continuous L since the moment he walked into that auction. And his brain still cannot compute this. He is literally thinking she was supposed to like him. My brother in cultivation, she never liked you. You tried to murder her father. What exactly did you think the affection meter was based on? And Yagi drops the bomb. She tells him he deserves death because she knows he tried to kill her father. Remember back when Tang Yu sent her to Old Master Jiang's clinic? That warning exposed Lu Junjuo's poisoning scheme. Every domino Tang Yu set up episodes ago just finished falling, and Tang Yu's internal reaction is absolutely perfect. He is thinking she actually figured it out on her own, and he likes smart women. This man is simultaneously running a war and a recruitment drive. The multitasking is genuinely impressive. Yag declares it is beatdown time, and she is fully committed to the cause. She went from neutral party to enforcer in one conversation, and honestly, watching her flex those muscles while delivering justice is extremely compelling content. Lu Junjuo is running out of time. Between the double poison, Tang Yu's hits, and Yagi's betrayal punch, his body is basically filing a shutdown request. He can feel death knocking on the door, but then a truck comes barreling down the street right outside, and Lu Junjuo's survival instincts activate one final time. He sees his opening and takes it without hesitation. Say what you want about this man's intelligence, but his will to live is operating at a completely different level. He launches himself onto the moving truck and clings on for dear life. This is the most desperate escape we have seen in this series, and the man is pulling it off through sheer willpower and spite. And as the truck carries him away, he has the audacity to yell back that this was his escape route all along. It absolutely was not. He literally just jumped onto a random truck. But the commitment to the facade is almost admirable. Yag is furious that he got away. After everything he did to her father, watching him escape on the back of a delivery truck has to be one of the most frustrating things she has experienced. But Tang Yu keeps his cool. He tells Yage to let it go because there will be other chances. Then he shifts the conversation to her father's condition, checking if she finally understands the full picture now. And Yagi bows and thanks him sincerely, saying the Wenren family will never forget this kindness. This is the same girl whose father dismissed Tang Yu as worthless rich trash just episodes ago. How the tables have turned. Tang Yu tells her he will keep tracking Lu Junjuo and they can deal with him together when the opportunity comes. He is actively building an alliance, and every ally he recruits is someone who would have been on Lu Junjuo's side in the original timeline. Then Yagi asks if Tang Yu is free to visit her home. Her father found out everything and wants to apologize in person. The man who called Tang Yu a frog in a well is about to eat the most humble crow of his entire career. Tang Yu agrees, and the background literally fills with flowers. The manhwa itself is shipping these two at this point. When the art direction starts decorating your scenes with romance petals, you know something is developing. Meanwhile, Lu Junjuo has made it to the suburbs on that truck, and he is sitting on the roadside calling Tang Yu and Yage idiots. The man who got double poisoned, scammed out of $1 billion, and beaten by his own crush is calling other people stupid. He is already vowing revenge, saying they should have finished the job when they had the chance. Letting him escape will be their biggest regret, he claims. Now keep your eye on this threat, because this episode is not done with Lu Junjuo yet. But mid-threat, the poison catches up to him and he doubles over in pain. Hard to deliver a menacing villain speech when your body is literally shutting down on you. He stumbles into a nearby park, barely keeping himself upright. The mighty Dragon Soul Organization operative has been reduced to a man wandering through a public park at night looking for somewhere to collapse, and he drops onto a park bench completely unconscious. This is where the billion-dollar auction winner ended up, on a bench, in a park, alone. You could not write a more poetic ending to this man's day. And then 2 bald guys in matching hoodies stroll up and notice the unconscious man on the bench. They think he is just some drunk passed out in public. These 2 have absolutely no idea what kind of hornet's nest they are about to poke. These righteous citizens start calling him society's scum for being drunk and sleeping in public. They are so deeply offended by what they perceive as laziness. The moral high ground they are standing on is about to collapse spectacularly. And here is the punchline. They say they need to be better than this lazy drunk. So starting today, they will upgrade their theft techniques by combining classical and modern burglary methods. These are professional thieves who just gave themselves a motivational speech about robbing people more efficiently. This manhwa delivers comedy at the strangest moments. But first things first, they decide. Their immediate priority is grabbing whatever this unconscious guy has on him. Professional development can wait until after the robbery. They find tens of thousands in cash on him and get excited, talking about repaying kindness by returning billions to their benefactor. The mental gymnastics of framing robbery as gratitude is honestly an Olympic-level performance. Lu Junjuo finally wakes up, and it is already daytime. He has no idea how long he was out. from billion-dollar auction to park bench sleepover, and then he notices that a certain part of his anatomy feels unusually sore. He was unconscious in a public park all night, and now his rear end hurts. I am not going to say what everyone is thinking right now, but the comment section is about to write itself. This whole situation has federal investigation energy. But wait, it gets weird in a completely different direction. Lu Junjuo suddenly realizes that his cultivation bottleneck at peak swan level has started loosening. A previously blocked meridian point has become flexible. Something that happened while he was unconscious triggered a partial breakthrough. And just like that, the despair flips to confidence. He declares that even without the 9 rotation pill, the die-level realm is within reach. This man goes from park bench victim to cultivation prodigy in the span of one realization. The emotional whiplash is genuinely impressive. He marches off with his fist in the air, screaming that Tang Yu should prepare to die. This cockroach of a villain just keeps getting back up. Is that resilience or delusion? At this point, honestly, it might be both. Now we cut to the He family private hospital, and this is where the episode takes a sharp turn into territory nobody saw coming. A whole new player is about to enter the game. Someone has been recovering from injuries here while obsessively practicing cultivation every single day. The garden looks peaceful, but whoever this person is, they are preparing for war. And there he is. Silver hair, red eyes, and aura of absolute menace. This man just broke through to peak swan rank, and the smirk on his face tells you he is not here to play nice. Keep your eyes on this character because he is about to complicate everything. 2 women approach him and greet him as Dragon King. So this is the leader of an entirely separate faction, and he has people working for him. The power dynamics just got a lot more crowded. He thanks them for their undercover work and asks for a mission update. This is not a random encounter. These women have been embedded as spies somewhere, and the Dragon King has been pulling strings from his hospital bed this entire time, and the reveal drops. They have successfully infiltrated the Tang family and obtained confidential information about the Tang Corporation. Tang Yu has had enemy agents inside his own family this entire time and does not know it. That is a massive vulnerability. The Dragon King is thrilled, comparing these two to the greatest strategists in Chinese history. The ego on this man rivals Lu Junjuo's, but the difference is this one actually seems to have competent people working for him. He reflects on how the Death Squad traitors betrayed him for Lu Junjuo, and how Dragon Fang is rotting in prison. But these 2 women remain loyal through all of it, so we have a wounded king with a shrinking army but an unshaken inner circle. That combination is dangerous. He explains that after the Death Squad's betrayal led to an ambush by multiple experts, he actually turned the crisis into a breakthrough opportunity, reaching peak swan rank through the adversity. This villain used his own near-death experience as a training arc. The grinding mentality is objectively terrifying. The 2 women cannot believe what they are hearing. He changed plans and is staying in Sahang instead of going to Yanjing, and the fact that he broke through during a crisis has them visibly shaken. When your own allies are intimidated by your growth, you know you are dealing with a serious threat. And then the Dragon King makes his declaration. It is time to counterattack. Both Tang Yu and Lu Junjuo must die. We now have 3 factions who all want each other dead, and Tang Yu does not even know this third one exists yet. The difficulty level just spiked dramatically. He gives each woman a specific mission. Qi Yin will keep collecting intelligence to crush Tang Corporation in one strike, while Ling Han handles internal sabotage to burn the Tang family from the inside when chaos erupts. This is a coordinated demolition plan, and both bombs are already planted inside Tang Yu's home. Outside the private hospital, things are about to take one more unexpected turn before this episode ends. Ling Han and Qi Yin leave the hospital and walk together in complete silence. These 2 used to be close, but something has clearly shifted between them. The narration confirms it. They used to get along fine, but now their attitudes toward each other have fundamentally changed. When teammates on the same mission start keeping secrets from each other, and Qi Yin pulls out a knife. She is not looking at an enemy, she is looking at her own partner. The Dragon King's carefully assembled inner circle is already fracturing from the inside. Qi Yin lunges at Ling Han with the blade, and on that note we are left with a brand new faction, a war on 3 fronts, and allies already trying to murder each other before the plan even starts. If you thought Tang Yu only had one enemy to worry about, the game just tripled in complexity.